All parties on Nicholson versus Shannon. Step forward, please.
31-year-old machinist Robert Nicholson claims former live-in lover, 27-year-old Michelle Shannon, owes him for rent after they split.
Order. All rise. Yeah, this is case number 698 on the calendar in the matter of Nicholson versus Shannon. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
You're in love, you move in together, you rent an apartment together, right?
Correct.
When did you meet?
About 6 months prior.
So you knew each other 6 months when you decided to sign a lease together.
Correct.
And how long did it last?
Approximately 14 months that we lived together.
And your lease was 2 years.
Correct.
And you left.
Right.
And you want her to pay her half of the rent for the remainder of the lease.
Correct.
She says she was more than fair. You moved out in December, is that right?
Yes.
December what?
It was early December. I don't know the exact date.
Had you paid the rent for December?
Yes, I had.
Is that right?
Correct.
And you had a security deposit on the apartment?
Yes.
How much was the security deposit that you put in?
I don't know the exact amount. I believe it was half.
What was the security deposit?
$600 is what her half was.
And did she leave you with that?
Yes, she did.
So she paid December's rent. She left you with the security deposit, right?
Correct.
And how much was the entire rent?
The entire rent per month was $1,075,
Okay,
which we split each month.
good. So she left you a month to find a new roommate and a month for good measure, because you get her $600 back at the end of the lease, right?
Well, sort of, kind of.
Do me a favor.
Yes.
Just answer my question.
Okay.
Sort of, maybe, could have. $600 security deposit.
Yes.
When you move out, you get back your security deposit as long as you pay the rent and leave the place in good order, right? So now she's really paid you 2 months. You tell me, since it's clear that this relationship was over, what you think should have happened.
Well, she signed a 2-year agreement, okay, and it says in the agreement that no oral, verbal notice of any kind it's invalid. It has to be in writing in 30 days in writing, okay, and all parties have to agree to it in writing. And there was no writing of any kind. It was just simply, I'm moving out, and she moved out. We also talked about getting back together and her moving back in. She said, if I don't even like where I'm living, I might move back in a month. Okay, and I was wanting her to stay because I wanted the relationship to work out.
According to these papers, it got pretty ugly there in the end of November, the beginning of December.
Oh, I had found out that she was seeing someone behind my back at her work.
So it got pretty ugly. Whatever the reason, it got pretty ugly.
Correct.
Why should two people who are not married, who have no children together, who have no other ties together, stay in an apartment where they're both going to be miserable?
We shouldn't, but
Good.
she's legally bound to the end of the lease, I feel. Because
Oh.
if I lose my job
still-
next month and I can't pay the rest of the rent, the owners of the place can take me to court for the remainder of the lease, correct?
Well, you have, sir, in December, by the way, you still living in the apartment?
Yes, I am, and I've looked for roommates. I've had ads in the newspaper ever since day one. I have not found anybody.
They have
Yes.
not been in the newspaper. They've been in the recycler, and there's not even a sign out front, which doesn't cost any money to
Mr.
do.
Nicholson.
It's a back house. You can't even see the house from the street.
Mr. Nicholson, show me the ads that you put in from day one looking for a roommate.
These here are highlighted ads in the recycler. The reason why I did not put them in the newspaper, because just for 1 day it was $45, for 2 days it was $65, and for 3 days it was $72, and at which time I also had told her at one point that I only had $40 to get me through 2 weeks. Couldn't even afford it.
You indicate here that you offered to help him put ads in the paper, is that right?
I did.
When did you tell him that?
It was not that long ago. When he said that he wanted to sue me, and I didn't understand why, because I thought that I had done my part. I went over and met with him trying to find out why he was going to sue me. And I said at that time, I would pay for ads in the local newspaper. And, if I needed to, I was just trying to figure out what my part was.
So what did he say to you when you offered?
He said no.
Do you remember having a conversation with her about her assisting in putting ads in the paper?
Yes, I do, and that was only after I had mentioned that, hey, you know, taking you to small claims court, and she said, fine, go ahead, see if I care, okay, and then this was only a matter of 2 weeks ago that she had come over and then was being very nice because she was worried about being sued and trying to manipulate me into not suing her by offering these to pay for these ads, which for several weeks prior to that, she didn't want nothing to do with me, not to offer to pay for any ads or anything like that.
Let me see the lease on the apartment. How large an apartment is this?
Actually, it's not an apartment, it's a house.
How large a house is it?
2-bedroom house with a 2-car garage. It's a back house.
Have you been to the house since?
Just the last time I was there was to visit and speak with him about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago.
Anybody else there?
No.
Why are you only asking for $350 a month rent?
Because that's all I feel I can really rent the place for. It's just a room, and I'm not going to allow anybody to use any space in the garage because the garage is full of my tools and equipment, and I don't want no one in there possibly stealing anything of any kind. So I'm just renting a room. I had a roommate in there before, and I only was letting her pay $300. I make good money, and I can afford most of it.
When did you have a roommate there before?
She had lived with me at an apartment prior for 2 years, and she was in our place together with us for maybe 4 or 5, 6 months at the most.
You mean when you were living together?
Correct.
So how much rent were you each paying?
I was still paying the $540, my portion, because I didn't want to get used to relying on someone else paying an additional portion of the rent.
Is that right?
Yeah, we were splitting half the rent.
Yeah.
Okay, but I didn't get any utilities of any kind from her because of the other roommate.
Yeah, because of Melissa.
What utilities?
Phone, electrical.
You mean Melissa didn't pay her own phone bill?
She did have her own phone, but she used mine quite often.
Sure, but she used her own phone. And what about the two
She
of
used
you?
mine quite often, too. Not to mention, she didn't have a car. I drove her everywhere she needed to go.
You plan on staying there in the
I plan on
house?
staying there simply for the fact that to move and to come up with first and last and security somewhere else would be a problem for me because financially this is putting me in the hole every month. The reason why, as far as the house goes, the reason why I wanted to rent a house and not an apartment is because I have a lot of tools and equipment on which I do a lot of work on cars and welding and things like that. I wanted a 2-car garage. And we were happy finding a house that had a 2-car garage so I could enjoy my hobbies.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
I'm suspect that not one person answered these ads in the paper.
I've had 2 calls.
I'm sorry about that, sir. Listen to me. Get over it.
And later today,
When this was put through the mail slot in your dog jumped up. And when she jumped down, she hurt her back legs. So you're suing her.
Correct.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Robert Nicholson is suing former live-in lover Michelle Shannon for rent he says she owes after she moved out.
This relationship clearly didn't work out. There were several alternatives. One alternative was for you to stay together in an acrimonious situation, which is untenable for people who are married and ridiculous for people who are not married. The defendant, as far as I could see, did everything she could to be reasonable. Reasonable was the relationship wasn't working out. She said, I'm going to pay December's rent. I'm not here. You can have the security deposit, which is another half month's rent. I'm being very fair with you. We shouldn't be together. Either make other arrangements for another roommate or tell the landlord that you're going to give the landlord 3 months to find a new tenant, but that you have to leave. You chose not to do that.
I did put my ads in the paper.
Sir, I can't tell, and quite frankly, I'm suspect that you did not find somebody, that not one person answered these ads in the paper.
I've had 2 calls.
For a house for $350 a month.
I've had 2 calls.
Well, I don't know what you said to them, and I don't know whether you're as angry with her, whether you're so angry with her and irritated with her that you say, I'm not going to try to mitigate the damages, but clearly you like staying in that house. You
Yes, I
just
do.
told me you can afford to stay in that house.
No, I cannot, by myself.
Well, if you can't afford to stay in the house, sir, then what I absolutely advise you to do is to let the landlord know that you have to move out. You still have her half of the security deposit, which would amount to 1 month's rent. I am going to give you 1/2 of another month's rent of hers, or $500. You find somebody else to live with, or let your landlord know that they have 3 months grace to do that, and you would each pay for half of that.
And if they take me to court for the remainder of the lease?
I'm sorry about that, sir. Listen to me. Get over it.
I'm over it.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $500. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Thanks for nothing. She's undedicated and undevoted and doesn't know what loyalty is, and she was cheating on me, seeing someone at her work.
I didn't want to be with him anymore. And I did not cheat on him. I would just like to say that.
And now the next case.
All parties on Hennigan versus Clifford. Step forward, please.
Real estate agent Betty Hennigan says Irene Clifford caused her toy fox terrier, Speckles, to be injured.
All right. Now, Miss Hennigan,
Yes,
this is the dog in question.
this is Speckles.
Very nice dog. According to your complaint, you and the defendant live in the same housing complex. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your complaint indicates that the defendant put some political propaganda in your mail slot, which is in the door.
Correct. Excuse me, can I just say that it was her flyer. I didn't physically see her, but I'm sure she authorized the propaganda.
So you didn't see her put it in, but it was her propaganda that was slipped through your
authorized
door.
the
She
distribution.
authorized somebody to do it.
Correct, Your Honor.
And when this was put through the mail slot in your door, your dog jumped up.
Correct.
And when she jumped down, she hurt her back legs.
Correct.
So you're suing her.
Correct. Your Honor, if I
It's
just might
a-
add, it really isn't funny if anybody ever heard a dog yelp in excruciating pain.
I don't think that that's why anyone in the court gallery is chuckling, Miss Hennigan. I think that the reason they're chuckling is how you could blame that on somebody else.
Well, the reason I blamed it on somebody else is that would be the same as somebody violating my privacy, that mail slot is to be used only by U.S. postal employees, and I do have a statement and an investigation that's going on by the postal authorities because not anybody is supposed to be able to go into your mailbox.
Miss Clifford,
Yes.
you don't look like a terrorist.
No, I'm not.
So I'd like to know what kind of political propaganda this was that was slipped through her door.
Well, it was one sheet of paper. This happened on February 2nd. We were having voting on February 4th. And
Voting
Ms.
for what?
To elect, well, really to remove 2 dissident directors from the board of directors and to elect 2 new directors. Now, Ms. Hennigan moved in late in March, I understand, and she joined up with the dissident group, which is about 20 or 30 people. So
Excuse me.
I have here a list of 26 things that went through her door
Just show me
that
the one.
weren't invasion of privacy.
Just a second. I'm not worried about invasion. Just show me, please, what the document is that you're complaining of, Miss Hennigan, if you still have
This
it.
document actually has my little dog's teeth right in the top of it.
All right, let me see this. Let me see this.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You have not taught your dog to read, is that right?
That's-
Dog doesn't read,
No, but the dog does not have to have mail delivered at 20 to 8 at night.
and your dog knows how to tell the time?
Closed captioning, sponsored in part by Real Cases, Real People, Judge Judy. Betty Hennigan claims neighbor Irene Clifford caused injury to her fox terrier, Speckles.
All right. So this is clearly not a terrorist propaganda. This says, warning to all members from Irene Clifford. That's you.
Right.
And then it encourages you, the people, to come and vote
Correct.
at the next meeting of the cooperative board
Correct.
or
Members.
to elect new members, etc. Ms. Hennigan, I'm going to let you finish telling me about why you think. First of all, I'm going to ask Ms. Clifford, did you actually put this through her door, or did somebody else?
No, I didn't. I have a map here. I was in my unit here, and this is the unit where it was delivered.
But Irene, you
A half
authorized
a block
somebody.
away.
Ms. Hennigan, don't speak to her.
I'm sorry.
You did not personally deliver
No,
this.
I did not.
But this came from you and you gave it to other members of the board to deliver?
They weren't on the board yet.
Okay, but you gave it to other members and everybody
Members.
put it through the mail slots.
Right,
Is
which
that right?
we've done for 26 years since before she moved in.
All right, so if you want to notify somebody of a meeting,
Right.
you want to notify someone that the water is going to be shut off,
Right.
or that the electricity is going to be shut off, what you do is you take a flyer and you put it through the mail.
In the townhouses, in the garden apartments, they tack them to our door because we don't have the openings. We have a main one for 17 units.
Okay, but in the houses, this lady has it through her door.
Right.
Okay. Why do you have your hand up?
Well, because when they announce when the meetings are going to take place, they do put a flyer. It's on a fence before it goes into a grassed-in area, and there's also a bulletin board near the on-site manager's office. And when we want to find out when there are going to be meetings held, we have to look there. It is not a common practice. There's postings for the meetings.
Miss Hennigan, listen to me very carefully.
Yes.
How long have you been living there?
I've been living there since August.
Okay. And you have your mail delivered there?
Yes, I do.
And the mail is delivered through the door slot?
Correct.
And the mailman delivers the mail there, other than holidays, 6 days a week?
Correct.
You have not taught your dog to read, is that right?
That's correct.
So the dog cannot differentiate whether there is political propaganda or a piece of mail coming through your door slot, is that right?
No, the
Is that
dog
right?
doesn't.
Dog doesn't read.
No, but the dog does not have to have mail delivered at 20 to 8 at night. I actually truly introduced my dog to our mail person. It's a mail lady, and she does know the dog, and she exercises a little bit of concern, of caution. She doesn't want to be hurt in the mail slot, nor did I want my little dog hurt. This was 20 at 8 at night, Your Honor. It wasn't during a normal time of day when the U.S. Postal would be delivering mail.
And your dog knows how to tell the time?
No, but the dog does know when it's dark out.
Miss Hennigan, it could be dark out when it's dark in the morning because it's raining and that's when the postman delivers. You were irritated because this came through your door and because your dog was injured. But that doesn't mean she's responsible because she happens to be the author of this piece of paper. You're being ridiculous, madam. You're being ridiculous.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. Want justice? Call 1-888-800-JUDY. On the internet, judgejudy.com.
Your complaint is ludicrous. Your complaint is absolutely ludicrous. You put a notification that she did not put through the door. You have no proof that she put it through the door, despite the fact that it has her name on it. She did not put it through the door. And you're suing this lady because your dog jumped up. Has your dog ever jumped up like that before?
Yes, my dog jumps, yes.
Jumped up like that for mail before?
But she was never hurt.
Has your dog ever jumped up like that for mail before?
Yes, she has.
All right. So that you've seen it.
Yes.
Then what you do is you put a basket there, you put a sign there, put my mail outside, because you're the one that had noticed that your dog jumps up for the mail. She doesn't have that notice.
But, Your Honor, I even have it from the postal inspector.
You told me postal inspector 4 times. I'm telling you common sense, madam. Common sense. She's not responsible for this. Don't be ridiculous. And I'm going to tell you something else. If you live in a cooperative apartment or if you live in a condominium where everybody is supposed to get along, to start this kind of difficulty over nonsense is not a good way to start being a good neighbor. Your case is dismissed. That's all.
Your
Parties
Honor,
are
excuse me.
excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And on
All parties on Gabolios versus Murphy. Step forward, please.
71-year-old Arpad Gabolios is suing 35-year-old teacher Terry Murphy for trashing his house, not paying rent, and forging his checks.
Order. All rise. Now, this is case number 659 on the calendar in the matter of Gabolios versus Murphy. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated.
Mr. Gabolios,
Yes,
you own a home here in California?
Yes, I do.
And according to your complaint, you also live part of the year in Hungary.
Yes, I do.
And it's been your practice to rent your home during the period of time that you're there.
Exactly, Your Honor.
You rented your home to the defendant.
Yes, Your Honor.
When did her tenancy begin?
on February 1st and ended on November 1st of 1998.
And according to your paper, sir, the arrangement was she was to pay rent to an agent that you had here.
Exactly, Your
And
Honor.
the rent was, for a furnished house, was $500 a month?
Yes, Your Honor.
And she was to pay her own utilities with the exception of one thing.
The cable TV.
And you were to pay that.
Yes, Your Honor.
According to you, you left her some checks that were made out to the cable company for the months that you would be away.
That is absolutely correct, Your Honor.
And they were actually made out to the cable company?
Yes, Your Honor. Century Cable.
Tell me what happened, sir, when you came home at the end of October.
I came home on October 31st, and just about midnight, because the plane was late, and I found the door, the entrance door open. Most every light was on, and the whole house was a mess. And my bedroom, the master bedroom, was broken into.
Had you had that locked when you left?
Yes, Your Honor, it was locked.
So it was locked, and she had the use of all the other parts of the house except your bedroom.
Except my bedroom and except my wine cellar. Well, I have to explain, Your Honor, that the garage I converted to a wine cellar because I make my own wine. And then I found the sofa from the living room moved into the wine cellar. I also have pictures to show that, and I can show you how my whole house was trashed.
Let me see, please.
On one of those pictures, you can see the barrels, the wine barrels, and the sofa in front.
Is this the way you found the outside of the house, sir, with all these papers and garbage?
No, it was a couple days later, Your Honor.
What do you mean a couple of days later?
Well, because she left a few things behind, and I asked her to come and get it, but she didn't get it right away, and came back 2 days later or something, and then she trashed the sidewalk, as you see at the front.
You say that she didn't pay you rent. During what period of time didn't she pay you rent, sir?
She didn't pay the last month's rent of October.
Did you pay him the last month's rent?
I paid the rent. I do not know what happened to it.
Show me, you paid
I
by
don't
check.
The check never went through.
So that you didn't pay him. Take a look at this garbage on the front of his house. Tell me how that happened.
It happened because he came home, locked me out of the house, and threw all my belongings out of the house. That night, I had the police come and a locksmith to let me in. And the police told him he was responsible for any belongings of mine that were destroyed, lost, or damaged.
Why did you trash the front of that house?
I had to come over for 5 days in a row and go through the trash, go through the garbage in order to get my belongings out of the garbage.
Is that the reason that you're telling me that the front of his house looks like that?
Yes.
Okay. So, I have $500 that you owe him for the last month's rent. Now, he says that you forged some checks. Show me, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Show these to the defendant. Did you change the payee on those checks?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. May I explain?
Sure.
When I came, Your Honor, he had somebody in there a short period of time. He wasn't going to rent to me, and then something happened between them. I came in, I paid a deposit on January 20th. I moved in on February 7th. Because of the short length of time, he said, I've got to find somebody, I'm leaving. He left the next day on the 8th. So I was to pay for the electricity, the telephone, and he was paying the rest of the utilities. That was the verbal contract. I do not have that in writing. In April I came home one day and the water was turned off. I had no idea why. I called up the water company. They said, Mr. Gabolis hasn't paid for the water. So then I put the water in my name. In October, all of a sudden I come home, the gas is off. If I was to put them in my name, or if it was to be changed, he didn't stop them. I was unaware that they were supposed to be in my name. So I took the checks that he had given for the cable, and I paid the bills that I thought he was supposed to be paying.
You can't do that. You can't do that. That's forgery.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
I'm talking to you, madam, about calling your bank and saying, check number 467, put a stop payment on it immediately because it's lost. That's what normal people who are articulate do. Anybody who knows how to forge checks knows how to do that.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Arpad Gabolios claims Terry Murphy trashed his house, didn't pay rent, and forged his name on his checks. Terry is countersuing for her security deposit.
He gave you checks made out to a cable company, and you changed it to Southern California Edison, California Water. What's GTE?
The telephone company.
Telephone company, $285 in October. You were living there since February. He didn't have a phone bill for $285. Telephone. So you have an excuse for the telephone bill too?
At that point, I was tired of being harassed and having things turned off and having people come into my house without my permission. And yes, I got angry, and it wasn't the correct thing to do.
It sure wasn't. $285 for the phone, $72 for water, and $139.47 for Con Edison in October.
Your Honor, may I read part of the agreement which she signed?
Yes.
The rent is $500 a month plus $500 security deposit. The $500 rent is payable at the first Friday of every month to Tom Biscorny, neighbor and friend of Arpad Gabolios. During the above-mentioned 9 months, lesser will be in Hungary, and at that time, lessee will pay all utility bills, including gas, electric, and water bills.
At the time that occurred, Your Honor, he was leaving the next day. He didn't want to write a new lease agreement, and it was all verbal.
No, that's too bad. Just a second. Not finished yet. You also say that she stole some property from your house.
Yes, Your Honor.
What did she take?
She stole a table from my den. I have some proofs here. This is she left the 4 chairs and the leaf, the middle of that, and it shows even the.
Where's his table?
I have no idea, Your Honor. I didn't take his table. Other people had access to that house and came into the house without my permission and without notifying me. And there were people he gave the keys to.
Where did you go on October 31st when he came home? He came home, and I absolutely believe him, that the front door was open, that all the lights were on. Where had you gone that evening?
I had gone, it was a 3-day weekend. I'd gone out for the weekend. I didn't know he was coming home.
Just a second. So you went away from the weekend, you left the door unlocked.
No, I didn't, Your Honor.
And you left the door unlocked, and you left all the. Oh, he's telling me the truth. There's no question in my mind about that. What was the value of this table?
About $700.
Show me. You have to show me. Proof.
I don't have the table, Your Honor.
Well, you have a bill for it?
Well, no, I do not, because I bought it a long time ago, some 20 years ago.
Okay, 20 years ago, sir. It looks like a Formica table. Is that what it is?
No, wood table. Wood.
Wood table.
As you can see it on a picture, Your Honor.
Okay. Doesn't look like a very expensive table, sir. But whether she took it herself or whether because of her negligence it was taken by somebody else, she's responsible for it. I've given you $300 for the table, sir. I want to tell you something. I find this business with forgery of checks very serious business, Miss Murphy. Very serious. You're just lucky he decided not to prosecute you. He could have.
Well, he was cited for criminal charges, and he's had previous criminal charges for what he's done to his tenants.
For what? With regard to you?
Forcible entry and unlawful detainer, and I didn't start the criminal action.
Well, how did the police find out about it?
Because I was locked out of the house, and I had been paying the rent. And
No,
I
you
came
didn't
home
pay-
and the locks were
You
changed.
didn't pay the last month's rent.
Well, Your Honor, you read my opening statements, correct?
I sure did.
Okay.
I'm asking you to show me a check.
I took the rent over to the person it's supposed to go to. I put it in to their mailbox. On October 14th, he called me up and said, I didn't get the rent for this month. I said, okay, can you put that in writing for me and I will issue a new check. Never heard from him again
He
until
doesn't
October.
have to put it in writing, Miss Murphy.
Well,
If you're
when
a
my
smart-
mail is
you're-
being
you're a-
stolen and people are coming into my house.
Hey, Miss Murphy, I wasn't born yesterday, madam. When somebody says I didn't get a check, you don't say, put it in writing. You call your bank and you say, this is my check number. I want you to put a stop payment on that check because I'm reissuing a check. That's what you say. Anybody who knows how to forge checks knows how to do that.
Not when
So you
people have
fo-
been breaking into my house and taking my mail.
I don't care whether they have or not. I'm not talking about breaking into your house and taking your mail. I'm talking to you, madam, about calling your bank and saying, check number 467, has it cleared? No. Put a stop payment on it immediately because it's lost, because I'm issuing a new check for it. That's what normal people who are articulate do. And don't tell me you didn't know how to do that because I won't believe you.
I did know how to do it, but I
So
felt
why
he
didn't you
was-
do it?
Because I felt that the neighbor was playing games with me and I wanted it in writing.
That is the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Well, if
that is the
man
dumbest
is-
thing I ever heard. You believe the neighbor because he was playing games with you, so you wanted him to put it in writing instead of calling your bank and saying put a stop order on the check.
I would have done both, Your Honor. And I
Why
would have
didn't
given
you
him the
do
check.
one? Just call and put a stop payment on the check. You thought you'd get away with the last month? Forget it. It's not going to happen.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And later today,
I made a mistake and I signed some paperwork I shouldn't have signed.
Of course not, because you were living together. Come on, this is ridiculous.
closed captioning sponsored in part by Real Cases, Real People, Judge Judy. 71-year-old Arpad Gabolios is suing 35-year-old teacher Terry Murphy for trashing his house, not paying rent, and forging his checks.
Now listen to me. You have a cross complaint. You want a return of your security deposit?
If I didn't get an explanation as to why I kept it, and he never asked me
Give her
for
the
rent.
pictures. That's the explanation. I want to tell you something, madam. If I came home and found somebody had forged my name to checks and hadn't paid rent and left my house open, unlocked, with all the lights on, I would have given you nothing. Nothing. Your counterclaim is dismissed. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,296.47. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I shouldn't have changed his checks, but I was very angry and frustrated by them that things were turned off that weren't supposed to be turned off.
She didn't remember that she's supposed to pay all the utilities. You know, I mean, with her background, she has a major psychology or something like that. You know, I mean, it's rather obvious that she is a crook.
And now the next case.
All parties on Mitchell versus Miller. Step forward, please.
28-year-old lab tech Janet Mitchell claims former live-in lover, machinist Jonathan Miller, 27, owes her for supporting him while they were together.
Miss Mitchell, you and the defendant, according to the complaint, lived together for about 2.5 years. Is that right?
Yes.
And you say that after a rather acrimonious breakup, he owes you a whole bunch of money for living expenses during that time.
Yes.
What kind of an arrangement did you have with the defendant with regard to living expenses?
There was no at the time arrangement. There was a period where after about a year we decided we were going to break up, and I made up an itemized list of what he owed me at that point. And we agreed that he would start making me payments. Well, we reconciled and decided not to break up at that point and give it a try, and we tried for about another 1.5 years. And after we had dissolved the relationship, I brought to him another itemized list of further expenses, and he signed it. I have the list.
Let me see it, please. Did you sign this, sir?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
So then what are you doing here?
I don't agree with the amounts. The reasons I had signed that at the time being was I was trying to reconcile with Janet at the time, and I thought that maybe that would help out, so I made a mistake and I signed some paperwork I shouldn't have signed.
But quite frankly, when I read your papers, and Ms. Mitchell indicated in her papers that while you were together, you turned over your paycheck to her.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she paid the bills.
Yes, ma'am.
And you agree that he gave his paychecks to you.
He did, but the expenses on that were above and beyond what was just normally paid for by the bills, which was electricity, rent, different things like that. The others were vacations for his children and his wife, ex-wife.
2 months without pay.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I was unemployed for about a month and a half, 2 months.
Yeah.
I was working, but it was as a salesman, so there wasn't income coming in. So.
Well, when this happened, when you were not working, did you have a discussion with each other about what was going to happen with this money?
No, we did not, due to my hours at the time period, Your Honor.
No, what I'm asking you is, at the time that you were out of work, did you discuss with him, well, you're out of work at this time, but I will cover the expenses, but you owe me what you would ordinarily be earning, so that when you get a job, you'll have to recoup this amount as well as another amount. Did you indicate that to him?
No, I didn't, but...
Of course not. Of course not, because you were living together. Come on, this is ridiculous.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. Want justice? Call 1-888-800-JUDY. On the internet, judgejudy.com.
What's a bike frame?
It's a mountain bike frame for a mountain bike. It's just the body without the tires, gears, derailleurs.
Well, how did you get it?
I purchased it from a company.
Did you pay for it?
It took me a year and a half to pay it off because it was a $1,200 frame. So I was paying on it monthly. And then I did receive a payment from Janet. She did give me a couple $100 to put down on the bike when I was buying it.
Was it a loan or was it a gift?
It was never stated either way.
Is that right?
Yes, it was. No, it was stated that it was a loan.
And what's the plane ticket for your kids, and I assume that this is your ex-wife?
Now it is, yes. About 2.5 years ago, I'd say, while Janet and I were living together, we had my daughter and my son and my ex-wife fly out for vacation so I could see my kids because it would be cheaper than us flying out there. And so we had my ex-wife and kids come out and visit us, and Janet did put that on her credit card.
Let me see the bills.
I don't have them. The only thing I had was that signed itemization that he gave me.
You don't have any bills?
No, I don't. I didn't think that I would be needing to save those receipts or anything like that.
Miss Mitchell, clearly you had the bills, madam. Clearly you had the bills when, and all the amounts, when you made out this list. I mean, you have 2 nights with kids at a hotel, $32. Where did you get that figure from?
That was how much it was.
Well, where did you, what I'm asking you is
From
where
my memory. From my memory.
From your memory?
A lot of that stuff was done guesstimate by memory because I knew that it was $32 a night, and I didn't have the receipts, but I remembered that it was $32 a night.
I'm dismissing your case, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And on the
All parties on Freeman versus Sharaf. Step forward, please.
39-year-old mechanic Charles Freeman claims Abe Sheriff's 16-year-old son, Sammy Sheriff, dropped Charles' 8-year-old son, Taylor, on his head, resulting in 22 stitches.
Order. All rise. Yeah, this is case number 678 on the calendar in the matter of Freeman versus Sharaf. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Mr. Freeman, this must be Taylor, is that right?
Yes,
And Mrs. Sharaf, this must be Sam.
that's right.
These 2 young men were friends. How old is Sam?
He's 16.
And were the families friendly?
I would say yes.
According to your complaint, Mr. Freeman, Sam was playing with your son, and your son was injured.
Yes.
Were you present?
No, I wasn't.
Who was present?
My wife,
Is she here?
she's right here.
Perfect.
And, of course, Taylor and then my son, Vance.
All right. Now, Miss Freeman, why don't you explain to me exactly how your son was injured? Did you see it?
Yes, I did.
The whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you start from the beginning?
We had just returned from the bike shop, and we parked on the street. We had to walk approximately half a block to our home. And I was just locking up the truck when I turned around and noticed Sam tossing my son in the air over a rough pavement. And I noticed that was a very dangerous act. So before I could get to him, I was crossing the street. The accident had already occurred. My son was dropped approximately 3 to 4 feet from Sam's shoulders.
When you say he was tossing him up in the air, had he been on his shoulders?
No, it was more like a fireman's carry.
Show me.
Like this.
So he had him over one shoulder. That's the way he was walking with him.
They had already stopped, and he had tossed him up like this and was twirling him around.
Mm-hmm. And you were right behind them.
They were already across the street. I was locking the truck.
You saw it. You can't be locking the truck and seeing them at the same time, Miss Freeman. So what I'm asking you is, you saw him enough to see him throwing him over one shoulder, throwing him over another shoulder, and my question to you is, did you say, put him down right now?
I started to run across the street. I couldn't get to it in time.
Miss Freeman, if I saw somebody engaging in conduct that I thought was dangerous with my child, and I was just across the street, I would scream, put him down.
I yelled.
You just told me that you didn't yell. You just told me that you started to run across the street.
Yelling, sorry.
No, Miss Freeman, you didn't. Come on. You didn't. You weren't there, right?
I wasn't there.
But he was there. Right? Mm-hmm. Come on up here, Sam. Tell me what happened, Sam.
Well, we came back from the bike shop, and we were walking. We all got out of the truck. Donna was locking up the truck, and we were walking, and I picked Taylor up, and I had him like on my shoulder, and well, I go to put him down, and he just like, he was like, his head was right here, and I went like that to put him down, and he hit his head on the ground.
How long have you and Taylor been friends?
I've known Vance since 4th grade.
So it's you and Vance who are friends?
Yeah.
Step up here, Vance. Friends?
Yes.
And you were walking with them when you saw Sam pick up Taylor?
I didn't see him, but I turned around. I was walking, and I turned around, and Taylor was on the ground. I heard a hit on the ground.
So you didn't see it?
No, I walked past him as he picked him up.
Okay. Now you can sit down. All right, Taylor. How are you?
Good.
How old are you?
8 and a half.
8 and a half. And how old were you when this happened?
8.
You remember what happened that day?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Why don't you tell me what happened?
We just got back from the bike shop. We just got out of the truck, and he put me on his shoulders, and he dropped me, and I got up, and I said, "Why'd you do that for?" Then he picked me up and went to the house, and he put me on the couch. And then my mom called 911. Then they came, and then they took me to the hospital.
And you had played that way with him before? Where he picked you up and put you over his shoulders?
Yes.
Where had you played like that before?
By our driveway.
And when you played like that before, was your mom home?
Yes.
Did you ever tell your mom that you didn't want Sam to do that?
No.
Because you were having a good time?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm?
Yes.
Was your mom ever outside when she saw? When you were playing like that? So she was in the house?
Yes.
Okay. You're a nice boy.
Thank you.
And you learn fast. See how good you are? Yes, no, right? Very nice. Okay, so your lawsuit, Mr. and Mrs. Freeman, is for medical bills.
Yes.
When I read your papers, this seemed like a very unfortunate situation because these two boys used to be friends. And I don't know why they're not friends anymore.
They're still friends, but they're not able to play at each other's houses.
Why?
Sam's more than welcome to be at our home, but unfortunately Vance was told he can no longer go over there.
Why?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
Why is that?
Your Honor, because I was afraid from the liability about it. So I did speak to my son not to go there, and I told him in the meantime, I don't like to see Vance in our house.
There are several theories under which you are not entitled to recoup from this young man and his family your medical expenses. First, parents are, or I believe should be, liable for the torts, that is, the negligent acts of their children. In this situation, you were aware, or should have been aware, that this is the way your 8-year-old child played. Now, you may say that you didn't see it, but as a parent, you have the responsibility to see it because you have the responsibility to supervise at all times your child who was 8 years old. Then he would have been on notice. Don't pick him up, don't throw him over your shoulder.
Can I say one thing, Your Honor?
Sure.
I would never allow anybody to toss my son around and play like that over cement.
What I'm telling you is,
I have never seen it.
if you never saw it, you should have seen it. You weren't paying attention.
I don't
You
believe
should
that.
have seen it.
I don't believe he ever did do it over cement. We have a big grass front yard.
Listen, madam, you're not talking to somebody who's 35 years old. You're talking to about a boy who was 15 or 16. And he's not saying the cement child can get just as injured over grass as he can over cement. You know, you said if I saw him playing with him over the grass, it wouldn't have been so terrible if he was throwing him over the shoulder, because if he fell, he would have fell on grass. That's ridiculous.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And later today,
The only thing that I don't believe, sir, is the word investment. Investment is made up in your mind.
Well, not if you intend to give money back.
No, if you intend to give the money back, it's a loan.
this is Real People, Judge Judy. Charles Freeman is suing Abe Sheriff for his 8-year-old's 22 stitches after Abe's 16-year-old son, Sammy, dropped the young Taylor on his head.
This is the kind of accident that's nobody's fault, Mrs. Freeman. It's nobody's fault. It's certainly not the kind of situation that requires a lawsuit, because it isn't anybody's fault. It is truly an accident, and everybody bears a little bit of culpability. He certainly will know for next time that he shouldn't do that, and you as a parent who's much older and much wiser will know that you have to supervise your children better. So this is not something that should have broken up a friendship between these two boys. That's very, very unfortunate. Fortunately for you, and fortunately for this gorgeous little boy, he wasn't seriously injured, because he's here today and he's fine and he's bright and he's articulate and he's got a good memory of the events. So clearly it didn't injure him long term. For that you should be grateful.
Thank God.
Not sue. Your case is dismissed. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Good to see you, man.
This way. Out the back door to your right.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Hey.
He had a severe gaping hole in his head that had required plastic surgery and 22 stitches.
It was an accident.
It was an unfortunate accident, and thanks goodness now the accident behind us. We're looking forward to for Sammy to rebuild his friendship with his friend, and thanks goodness too for Taylor injuries, not bad. And we would like to be friends with the Freemans again.
I want to be friends with Vance again.
And now the next case.
All parties on Bennett versus Snipes. Step forward, please.
44-year-old school groundskeeper Myron Bennett is suing his nephew, 27-year-old pager business owner Wilfred Snipes, for a $6,000 loan. Wilfred says it was a business investment that lost.
Mr. Bennett, this is your nephew.
Correct. Yes.
You claim that you made a loan to him, substantial loan,
Yes, I did.
and he hasn't repaid you.
Correct.
So why don't you tell me how it came about that you made this loan and for what amount?
Okay, this happened back in July of '98, and at the time I just got a settlement from my job, and he had came by my house and asked to make a loan for a pager company that he wanted to get started. And I loaned him the money, and he wrote me a little paper saying how he was going to pay me back in about 3 to 4 months, and I haven't received anything. And this is the cashier's check also.
Tell me about this pager business of yours.
Okay, what I have, I have a pager business. And
look at me.
What I have, the pager company, and what I did, I offered him if he would like to make an investment in the company to increase my profit. And I told him with that matter that he would be able to receive like checks every month after the business grow.
I never heard anything like that, Your Honor.
Things change every day. Prices fluctuate on the pager company, on pages itself. So what I had bought, Motorola came out with another mark and just
Mr.
dominated
Snipes,
that.
you're doing a lot of double talk for me, sir.
Basically,
Your Honor, first of all, if I would have went into business with him, I would have signed an agreement for me to be on the company also. Nothing like that never happened. And the only reason why I loaned him the money was because it's my favorite nephew, and I believe what he told me at the time that I gave it to him, they would have it back to me. And I asked for it over and over again. We had an argument on the phone. He cursorily, I can't use the words that he used toward me on the phone, saying that I get it whenever he get it, and I just would have to wait. And the only thing I got from him is that I get free pager service from him, which basically only $8 a month, if you want to call that payment, You
don't have that many years.
Exactly.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
No. Look in my eyes, sir. Stop shifting from foot to foot and look in my eyes.
Closed captioning sponsored in part by Real Cases, Real People, Judge Judy. Myron Bennett claims his nephew, Wilfred Snipes, owes him for a loan. Wilfred says it was a misunderstanding. It was a business investment.
All right, I read your defense, sir. Convince me that this was a business investment.
Well, only way I convince you
look here.
is by telling you on what
You went to his house.
Right.
Start with, I went to his house.
Okay, I went to my uncle's house, and I knew he was coming to some money, so I asked him, could he give me some money, and basically in order what I need to do with it. It was to increase my profit in order to kind of like help him as well as help myself on expanding my business more as I would like to.
Convince me it was a business.
Well, that's what it is, I have a pager company.
Well, I know you have a pager company.
Right.
Convince me that your uncle went in as an investor in your business, other than in your own mind.
I can't convince you no other way about just a verbal agreement, basically. That
well, I didn't hear a verbal agreement. I heard you went there, you asked him to give you the money because you wanted to increase your business.
The only other people I got is my brother right here, my brother Derek Snipes, which can say that he was there when I said it myself.
Oh, well, step up here. You were there? Was he there with him?
Yes, he was.
Yes,
Let's hear. You're the brother.
Yes, I was there. Basically, he did. He told him that it's an investment. You will get your money back on top of more money. And they basically had a verbal agreement. Tell me the
conversation, if you remember it.
I do. My brother came up. We all came there together, and he told him, I'm opening a business. He said, okay, what do you want to do? He said, I do need some money to help things get started. I'll get it back to you. Would you like to put an investment in it? My uncle said, yeah.
The only thing that I don't believe, sir, is the word investment. That's the only thing I don't believe. I believe he came to you, I have a business, right. I need some money.
Right.
That I believe. Investment is made up in your mind.
Well, not if you intend to give money back.
No, if you intend to give the money back, it's a loan. It's a loan.
But as an investment, when you invest in something, you expect your money back.
He was investing in your brother's word that he would repay him the money.
Right, and he will. He just didn't pay him fast enough.
$8 a month, free pager service since July isn't exactly payment back. Do you work?
I work for my brother's company, actually.
How many other people work for the company?
There's two more. There's a secretary and there's another person that...
Well, you get paid, don't you?
Sometimes when it's going good.
You get paid. And who's the secretary?
Another friend of the family, and she gets paid.
And she gets paid.
Right.
Right. And who else is there?
The guy that does the crystals on the pager.
And does that guy get paid?
Yes.
Why didn't he get paid?
He will.
We just wait and let it grow. It takes time for a company to grow.
No. That's if He's in business with you. Now, let me tell you what happened. Look in my eyes, sir. Stop shifting from foot to foot and look in my eyes.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. Are you in a family dispute? Call 1-888-800-JUDY. On the internet, judgejudy.com.
How much money did you put in this business? Cash, money. Look at me.
About the same.
About the same.
Right.
So if he's an investor and you put in 50% and he put in 50%, then he should be a 50% partner with you. Do you intend to give him 50% of your profits?
No.
If looks like you're winning, right?
But it's this. Okay.
But look, it wasn't meant like that because he just was coming in there. I mean, ain't like he was doing no work.
Just a second. A, I don't believe you put in $6,000.
I didn't stop putting in $6,000.
How? Well, yes, you did. You said about the same. About the same is about the same.
But I ain't saying full $6,000 now.
Oh, okay. Because I don't believe you put in $6,000. I believe maybe you had $6,000 to start up the whole business. That was his $6,000 that you had to start up the whole business. Maybe you put in $12. Maybe you put in $18.
Because you got to advertise, put the flyers, buy the pages, buy the crystals, buy the computer system.
Yeah, with his $6,000.
The disc alone cost you $2,000.
Right, that's another $4,000. You still got $4,000 left over. So he put in all the money. He put in all the money. You were doing all the work. Well, seems to me that if he put in all the money, and if I believe your story, which I don't, by the way, that this was an investment, that he should get 50% of all your profits. And you just told me, oh no, he's not going to get 50% of my profits. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well,
do you know that?
That wasn't an agreement.
That's not no agreement.
That wasn't an agreement.
If I give somebody 50% of my profit, how am I going to maintain running the company?
Just a second. So what was your agreement?
The agreement was that I will pay him, monthly as the company grows, whatever the profit
As the company grows, you were going to pay him monthly. Just a second. Is what you want me to believe that when you were sitting there and saying, I need this $6,000, you had this whole discussion with him, and as the business comes in, I'm going to be able to give you money, a little bit of money every month? You telling that what you want me to believe? Hey, look at my eyes. Yeah? Wrong. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Mr. Backdoor to your right, please.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment.
All parties on Grant Family Daycare versus Bachman. Step forward, please.
Chris and Julie Grant of Heart to Heart Daycare are suing 28-year-old accounting clerk Shawneen Bachman for not paying the bill for her 8-year-old daughter's care. Shawneen claims her daughter Kayleen was injured falling off the monkey bars.
All rise. Now, this is case number 656 on the calendar in the matter of Grant Family Daycare versus Bachman. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Ladies, have seats, please.
Miss Grant, you run an after-school program or a daycare center?
Yes, I do.
You're suing for a relatively small amount of money, $139. And that $139 is because the defendant withdrew her daughter from your program.
Yes.
And failed to give you 2 weeks' notice.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not that she had the service, it's just that in violation of the contract, she withdrew the child without giving you an appropriate amount of time to get somebody to fill her spot.
Correct.
And Ms. Bachman, you say there was very good reason for that.
Yes, there was.
So I'd like to hear that.
On December 21st, I went to pick my daughter up, and, I signed her out, and that was it. They said goodbye, and so my daughter, Kayleen, kept saying her wrist had hurt. So I looked at it, and it was swollen, and then on her left hand, there was dried up blood. So then I told my daughter if it still hurt, I would take her to the doctors. I didn't think it was that important because no one told me that she was hurt when I picked her up.
Well, did she tell you she was hurt?
She did, but I didn't think it was that major because I wasn't aware of it when I picked her up. So I looked at it and, it was a little swollen. And so then the next day I asked Julie what had happened. She told me what happened.
What did she tell you?
That she wasn't there. One of her daycare assistants was there, and they took care of her, and they put ice on her wrist.
Tell me what happened.
Kayleen?
You want to tell me what happened at the daycare center with her little girl?
Yes. On the day in question, the 21st, she was on the A-bars, that we
What?
have in my backyard. I have pictures to show what the A-bars look like. Here you go. And apparently she fell on off of the A-bars where the little boy is in the picture, and came to the daycare people, the two helpers that I have, Miss Esther and Miss Marissa, and told her that she had hurt her arm, and they asked her if she needed ice. She wasn't crying, to my knowledge, and so they brought her in and gave her ice, and she was there for about approximately 10 or 15 minutes. At that time, she ran back out to play and proceeded to do the same thing again. And they asked the second time if she wanted to have the ice on her, and she declined the second time.
Go ahead.
When I got home that day, the helpers told me what had happened, and in fact, Kayleen actually came to me and said, I hurt my arm, and I said, are you okay? And she said, yeah, I'm fine. And then she went back to play. Now, when her mom came that evening, I did tell her what went on.
What did you tell her?
No, I told her that she fell off of the bars, and that I'm really sorry that she did that. We put ice on it, that I happened to notice there was a little red spot in her arm. I said, but it went away right after that. I have 2 letters from my helpers who are currently right now watching my children as we speak.
I can't accept letters from your helpers.
What we do have the signed, the ouch slip essentially, which was indicating of the injury.
You have a what?
We call it an ouch slip. It's essentially an indication to the parent of what actually occurred during that
And you
day.
gave that to the defendant?
No, she did not. No, I did not.
You did not?
No.
Why
I did
didn't
not.
you give it to her?
Because apparently when she came the following day, there had been nothing written in my book to state. We keep a record of all of the injuries that happen in the daycare, and on that day in question, my helper forgot to write it down. But I assured her when she came that second day that I would have her write it down, and she would have an ouch slip when she came back.
Okay. And as a result of that, you withdrew your child from the school?
I mean, there's been more than one incident. Yes, that's why I took her out. One of the reasons.
But it was immediately after this that you took her out. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now what I'd like to see is this book that you have.
Sure.
You're licensed by the state?
Yes, I am.
Which state?
State of California.
And how many children are you allowed to have in your facility?
I'm allowed to have 14 children.
And this is in your private house,
My
is that
private
right?
home.
How many children did you have the day she was injured?
Maybe 8 to 10.
And you say you had 2 helpers there?
Yes, I did.
What is the background of these 2 helpers?
They are a mother who has an associate arts degree in early childhood education, and at the time a 17-year-old helper who's a senior in high school.
Where were you?
I was out picking up food for the daycare.
Are you allowed to be off the premises?
Yes, I am, as long as I have 2 helpers that are qualified by the state to be there.
17-year-old is qualified by the state? Mm-hmm. I don't see how a 17-year-old can be qualified by the state.
She has a fingerprints that are sent to the state. Yes, I don't have evidence that she's.
You mean she doesn't have to have any training? All she has to do is be fingerprinted?
Fingerprinted and a child abuse index card put on her, sent to the state of Department of Justice in Sacramento.
Are you telling me that in order to care for children, all you need to be is not a convicted felon?
Correct.
That sounds outrageous to me. Mm-hmm. It would seem to me that you have, if you were smart, a higher responsibility. And that higher responsibility is to hire somebody, if you're not going to be there, that's older than 17 years old, if you're going to have 10 children that they're going to have to monitor.
Your Honor, my other helper is 28 or 29 years old, and she's a mom, and she's the one with the associate arts degree.
She has an associate's degree. That means she's been to college for 2 years.
Yes.
That generally is the qualifications that we find that most providers have in the industry.
That doesn't make it right.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today,
I think you're pretty slick. Because nobody gives this kind of a note when somebody makes them a present. Unless you have a good story that you'd like to concoct for me, as to why you gave him this note.
It was to pay back the money.
Right. Now you got it.
Judge Judy. Chris and Julie Grant of Heart to Heart Daycare are suing Shawneen Bachman for not paying for her 8-year-old daughter's care. Shawneen claims her daughter Kayleen was injured while under their supervision.
I'm going to quote some of the things you said to me in your testimony, Miss Grant. You said that one of your helpers, how old are you?
8.
Asked the 8-year-old if she wanted ice. The 8-year-old said no, so she didn't give her anything the second time she was injured. A person with a certain amount of experience, a certain amount of training, would not allow an 8-year-old to choose the method of treatment for an injury. Somebody who had brains would say this is the second time the child fell on the same wrist and I have to take some action with regard to this, right? And the person that you think was qualified did not. So I think that the defendant had an absolute right and an obligation to remove her child from your daycare that very moment. And the fact that she didn't give you 2 weeks' notice is a testament to her good judgment. Your case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm just very frustrated, that's all. Seems the daycare people can't get a break, and they don't get paid very well either.
I was going down a ladder, and when I was going down, my hand had slipped, and there was a ditch right where I fell, and my hand was stuck there like this for about a minute or 2.
And now the next case.
All parties on Bauer versus Bauer. Step forward, please.
45-year-old toolmaker Joseph Bauer is suing his ex-wife, 35-year-old veterinarian assistant Brandy Bauer, for a car loan and rent. Brandy claims Joseph was abusive.
Mr. Bauer, how long were you and the defendant married?
8 years, ma'am.
When were you divorced?
1995 was when the divorce proceedings started.
When were they concluded?
1997.
It's your claim, sir, that sometime after you separated from your wife, you made a series of loans to her.
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me, when were these loans made and what were they for, sir?
Well, my ex-wife and I separated, and she came to me and told me that she needed to have money for a car so that she could get a job. My main concern was that the welfare of my daughter, and without a...
Who was the child living with at the time?
At the time, she was living with Brandy.
Okay.
And she told me that she needed money for a car so she could secure a job. I told her that for me to do that, I would have to take out a share loan from my profit sharing at my work. And I had to have the money back. It was a loan. Any kind of early withdrawal would have caused me penalties both for an early withdrawal and for the tax purposes because it was a capital gain. She said, okay. She told me I could hold the pink slip on the car that she purchased as security on the loan. And so I made the payments real reasonable, $100 a month with no interest. I gave her the money, approximately $3,400. Within just a couple weeks, she came back to me and told me that she couldn't get a car for that much money. She needed another $1,000. I said, well, if you're going to do that, I want some kind of notarized paperwork saying that you have the loan with me so that we can get this up above board. I asked her for the loan, for some kind of paperwork for that. She gave me a handwritten note that said that she had borrowed now $4,400.
Do you have that note?
Yes, ma'am.
May I see it?
Here's the originals. And here's the bank draft for the withdrawal for the money.
You took this note?
She gave that to me. She would not give me a notarized copy of
Just a second. Had you already given her the other $1,000 when she gave you this note?
Yes, ma'am.
And this was the only note she gave you?
She wouldn't give me anything else besides that.
Because...
She says it's a gift of money.
That's what it says. It says, I, Brandy Bauer, on this day, Friday, the 29th of September, 1995, in agreement with Joseph, this note will be exchanged to Joseph for a gift of money in the amount of $4,400.
Ma'am, I wasn't present when she gave me that.
No. But that's what she wrote.
Yes, ma'am.
And this shows that you took the money out on the 25th of you took out $1,000.
$2,000.
$2,000. But you only gave her $1,000 on that day. What'd you do with the other $1,000?
I gave
You took out $3,400.
Yes, ma'am.
And then she said she came back to you sometime later and said, I can't get a car for $3,400. I need another $1,000.
Yes, ma'am. So I took out the $2,000.
$2,000.
Gave her $1,000 of that money.
Yeah.
And held on to $1,000 because I knew she was going to need to secure insurance and the registration for the car. I wanted the pink slip with my name on it.
Okay. So out of this $2,000, you gave her $1,000.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a total of $4,400.
Yes, ma'am.
And what else, sir?
She came to me a couple weeks after that and told me that she was going to get evicted from her apartment. She needed $500 to keep herself from getting evicted. I was worried for the safety and welfare of my daughter. At that time, I decided to make a conscious decision to throw good money after bad and loan her another $500. And I never saw a dime from that day on.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He made you loans. He may have hoped that if he made you the series of loans, you would feel kindly towards him and take them back.
Oh, yes, I know for a fact.
So what?
Closed captioning, sponsored in part by Real Cases, Real People, Judge Judy. Joseph Bauer claims his ex-wife, Brandy Bauer, still owes him for a car loan and rent.
Okay, let's hear.
Well, the point that he says that she was living with me is not true. She was living with Joe. The car was for my benefit to help me in my business.
Why would he do that?
He was trying to reconcile at that time because I had left in 1995. He was put in jail for spousal abuse. It was traumatic at that time.
He was put in jail for spousal abuse, but meanwhile your daughter was living with him, so there must have been a reason for that.
I couldn't financially make the means for me to support her and myself. And so she was with him at that time. At a later time, she came back with me.
Okay. He gave you $3,400 and he gave you an additional $1,000 because you didn't...
That's not true.
What's not true?
He did not give me additional $1,000.
Did you write this note?
Yes, ma'am.
This note says $4,400.
Oh, you're right, you're right. Yes, I did get that money at that time for
so
a
you
car.
got $3,400, you got an extra $1,000.
Yes.
And another $500 for an apartment.
No, I lived at my own place. I paid for it to get in.
Because he says that he gave you another $500 because you were going to be evicted from your apartment.
That's not true.
Is it not true like the other $1,000 wasn't true?
No, the $1,000 is.
You mean, but you just remember that?
Yes.
You want me to tell you something, Mrs. Bauer? I think you're pretty slick. And let me tell you why I think you're pretty slick. When somebody gives you a gift, which you're saying that these were gifts. I have never, in all of my experience, seen somebody write a note that says, in exchange for the gift, I'm giving you this piece of paper in exchange for your gift. So his story has a ring of truth to it, that he gave you this money, you were supposed to pay him back. When he said, please give me a notarized paper, or a piece of paper that says, I promise to pay you back, you already had the money in your possession. So what you gave him was this, and you said, there you go, I gotcha. Because nobody gives this kind of a note when somebody makes them a present. Do you understand? Unless you have a good story that you'd like to concoct for me as to why you gave him this note.
He didn't have to take that note. He didn't have to take it.
He wanted a note. At the time, he wanted a note. What did he want a note for? Try to think of something, Mrs. Bauer. What would he want the note for? Just to say, like a thank you note?
Right.
Like a thank you note?
No.
Well, what do you think this note was supposed to be for?
I understand. It was to pay back the money.
Right. Now you got it.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Want justice? Call 1-888-800-JUDY. On the internet, judgejudy.com.
So why didn't you pay him back?
I don't believe I owe it to him.
Shh. Why?
Things that had transpired in that time, I had left for spousal abuse with my daughter at that time. We had left. That was May of 1995. I was now living with my daughter
June 1995 in another place. He was trying to reconcile, and in his attempts to try and get back together, he was willing to do anything. Give me money, help me with my rent.
He was willing to do anything to try to get his family back together. Is that right?
Right.
All right. And you said, I need a car, and I'll pay you back. I need another $1,000, and I'll pay you back. And you wrote out this note, the thank you note, right? You still haven't told me why you don't think that you ought to pay him back.
Because I knew his intentions behind loaning me the money. He was
Good. You read his mind as to what his intentions were, according to what you just said to me, for loaning you the money. What were his intentions for loaning you the money?
That he and I and my daughter, our daughter, would get back together, which I never once told him that that would be a way for us to be back together.
So that's what you assumed he gave you the loans for. Is that right?
Oh, yes, I know for a fact.
So what? He made you loans. He may have hoped that if he made you the series of loans, you would feel kindly towards him and take them back. That doesn't make a loan a gift. That makes it a loan in anticipation of maybe, along with getting paid back, maybe you'll get back together again. And if you got back together again, maybe you would say, listen, if we're all a family, then you don't have to pay me back. But that didn't happen. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $4,900.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And
all parties on Cabrat versus Skinner. Step forward, please.
31-year-old daycare owner Christy Cabrat claims 30-year-old mother Tracy Skinner owes her for child care. Tracy says she filed a complaint after her 2-year-old daughter was injured.
Order. All rise. Yeah, this is case number 626 on the calendar in the matter of Cabrat versus Skinner. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Please have seats.
Ms. Cabrat, you run some sort of a child daycare center.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
You run that out of your home?
Yes, I do.
How long have you been doing that?
For about 2.5 years.
And you are licensed by the county?
By the state of California. Community care licensing.
According to your complaint, you accepted Ms. Skinner's daughter into your class.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
When did you accept her into your class?
3/10/98.
Is that correct, Ms. Skinner?
Approximately, yes.
And how long did you stay in your class?
Until February 2nd, 99.
So she was there for a long time?
Yes.
You claim that the defendant owes you for child care.
Correct.
Okay. Your cross-complaint says that because your daughter was terminated by the plaintiff, you will cause certain distress, including the fact that you had to lose days from work.
Yes.
So that's your counterclaim.
Yes.
So why don't you tell me, since the child was with you for a year, what precipitated the problem?
Another child was playing, twirling around with a baby bottle and a doll. And Shania, which is her daughter, walked into the child, which caused a little laceration on the forehead. I did try and contact the parent at work several times. I didn't receive a phone call back, so I felt the child needed medical attention. So I took her to her primary physician, which was in my charts. The doctor also tried calling the mother, and the mother did not call them back for 2.5 hours. So
But you took the child to the child's own doctor?
The child's pediatrician, which
is that
the
correct,
mother
Ms.
put.
Skinner?
Yes.
Okay, so far you don't have a problem with that?
Not at all.
Good. So what happened then?
Everything was fine. The mother finally contacted me about 20 to 2 that day. She picked her daughter up. Everything seemed fine. Then I received a phone call about 9 p.m. that evening. She stated that I overreacted to certain issues she felt.
Like what?
The week prior to that, her daughter was very ill. The mother goes out of town quite often for business. The child stays with her aunt, which is a witness right there. The week prior, her daughter was very ill, vomiting, and I tried calling the aunt, and I didn't get a phone call back for a few hours. So
What did you do?
What did I do? I had to keep the child. They're ill. I separated the child from the others, and we took care of her until the aunt picked her up.
Okay. So then you get this phone call a week later after the bottle. Mother did in fact come eventually, pick the child up. 9 o'clock that night, you called her and said you didn't like the way she handled it.
It was actually 8:45 in the evening. I made it a point, I waited that long because I was upset. And because my daughter was hurt in her facility, I waited that long. I wanted to make sure that I was calm and that I didn't call her angry because I knew I was returning my daughter there the next day. I didn't want her to, you know, do anything to my child.
Why did you ever need to calm down?
Well, I was upset.
Why were you upset?
I was upset because I had already told her that in the future, if you cannot reach me within the first 15 minutes, please contact Valerie Mason. She told me she couldn't do that.
She couldn't contact?
She told me she did not have to do that. She did not have to contact the emergency contact.
Okay. So?
And so I called her back that evening, basically trying to find out why she was unable to reach me when I have so many forms of, you know, she can reach me.
Okay.
But yes, it does happen.
It does happen, and your daughter was, I assume, bleeding from her forehead?
Mm-hmm. She waited an hour
Listen to me.
before.
She was bleeding from her forehead. Seems to me she reacted. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out why you were angry. Because if your daughter was bleeding, what she did was she may have gone to the phone, made a quick call, didn't get you right away. Child's bleeding, you say, forget this. Look up on the chart, who is the child's primary physician? I'm not going to take the child to an emergency room. Going right to the child's doctor to make sure everything's okay. It seems to me that that's a good thing.
Very good.
So I don't know why you were, put your hand down. So I don't know why you were angry.
No, I wasn't angry at that.
No, because you said to me you went home and you wanted to calm down. You didn't call it till later because you were so angry.
I was upset.
Upset?
Yes.
Right.
That,
So you
well,
were
I was
upset.
upset my daughter got hurt, yes.
Well, but that happens when
Right.
you're in
Exactly.
a daycare facility.
And I didn't want to call her to make her angry because I knew that she would get defensive.
Okay. There came a time when you terminated her daughter.
Yes.
How much later did you terminate her daughter?
It happened the following Tuesday.
What happened?
Since I couldn't reach the parent at her job, and these were the current numbers on the medical consent, I gave her new forms that needed to be filled out, so in case of an emergency, I could contact her immediately. The forms were not returned until, they were given to her on Thursday, and they weren't returned until Monday. I did notice that there were stipulations on here that state in case of an emergency only, which because of licensing, I cannot accept that because it limits our ability to properly care for a minor child.
Let me see. I see exactly what you mean. This is a standard form from the Department of Social Services Community Care Licensing. When you return this form, instead of just indicating that these are the numbers, contact numbers, you wrote, only in a 9/11 emergency, otherwise parent or emergency contact must be notified, exclamation point. And then again you wrote, only in a 9/11 emergency, otherwise parent and or emergency contact must be notified and given further instruction. And she said to you, I cannot accept this form the way you wrote it out. Perfectly reasonable.
And she stated
Perfectly reasonable.
that I worked for her and I would do as I was told.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Now look, Ms. Skinner, you are clearly an intelligent woman, but your counterclaim is $1,429.70. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
And later today,
all of a sudden I saw a dog's head just above my hood and smashed right into it. The dog flew a little bit of a distance. I jumped out of my truck to try and help. It was a real chaotic scene.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Daycare owner Christy Cabret is suing Tracy Skinner for daycare charges. Tracy claims her daughter was injured and she was not immediately informed.
How many days of child care did your child attend her facility that she was not paid for?
She has a check in her possession. I prepay her $95 per week. I attempted to settle this matter out of court.
How many days are we talking about?
2 days.
2 days. So you prepaid her, but then according to these papers, you stopped the check.
Yes.
Okay.
She refused to refund my money.
Well, you say that when you called the bank, they told you that there was already a stop payment on the
What
check.
happened was
Can I see the check,
I
please?
informed the mother that I would have to call the bank to make sure, because I deposited on Monday, Tuesday she wanted her money back. I said, I need to find out that the check cleared, and I would be more than happy to give you a refund and a copy of all your forms. The next day she called me and said, forget it, drop the forms in the mail, and when I called the bank, there was already a stop payment on it.
So it's about $40 for the 2 days, is that right?
It's $19 a day, because she's on a full-time rate, or
Okay.
it's $25 a day.
Okay, so it's $38 that she owes you for the
Correct.
2 days, right? Because this check is useless, right?
Yes.
All right, you clearly are entitled to your $38 so far. You have a cross complaint.
Yes.
For what?
Well, because she terminated my daughter on the spot. First of all, I get off at that time, my hours were 7 to 4. I get off at work at 4, and when I came in, she was in the kitchen. And when I came in to speak to her, I came in and I said, okay, what? We went through the same thing. At this time, we were
What
not,
same thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. The same
You
thing we
went
went
through
through
the
in the
form.
morning. Right.
You
she
went
said
through a
that she
discussion of the
couldn't-
form.
Right.
Now look, Miss Skinner,
Mm-hmm.
you are clearly an intelligent woman, and you clearly understood very well that what she was complaining about were the things that you hand wrote in on this form. Your own interpretation of what you wanted her to do. You clearly understood that. She says she can't do that. You say, whatever you say, these are my instructions, I'm the parent, you work for me, this is what I want you to do. She says, I can't do that. You don't say to her, well, then give me a form and I'll fill it out and leave out these special instructions.
No.
So she terminated your child. What do you want her to do, lose her license?
No, not at all.
Good. So, if you had to take your child out of school because this was not a good form, right? Then you either get your aunt to watch the child for a day, or you get somebody else to watch the child for a day, but your counterclaim is $1,429.70. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And Ms. Skinner, it's clear that for almost a year you left your daughter in this facility. So it's clear that you felt as if, I'm sure you wouldn't have left her there if she wasn't receiving good care.
Exactly.
I will also tell you that I believe that the plaintiff acted wholly appropriately in treating your child medically.
I agree.
Wholly appropriately. And that these caveats that you put on this thing are inappropriate because it calls for somebody to make a determination as to what they believe is a 911 emergency. That's what you wrote here. Unless it's a 911 emergency, what does that mean?
Well, to me, a 911 emergency, if she have to call the ambulance and take him out, yes.
No, what if a child is hit on the head and has a gash on the forehead?
Yes, that's a 911 emergency.
No, it isn't.
Well,
no, it isn't.
Okay.
Only for people that don't know how to put a child in the car and take a child to the pediatrician. That's why emergency rooms are overcrowded. She did exactly the right thing. You ought to apologize to her. I'm awarding you $38 for taking care of the child, and I'm dismissing your counterclaim because it's nonsense. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Do I get my papers?
Yeah, you're good. Out the back door to your right, please.
Well, I'm glad that justice was served and that I did the proper thing.
I think justice was served. I wasn't really trying to get any money out of this. I just wanted her to go away.
I guess I just had a parent that didn't know what would be best for her child.
When my daughter originally got hurt, and I originally advised her that if she is unable to contact me, that she should contact her within the first 15 minutes. If she would have said okay, that would have been enough for me. And my daughter would have still been at her facility because she is a great child care provider.
I hope that parents, when they put their children in facilities, they know we're there for the best interest of the child and not the parent.
And now the next case.
All parties on Brunette versus Shirazi. Step forward, please.
34-year-old general contractor Daniel Brunette claims 42-year-old holistic healer Virginia Shirazi's Rottweiler ran in front of his truck. He hit the dog and is suing for damage to his truck.
Mr. Brunette, you're driving along in your truck. The defendant's dog ran out into the street. You hit the dog, damaged your truck.
That's correct.
And you want to be compensated, and you want her to pay for the damage to the truck.
That's right.
Ms. Shirazi, are you conceding the fact, madam, that you are responsible for whatever the costs are, the reasonable costs for fixing the truck?
A small portion.
Okay, so you are conceding that your dog was in the wrong and you were neglectful in letting your dog be out in the street.
No, I'm not.
Well, your dog was out without a leash?
Yes.
What kind of a dog do you have?
A Rottweiler.
That's a big dog.
Mm-hmm.
What was your dog doing out without a leash?
I don't know. It was early in the morning. I believe he got out by mistake.
Okay. Well, your dog is supposed to be on a leash. You are supposed to be responsible as a pet owner to make sure that a dog, especially a dog that size, doesn't get out into the street.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
He says that the estimate that he got from your body shop was $600. You have it here as $423. Well, is it
He
$600?
exaggerates everything.
Closed captioning, sponsored in part by Real Cases, Real People, Judge Judy. Daniel Brunette is suing Virginia Shirazi for damage to his truck after hitting her Rottweiler.
Tell me how the accident happened, sir.
Well, I was traveling eastbound on Los Feliz Drive about 7 o'clock in the morning, probably 20 miles per hour approximately. All of a sudden, I split second saw a dog's head just above my hood and smashed right into it. The dog flew a little bit of a distance. I jumped out of my truck to try and help. I couldn't get anywhere near the dog. The dog was growling at me. That's when some neighbors came out. Also were trying to help. It was a real chaotic scene.
Is your dog all right now?
Fine.
Good. Let me see the damage to the truck. Ooh, that's some strong dog.
110 pounds.
Did you see the damage to his
I'd
truck?
like to see that picture.
Sure. Show that to the defendant, please.
Okay.
Okay, did you get estimates on the truck?
Yes, I did.
Can I see them, please? You got one estimate, sir?
I have two. Here's the other one.
That's some difference.
I know, and I'm worried a little bit that the lower estimate might be a lowball figure, Your Honor.
What year truck is this, sir?
1987.
So the truck is
Yeah.
a decade old.
That's right.
Right?
Yes.
Or more.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You have any sort of homeowner's insurance that could help defray
No,
this
I don't.
cost? Okay. The lower estimate is $898.24.
I have a lower estimate. He was with me.
A lower estimate from whom?
From another body shop. He went with me. We took the truck.
And what was the lower estimate?
I have it here.
Can I see it, please? Mr. Burnett, did you in fact accompany the defendant to another body shop?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please note that it says previous damage to it.
What's the problem with taking the truck to her?
Well, I agreed to take the truck to her guy originally. This is a friend of hers.
Mhm.
This is when she agreed to pay for the damage.
Right.
He did say he would do it for $600. He also specified to me that he would not do that work for me. He was only doing it for her.
Mm-hmm.
I guess there's not a real problem with taking it to this guy, except for the fact that he wouldn't even give me a written estimate at the time, and I just want to make sure it gets done properly. And in the beginning, I was trying to be as gentlemanly as I could about it, and agreeing to go ahead and go to a friend of hers, even though I wasn't sure, this guy was a legitimate businessman.
Mm-hmm.
So, after she refused to pay, then that was pretty much the last contact I had with her.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Want justice? Call 1-888-800-JUDY. On the internet, judgejudy.com.
He says that the estimate that he got from your body shop was $600. You have it here as $423. Well, is it
He
$600?
He's out. Anyway.
Have you ever had your body work done at this body workshop?
Yes, I trust him. Mike's Auto Body is a reputable body shop. Been in business for 10, 20 years.
Okay. The estimate that you have is $423.84. Make it $424, and his lowest estimate is $898 or $900. Bert, do me a favor, please. You're in charge of this. Add up those two figures, $898 and $424.
And then you want to divide it in half?
Yes.
I anticipated, Judge.
Well, we've known each other a long time.
Yes, we have. 661.
Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $661. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. I'll be back to your right.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next Judge Judy.
All parties on Harmon versus Wilkins. Step forward.
25-year-old Pamela Harmon is suing her former supervisor at Lee's Famous Recipe Kitchen, Anthony Wilkins, 36, for repossessing her car. Anthony says she stopped making payments.
All rise. Order in the court. Your Honor, this is case number 700 on the calendar in the matter of Harmon versus Wilkins. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Harmon, you worked at the same place where the defendant was employed. He was your supervisor, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you purchased an automobile from him back in, is it May of 1997?
Yes.
What kind of car was it?
It was an '89 Honda Accord.
And the purchase price?
It was a total of $6,000.
Okay. And from what I gather, your arrangement with him was, since you didn't have the money for the car, and you didn't have someone to co-sign a note for you, what you arranged to do was you would keep the title in your name until the purchase price was paid.
No, until she made arrangements to purchase the vehicle herself.
But the title was in your name?
Yes.
Okay. You drove the car for 13 months?
Yes, I did.
And then he repossessed the car because he says that you stopped making payments. Is that right?
Yes, she didn't drive it 13 months, though.
Well, she says that you repossessed the car in June of '98.
Yeah, but I didn't give her the car when you had stated. It was about 8 months, in my opinion.
I figured that she drove this car for 13 months. Is that what you say? You drove the car for 13 months?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you make the payments for the 13 months?
Yes, I did.
All the payments?
All of them.
Show me.
Mr. Wilkins refused to give me any receipts whatsoever. In fact, I tried to give him a money order, and he told me that he did not want his wife to know how much money was in his bank account. So he ordered for me to give him cash every time. When we got paid every 2 weeks, he would come down to the store, I'd go up to the bank, come back, and hand him $130.
Is that right,
every
sir?
time.
The $130 part's right.
What's not right?
For 8 payments. The wife thing, I have no idea what she's talking about, and the receipt thing, she never asked for one.
According to you, when did she stop making payments? You said she made some payments that were partial as well.
Yes.
Well, tell me about
But we
that.
had an ongoing, business relationship. I had loaned Pam money. Her, husband was a little abusive, trashed the cars that she had when I had met her. And so she stopped about, probably 6 weeks before I found the car.
Well, how much do you say she gave you in total during the time?
She gave me 8 payments of $260, I guess is what she's trying to say. I thought the payment was $240.
You say she drove the car for 8 months, and she gave you 8 payments, so that she wasn't in arrears to you when you took the car back.
When I went and took the car, she had quit her job prior to that and was not making any payments.
Did you lose your job, or did you leave your job?
I did leave my job.
When did you leave your job?
June 2nd.
And when did you actually repossess the car?
I would probably say sometime towards the end of that, or maybe early July.
When did he repossess the car?
It was the 19th of June.
Had you made June's payment?
Yes, in fact, I made the payment on the 12th, because I went to another job at UDF. He came to my job and got money from me, $130. At that time, he had asked me if I was filing a lawsuit against his company for sexual harassment. At that time, I told him no, but I was ordered by my attorneys not to discuss it with anybody. I had gotten in contact with my attorney on June 2nd, and on the 19th, the car is gone.
Okay. You indicate here that you believe the reason he repossessed the car was because you had filed a sexual harassment suit against both the company and he and his supervisor.
Right.
Was he the defendant in that action?
He is the supervisor I reported it to, and our lawsuit is for the company not doing anything about it.
So it was some other employee who you allege was
Right.
sexually harassing you.
Right.
Mr. Wilkins, when did you find out about this lawsuit?
I have no idea what she's talking about. I've never been served any papers, Your Honor. No one's ever called or told me anything about a sexual harassment suit.
Mr. Wilkins, I didn't ask you whether you were served with papers, sir. What I asked you was, when did you discover that she was, in fact, by somebody telling you, by your employer telling you, by somebody telling you that she was, in fact, pursuing a sexual harassment claim?
Actually, I found out from her lawyer at an unemployment hearing that she subsequently lost because she...
When was that?
I don't know. She probably has the... whenever
December
that was.
28th of 97, or 98.
So are you testifying, Mr. Wilkins, under oath that you never knew about this sexual harassment lawsuit in June of 98?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the only reason you repossessed the car is because she had stopped making payments.
And couldn't find financing, and she was out of stories by that point.
Okay. Now, Ms. Harmon, let's take your best case scenario, okay? That you drove this car
Right.
for 13 months,
Mhm.
and then he repossessed it. The car was clearly in his name, right?
Yep.
You want all the money that you paid over the 13 months back.
Right.
That means that you get to drive a car for 13 months for free.
It was under my understanding that I was buying the car.
Just listen to me. You get to drive a car for 13 months for free. A car doesn't appreciate in value. A 1989 Honda does not appreciate in value like a Rolls Royce. It depreciates in value. Now, if you went to rent a car, how much do you think you'd pay for a rental car a month?
I have no clue.
Would you pay at least $200 a month? Can't get much for $200 a month for rental cars, right? You drove this car for 13 months, according to you. That's $2,600. According to you, you gave him $3,000. You can't prove it to me that you gave him $3,000. Sounds to me as if you had a pretty good deal. You had transportation, you drove a car, cheap. What are you complaining about?
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
You had a car?
Yes.
She borrowed your car?
Yes.
She wrecked your car?
Yes.
You had an accident and it was your fault?
And later today,
Two of us fell in love immediately.
He gave you his entire paycheck.
What I told him at some point is, you're taking more money than you're giving me.
Well, you should have shown him the door.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Pamela Harmon claims Anthony Wilkins repossessed her car after paying him $3,000.
It's his car. You were renting it from them until you paid it off. So you are really you're in a much more favorable position, as a matter of fact, than when you started, because you had a car that you could drive that was a reasonable car for 13 months that you paid about $200 a month for to drive it around. Why are you complaining?
I lost the money and lost the car. I have no car. I'm supposed to have the car. Never once did I miss a payment. He had no reason to take the car.
I don't believe that after you quit your job and filed a sexual harassment suit that you were paying him diligently. And you should be smart enough, and if you're not smart enough, you will be in the future, that when you make a car payment, you get a receipt. If you pay it in cash, you get a receipt. You get something to say, I made this payment.
I trusted him. I thought I did.
That's all. This case is dismissed.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Justice prevailed.
Don't buy a car from him.
And now the next case.
All parties on Tomlinson versus Gerondale. Step forward, please.
19-year-old student Tara Tomlinson says her former best friend, 19-year-old nanny Hillary Gerondale, borrowed her car and wrecked it. Hillary says Tara never asked if she was hurt.
I have a lot of questions about this case. Ladies, you were friends when you were growing up and going to school in Alaska, is that right?
Correct.
You had a car?
Yes.
She borrowed your car?
Yes.
She wrecked your car?
Yes.
That was 3 years ago.
Correct.
How old were you at the time?
16.
And you?
16.
But let's just talk about the fact that you let this thing ride for 3 years. You knew it was your fault, right?
Mm-hmm.
You had an accident and it was your fault. And the idea is that when you have an accident and it's your fault, you take care of it immediately. So this is your mom? Okay. Step up here. Ms. Tomlinson?
Yes.
Can you tell me why you didn't immediately, when your daughter told you that her car had been wrecked, initiate suit against Ms. Gerondale on behalf of her daughter for the costs of having your car fixed?
Well, we did initially contact them and made every effort to even split the cost with them of what it had cost us. They said that they would not pay for any of it. So we did. Hillary's father.
Why didn't your insurance cover it?
Well, it would have covered it, but Tara had had an accident already.
Your daughter?
Uh-huh. And she had just turned 16 in September of that year, and she had had an accident, and they said if we turned this in, if there were any other accidents within the next 3 years, they'd cancel our insurance.
Okay. Now, my question to you is, I assume you discussed this matter with your husband. Is that right? Didn't you feel any responsibility at all?
At the time, he did offer to pay the deductible, but by the time things escalated, the deductible wasn't going to be there because they chose not to turn into the insurance.
What was your deductible?
$500. And they never paid even the $500.
Well,
they completely
they never did
washed their
anything.
hands of the whole
Well,
thing.
do you feel as if you have a moral obligation to pay the $500?
Yes.
Which means that the insurance would have covered the other out-of-pocket expenses you had, but for the fact that your daughter had had a previous accident. Is that
Yes.
right? So you would consent to a judgment in the amount of $500. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Yes.
Perfect. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $500. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Our friendship suffered over something like this, and she and I were best friends for 4 years.
I'm just glad after 3 years it's over with, and I just wish it could have been over with 3 years ago so we could have rekindled our friendship.
And now the next case.
Parties on Oaks versus Finley. Step forward, please.
48-year-old dog breeder Mignon Oaks is suing former live-in lover, auto salesman James Finley, 49, for rent. James says he gave Mignon all the money he made.
Miss Oaks, you and the defendant lived together for 2 years.
For 11 months.
Okay. And you were hoping to build a future together, I assume.
Yes, ma'am.
It didn't work out.
No.
You say that he owes you money. Yes. For room and board.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
In May of '97, I produced a program, and I had a gospel singer to come and put on a concert. James was one of her background singers. We met and we traveled in similar circles, and the two of us fell in love immediately. By September 27th, he moved in with me. One of the first things we decided on was that he would pay rent and how much the rent would be. We agreed on $250 per month, and he agreed that he would contribute $2 per month towards the food bill. What I didn't understand was the financial situation that he was in when he moved in. He worked a temporary job, and they didn't...
Just a minute. Mm-hmm. Well, you acknowledge, Miss Oaks, in your papers, and he indicates that he gave you his entire paycheck.
He gave me his entire check.
And that you took that check. Is that right?
Yes.
And with that check, I assume that you used it to pay a variety of bills, and he took money out of that to have cash in his pocket as well. Is that right?
What he did is came to me for his car note, for gasoline, for food money, for money to lend to, which I later found out was still his wife. I did not know that he was married, to give her money for gasoline. He'd often let her use his car and use one of my cars. What I told him at some point is, you're taking more money than you're giving me.
Well, you should have shown him the door.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
I was there for him. I supported him. I tried to help him be the man that he wanted to be.
Well, it doesn't work out that way, Miss Oaks.
Closed captioning sponsored in part by Real Cases, Real People, Judge Judy. Mignon Oaks is suing former live-in lover James Findley for rent.
So you took his paychecks and you handled the finances as if you were a married couple.
Yes, ma'am.
But when it didn't work out, you want him to pay you the $250 a month rent for 11 months. Is that right?
That's correct.
And food.
That's correct.
Well, it doesn't work out that way, Miss Oaks.
Your Honor, there were more things involved that I did for him that were specifically loans. There are many things that I did for him because I cared for him, because I loved him.
Show me the list that's for loans.
What I have here, after he moved out, he made 3 payments to me on the loans that he agreed he owed me. It wasn't just for food and rent. I kept his car note current so that he could keep a job or try to find a job, paid gasoline bills so that he can get to and from. I bought him the suit that he's wearing so that he wouldn't look so shabby and perform.
Show me what he says he owes you.
What I have here is a copy of 2 checks, front and back, that he paid me after he moved out, one for $500 and one for $100.
Okay, so he
They are
paid you.
made payable to me as a beginning. We got together, we sat down, we looked at the list. We both agreed on what he owed me.
Well, what did you both agree on?
He would pay me $300 a month each month beginning in January of this year for 2 years.
Did you agree to pay her $300 a month for 2 years?
Yes, I did. I did agree to pay her because initially she said that I owed her $11,000. And I've kind of got behind in the payments. I mean, we settled on a $7,500 figure, which again, both of those figures that she had presented me with initially, I felt were just too much money. So we tried to compromise at $7,500 with me paying her a certain amount of money. And it just hasn't worked out where I've been able to fulfill that obligation every month.
Okay. Now, what was that for, Mr. Findley?
Again, the times that she paid my car note, quite a few gift items that she bought me, a few things that she had bought for my children.
Okay.
And
how much was your car note?
A little under $400 a month.
How many times did she make this car payment for you?
3, maybe 4 months consecutively.
Well, that's $1,600. We're not up to $7,500 yet, or even close. What else?
There were a couple of cruises that we went on together. There were a couple of out-of-town engagements that she helped me get to.
Well, when you went on cruises together, was there an agreement that you would pay half?
No.
When you went on cruises together, how did that come about?
We, as soon after we met, we went on a gospel cruise with a friend of ours, and he was singing on that cruise.
Did that cost you any money?
Yes.
Well, how much did it cost you?
He borrowed $100 from one friend on the cruise, $100 from another friend on the cruise, and $100 from me. Okay,
I'm not interested
I paid the extras. The second cruise we went on a year later, he agreed to pay me back, and it was $625 in total for the cruise and the air.
Does that sound familiar, the $625 for that cruise?
Yes. And there was an amount that I gave her immediately as we returned from the cruise that she accepted, and I thought that was actually my end of it.
How much was that?
It was over $250.
Does that sound familiar?
He gave me $800, a check for $500, a check for $200.
For what?
A check for $100 towards the entire debt. Rent, food, the cruise. He was married. He could never come up with the money to file divorce papers. There was the filing fees for that. There were the car notes. I paid for his insurance for 2 months. I had to give him gasoline to go to work every day. We were trying to make it. I was there for him. I supported him. I tried to help him be the man that he wanted to be. It just didn't work out.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. On the internet, judgejudy.com.
Why did you stop paying her?
Well, you know, really, we started having some real problems. She became abusive. I'm still getting these threats that she's going to do this or that and tear up this or tear up that. You know, it came to a point where I was suggested to me by a friend that I should get a restraining order, and I didn't do that. It was also suggested by my employer that I do that because she had wrote letters to my job, addressed to my managers
Was this
and all
all
that.
about money?
Well, at this point, it seems to be all about money.
Okay, so she wanted her money. If you had paid her her money, she would have left you alone.
I don't think so.
Well, let's try it. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Out the back door to your right.
Judge Judy will continue in a moment. And on the next Judge...
All parties on Hill versus Loker, step forward.
22-year-old office clerk Deshane Hill says former roommate, 21-year-old receptionist Ariel Loker caused her to be evicted. Ariel says Deshane threatened to kill her.
All rise. Your Honor, this is case number 695 on the calendar in the matter of Hill versus Loker. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats.
How old are you?
23.
And you?
21.
According to this complaint, you two decided to live together. You signed a 6-month lease on an apartment. You moved in September. You each paid half the rent of September. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then came October, and you didn't have any money for the rent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you working?
Yes, ma'am.
So why didn't you have any money for the rent?
I had the money for rent. My little sister's car got broken into. We had it in there. We were at a friend's apartment, and it was broken into, and it was stolen. We know who did it, but...
What does this have to do with your rent money?
That was the rent money that was in there.
I mean, the dog ate the rent money.
No, the dog didn't eat the rent money. It was stolen out of the car.
What'd you leave the money in the car for?
We had it in the glove compartment.
What'd you have it in the glove compartment for? I mean, you say that as if it's normal. People don't leave cash in a glove compartment.
I know. We shouldn't have done it, but we did.
In any event, she didn't have the rent money for October. You paid your half?
Yes, I did.
And then in mid-October, what happened?
We got an eviction notice on the door. And when I had first talked to her about the rent, and she had told me about that, because I asked her for the rent money, I was just going to go write a check. And that's when she told me that she didn't have the rent money. I went and I paid my half of the rent, hoping that she would pay hers, and she never said anything else about it. October 15th, we got an eviction notice. So I waited for her to come home. She came home with another young woman, which I believe is her witness. And I was upset. So, you know, I'm asking her, why isn't the rent paid? She tells me, oh, I had money stolen, and my parents had money stolen, something else, I don't know. And I said, okay, but the rent needs to be paid. You know, and so she starts telling me her sob story about everything that's going on and saying that she has no way to pay it and that I'm not being understanding. My point was, maybe I'm not being understanding, but this is my rental history. This is my credit. And even if she has other problems, she shouldn't affect that.
Absolutely right.
Right. So what she said is she took her witness with her and said, well, I'm going to go call somebody and see if I can get the money. She came back later that evening. My boyfriend, who's my witness, was there. She came back later that evening and said that she had got the money, someone was going to send it to her, and that she'd pay the rent tomorrow. I didn't think anything of it. I believed her. She went upstairs, took a few boxes, and that was the last I saw her.
Why did you move out?
Because she threatened. Amanda and I were in there. First of all, Billy was never there after any of this happened.
Just tell me why you moved out.
Okay, that's fine. We went upstairs. She's on the phone screaming. We hear smashing downstairs. There was glass all over our kitchen. She said to her friend that was on the phone that she was going to get a gun and she was going to kill me. And that's exactly what she said. Amanda was there, heard it. It's not a lie. She did that. And the way she was acting, we were both scared. So I went home, talked to my parents, talked to a couple people, and I decided to get out. I'm not going to stay somewhere where I'm going to be fearing for my life.
You could understand why she was angry.
Oh, of course I could. But for her to say that she's going to kill me, that's not right.
No.
It's not worth killing someone over.
No. I know my sense is that sometimes you say, I'm going to kill her, and then you don't mean it. And of course, there are occasional times when that does happen. But it's not usual. Well, you know, you have to be responsible for some of the damages that she claims.
I completely understand that.
All right, good. Now, you ended up paying.
Yes, I did.
In October, her half of the rent.
Yes,
and
I did.
How much was her half of the rent?
Well, that month we had a discount where we got $100 off our rent. So her half of the rent for that month was $325.
Okay. And then you had to stay there in November because you had to give them 30 days notice.
In order to protect my rental history.
Right. And so what was her half of the rent for November?
$375. But I also had to pay reletting and cleaning fees as well as a result of this. I had to pay those. She did not pay any part.
Okay. Now, how much were the reletting fees?
$637.50.
$637 was the total.
Right. And the cleaning fees were $115 charged by the apartment complex.
Just a second. The whole thing comes to about $1075. The next part of it of your lawsuit is punitive damages.
Right.
A couple of $1,000.
Little under.
$1,700. How did you pick $1,700 for punitive damages?
Well, there's a simple fact that when she did this, I ended up missing a week and a half of work. And that was because I had things that I had to work out with this apartment complex. I had things that I had to find somewhere else to live in a very short amount of time. This was money, I had to borrow money to come up with, to pay the reletting fees, things of that nature. I also missed a week and a half of school. My grade point dropped. You know, I had all A's and B's.
Oh, you know, you could go on, and then and because your grade point dropped, you couldn't get into graduate school, and you couldn't get into graduate school, so you couldn't get a great job, and therefore affected your whole life. And over your lifetime, it probably cost you $150,000.
But I would never have had these problems if she would have just stuck to the lease.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
Now, because of this agreement that she broke, I'm paying extra rent per month.
It's an interesting theory, but one that doesn't fly.
And later today,
I asked her to marry me, and she accepted. And then she told me she didn't love me anymore, and that she wanted me to move out.
I don't know why you fell out of love with this guy, because he looks like a perfectly terrific guy to me.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Deshane Hill is suing former roommate Ariel Loker for causing her to be evicted. Ariel felt physically threatened and had to move.
In court, there are certain damages that are provable and certain things that we call aggravation. So this caused you aggravation. You don't get compensated for aggravation. What you do is you try to ensure that when you select somebody as a roommate, they have sufficient funds in order to pay their rent and pay their share, right? And the next time, I would strongly urge you and anybody else who's going to pick a roommate, somebody either that they know casually or even that they know very well, that says, listen, I'm going to go into this roommate situation with you. We're going to treat it like a business. We're each going to put so much in the pot at the beginning so that we are sure that we can make these payments at least for 3 months. And if you can't, then we know that we have a certain amount of security.
Right.
All right? But she's not going to compensate you for your aggravation, the drop of your grade point average.
Well, it's not, I mean, it's not just that. It's the simple fact that, you know, I had to come up with other forms of money to pay for her part. I had to come up with extra money to get me another apartment. And now because of this agreement that she broke, I'm paying extra rent per month versus, you know, I could have been paying $120 less per month.
So you also want her to pay the difference in the rent that you're paying now and that you were paying with her over the term of your lease?
I wouldn't have to pay it if she wouldn't have broke it.
Ms. Hill, it's an interesting theory, but one that doesn't fly. You're entitled to $1,075 from her. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,075.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Pick your roommates carefully.
Be very
Get
careful.
to know them.
Yes. That's one thing I can agree with her on. Pick your roommates carefully because you don't need to get in a situation like this. It's horrible.
And now the next case.
All parties on Ford versus Foster. Step forward, please.
46-year-old retail salesman Scott Ford is suing his ex-fiancée, 33-year-old reservations agent Deanna Foster, for wedding costs and remodeling her home before she kicked him out.
You met at the Home Depot where you were working, sir.
Yes. Yes.
A romance blossomed and you moved in together. You
Yes.
moved into her home.
Yes.
How long did you live together?
From April 1st to October 31st.
And then it didn't work out and you left.
I was asked to leave.
And I gather from your papers, sir, that you feel as if you were used when you were there.
Somewhat, yes.
To complete construction that she was doing on her house.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to be compensated for that.
And other things as well.
Well, tell me about it.
Well, like you say, I met Deanna at the Home Depot where I worked, and we got along. I met her and her daughter both there. We went out on a date. I was invited to her home. I went on further dates with her and included Nicole along with that.
Nicole is her daughter.
Yes, ma'am. we figured that we both had something in common. We could work together, and so I asked her to marry me, and she accepted. And when I moved in, we were acting as man and wife. I added my income to hers. Right away, she went and got a wedding dress. We started seeking out a place to get married. And we started working on projects around the house. Met her because of a tile countertop she was doing, and repaired that. Helped her to make a recession in a wall to put a refrigerator in there. Helped to buy and install a block wall, saltillo tile on the floors, new cabinets. Then when everything started coming to its climax, I just felt like we weren't getting along, you know. Then she told me in approximately September that she didn't love me anymore and that she wanted me to move out, which I did at the end of October. However, I did continue to go over there to make sure that all the projects were completed, like the tile.
Well, tell me, Mr. Ford, what do you think she owes you in terms of money, and why?
Because I put my account, my money, we put our money together. We were basically living as man and wife, and my income was going in with hers to help pay for these projects. It also went to paying on the wedding site that we were supposed to get married at, the Grove. That was $1,000 down. The wedding dress, I really don't know how much she paid on the wedding dress. She discussed with me a wedding cruise for a honeymoon. I'm not sure how much money, if any money, went into that. But she told me that all of this was non-refundable. And some things occurred that made me start thinking. And when I called in January to the Grove, I put a call into him. I found out she got money back on December 4th. We put $1,000 down. She got $900 back. Never told me.
Did you get $900 back?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you give him his half?
No, he said he didn't want it. We discussed it all. He said he didn't want it. He just wanted to get back together with me, and this whole thing is because he's heartbroken.
Well, that may be true, but you don't want to get back together with him.
I
Why
did
should
offer to pay him back. I told him I don't have it right now, but I did offer him. And he said, I don't want the money. I even offered him the dress. He said he didn't want it.
What am I going to do with a wedding dress?
Right.
Sell it.
Mr. Ford, there are certain things that you don't get compensated for, unfortunately.
Sure.
You don't get compensated for the work that you did in the house. You were living in the house, sharing expenses, whatever the expenses of the house were. If there's a mortgage on it, if there's gas, electric, phone, all the other things, you were living there, and the intention was that you were going to get married, so that you were pooling your money. You know, people would be wise if, before they got married, they sort of kept things separate.
Okay.
Sometimes people are smart, even after they're married, to keep things separate, since the divorce rate in this country is 50%. Where do you live in California?
No, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Is there community property in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Well, if there's community property, you know that after you're married, whatever investment you made in the house, half of that is yours. But before you're married,
zilch. Okay.
You get left with nothing and a little bit of a broken heart.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And later today,
You had the computer and you used it for 19 days.
Yes.
Well, you can't do that.
We used each other's property.
No, but this was a sale. Come on.
real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Scott Ford claims ex-fiancée Deanna Foster had him remodel her home, pay wedding costs, then kicked him out. Deanna says she changed her mind about marriage.
So far, you owe him $450. What about the wedding dress?
The wedding dress is non-refundable.
Did you buy it?
Yes, ma'am. I have a receipt for $600.
Good. And what did you just tell him to do with the wedding dress?
I told him he could have it and he can sell it and take whatever he can get out of it. And he said he didn't want it.
Good. So I'll tell you the same thing. Sell it.
Okay.
So say you can find somebody to buy it for you $400. You also owe him half for that, $200 for the wedding dress. What else?
That's it.
So far, I've got $650, sir.
Okay.
That you're absolutely entitled to. As far as the work on the house,
Okay.
you don't get compensated for that.
All right.
All I can say to you is this, Miss Foster. I don't know why you fell out of love with this guy, because he looks like a perfectly terrific guy to me. Thank you. Judgment for the plaintiff for the amount of $650.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Good luck, Scott.
Watch yourself, guys. There's plenty of them out there just like this one.
And now the next case.
Parties on Goldsby versus Brantley. Step forward, please.
Purchasing agent Connie Goldsby says her former friend, office manager Carolyn Brantley Knott, sold her a bad computer. Carolyn is countersuing Connie for using the computer without paying.
Miss Goldsby, this was a friend of yours.
Yes.
And she had a computer, second-hand computer. She was selling it.
Yes.
She was selling it for $1,000?
$600.
$600. Mm-hmm. And you gave her $200 down.
Yes.
And took the computer.
Yes.
What was your arrangement with her as far as paying back the rest?
I was going to pay her within a week or two, and there was some problems with the software, with the DOS in there. She was trying to install her DOS floppies.
Just listen to me.
Okay.
I know nothing about computers.
Neither did I.
Okay, I know nothing about it. So we're going to make believe that I'm a computer idiot, and we're just going to go on the law.
Okay.
You bought this computer for $600. You gave her $200 down. You were supposed to pay her the rest when?
Within a few weeks. We didn't have a specific date.
But within a few weeks?
Yes.
Okay. And there came a time when you told her you didn't want the computer anymore.
Yes.
How much after she brought it to your house?
Well, the final time that I had told her was about 19 days. We, for the 2.5 weeks up until that 19th day, we were trying to resolve what problems there were with the software.
Well, this is a second-hand computer. It's not under warranty. So after 19 days, you told her you didn't want the computer anymore.
Right.
And did you bring it back to her?
No, actually, she was at my home. I had it prepared for her to take, and I was going to help her load it. She turned around and walked out. Well, I told her that I didn't want to buy the computer, and that she could reimburse me the $200, at her convenience due to their, financial situation. And she turned around and said to me that she hoped my kids didn't screw it up.
Well, you had the computer and you used it for 19 days.
Yes.
Well, you can't do that.
Well, it was back and forth. Carolyn and I were trying to resolve.
But you were using it during that 19-day period. You had kids, and your kids were using the computer. That's part of her defense, that your kids were using it during that period of time, during that 3-week period.
We were playing.
Well, so this is a very easy case. You have the computer back?
I do.
Ms. Goldsby, you buy a second-hand computer. A second-hand computer does not come with a guarantee. It does not come with a warranty. And if you knew immediately that there were certain problems with this computer, either you say, look, I don't want to buy it, it's trouble, but you don't keep it for 3 weeks, let your kids use it, and then say, I don't want it anymore because I really can't fix it, and then expect to get your money back.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. Want justice? Call 1-888-800-JUDY. On the internet, judgejudy.com.
Ms. Goldsby, after 19 days, you're not entitled to your money back. What gets worse is you kept the computer in your house for an additional period of time. Right. Then, ultimately, she said, all right, I'll give you back your $200. Let me have the computer back. And when she got it back from you, you sent your daughter to pick it up?
My daughter went to pick it up.
How much after this 19 days? How much after the initial purchase?
There was a total of 45 days is what it was in her home. And
so a month and a half later.
The day they went to pick it up, her son was using it. My daughter had to wait for her son to get done using it to be able to take it.
Okay.
But she was talking with my daughter. They were friends.
Doesn't make any difference. You used her property. You used her property.
We used each other's property.
No, but this was a sale. Come on.
Okay.
Ms. Goldsby, it's ridiculous. You can't have your $200 back. You don't really want to countersue her, do you?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm dismissing your countersuit for use of the computer. Sell it. Meanwhile,
I can't sell it.
You're wrong to expect your money back. I mean, if you want to give her the other $400, she'll give you the computer back. You want that?
No.
And
just a second. Okay. Hold on a second. You don't want that. No. So you're out $200. Your kids used the computer for 45 days. It cost you $200. That's all. This case is over.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy continues in a moment. And on the next...
I've sat on this bench long enough to know that family cases never weigh lightly. They're not about money or cars or contracts. They're about love, tangled in fear, pride, and the desperate need to be right. That morning, two people walked into my courtroom. A father, mid-40s, stern, exhausted, and trying to look in control. A teenage girl, 17, eyes filled with defiance and sadness in equal measure. Between them sat the cause of their war, a car, a simple vehicle that had somehow become the price of freedom and the symbol of everything broken between them. David Palmer versus Vanessa Palmer, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing his daughter for the return of a car he claims he purchased under agreement. The father looked angry. The daughter looked heartbroken. And I already knew this wasn't about ownership. It was about control. David Palmer, 42 years old, a man who worked hard, paid his bills, and raised his daughter alone after separating from her mother. He believed in structure, in order, and in his word being final. Vanessa Palmer, 17. Still in high school, curious, impulsive, and, like most young girls her age, convinced that love could fix anything. She had recently started seeing a 20-year-old man, a man with a 6-month-old baby. To David, that was a disaster waiting to happen. To Vanessa, it was love. When Vanessa turned 16, David bought her a car. Not a fancy one, just enough to get to school and work. He said it was a gift, but it came with unspoken conditions. No late nights, no skipping school, no seeing that boy. When she broke those rules, the car suddenly became something else. Not a gift, but a leash. I looked at David and asked, "Why are you suing your daughter, Mr. Palmer?" He adjusted his tie, his voice rising. "Because she disrespected my rules. I bought her that car so she could do the right thing, not so she could run off with some loser." Then I turned to Vanessa. "Your response?" Her voice was quiet but steady. "He didn't buy it as a loan. He said it was mine. Then he used it to control me. When I refused to break up with my boyfriend, he threw me out." There was silence. The kind of silence that tells you this fight wasn't just about property. It was about a home that had stopped feeling like one. I leaned forward. "Mr. Palmer, when you gave her the car, did you ask her to sign anything?" He held up a faded paper. "We wrote down that she'd follow the house rules, or the car would come back to me." I took it, read it, then looked at him. "This isn't a legal contract. This is a parenting plan. And in this courtroom, parenting plans are not enforceable by lawsuits." He frowned. "So she gets away with it?" "No," I said. "She doesn't get away with anything. She learns. And you, Mr. Palmer, learn something too, that love and control don't mix." I turned to Vanessa. "Why did you leave home?" She hesitated. "Because he was angry all the time. He checked my phone, followed me, told me who I could talk to. I just wanted to breathe." David's face tightened. "I was protecting her." I raised my hand. "No, sir. You were punishing her for growing up." His voice cracked slightly. "She was slipping away. I didn't want her to make my mistakes." "And what mistakes were those?" I asked. He looked down. "I married too young, that was it. The real reason. A father reliving his own regrets through his daughter, trying to save her by taking her choices away." I said quietly, "Mr. Palmer, fear is not love. When fear runs a household, it breeds rebellion, not safety. You wanted to protect her, but you built a wall so high that she had no choice but to climb over it." He stared at me. "She left without a word." "She didn't leave to hurt you," I replied. "She left to find air. And that says more about how trapped she felt than how ungrateful she was." Vanessa started to cry. I didn't want to hurt him. I just couldn't stay where everything I did was wrong. I said softly, "That's what happens when love turns into a set of rules. Eventually, people break the rules, not because they want to, but because they can't breathe under them anymore." I straightened in my chair. "Legally speaking," I explained, "you cannot sue a minor for property that is part of parental care. If the car was purchased as part of supporting your child, then it falls under your responsibility, not her debt." David frowned. "So what happens now?" I looked him in the eye. "What happens now is you stop confusing parenting with possession. She's your daughter, not your defendant." He went silent. I took a breath. The court finds in favor of the defendant, Vanessa Palmer. The father's claim is dismissed. I paused, then added gently, but before I end this case, I have something to say to both of you. I looked at David. Mr. Palmer, you can't use the law to repair what fear has broken. If you want your daughter back, you'll have to earn her trust, not by controlling her, but by respecting her. Then I turned to Vanessa. Miss Palmer, the world is not kind to young women who mistake rebellion for freedom. That man you're with, if he already has a child and can't care for himself, he won't save you. Be smart. Be stronger than your heart. Both of them were quiet, and for a brief second I thought maybe, just maybe, they heard me. After they left, I sat alone in the courtroom. I've ruled on thousands of cases, but the ones that stay with me are the ones where love and pride go to war. David Palmer wasn't a bad man. He was just afraid of losing his little girl to a world he didn't understand. Vanessa wasn't ungrateful. She was just tired of being treated like a child. Both of them were right, and both were wrong. The car was never really the issue. It was just the vehicle. For pain, for pride, for control. If you were David, would you hold on tighter or let go? And if you were Vanessa, would you run or turn around and talk? Love doesn't mean control, and freedom doesn't mean defiance. The truth is, every parent has to learn when to step back, and every child has to learn when to listen. That day, I didn't just rule on a lawsuit. I watched a family on the edge of losing each other, hoping they'd find a way back, not through court orders, but through understanding, because at the end of the day, justice can give you a verdict, but only compassion can give you peace. There are days when I deal with broken contracts, days when I deal with broken cars, and then there are days when I deal with broken hearts, hearts shattered by arrogance disguised as virtue. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, I could already tell this wasn't going to be easy. Reverend Joseph Douglas versus Christina White, he announced. Plaintiff is suing for $5,000 in damages due to unfit living conditions and emotional distress. The man walked in wearing a cross around his neck and a scowl across his face. The woman followed. Tall, poised, dressed in black, eyes wary but proud. They didn't just bring a lawsuit into my courtroom. They brought judgment. Reverend Joseph Douglas, age 61. A preacher by title. A man of God, at least in theory. He rented a room in Christina White's house for 3 months. Christina White, 53. A small business owner. Born male, transitioned later in life. She worked hard to rebuild her peace, her identity, her dignity. For a short time, these two shared a roof. Then they shared something much heavier, a hatred born of misunderstanding. Reverend Douglas, I began, tell me why you're suing Ms. White. He cleared his throat, his voice booming with false authority. Your Honor, the conditions of that home were ungodly. The power was cut off. There was shouting, immorality. I endured abuse in that place. Christina exhaled sharply. He's lying. He lived there for months without paying rent on time. The moment I asked him to move, he turned vindictive. He called the city on me, reported me to the Better Business Bureau, and outed me publicly as transgender. The courtroom went silent. I turned to Douglas. Did you write a letter to the Better Business Bureau claiming Ms. White was, and I quote, a man pretending to be a woman who shouldn't be allowed to serve the public? He didn't flinch. I did. I believe in truth. I set down my pen. No, Reverend. You believe in cruelty. He puffed out his chest. I stand by my faith. The Lord says, I cut him off. The Lord also says, judge not, lest ye be judged. Do you recall that verse, or do you skip it when it's inconvenient? He glared at me, but there's one thing I've learned after decades on the bench. People who shout about morality often use volume to cover guilt. I asked him, did Ms. White ever harm you physically? No. Did she ever threaten you? No. So your damages come from living in a house where you didn't approve of who your landlord was? He said nothing. Sometimes silence is the truest confession. Christina took a deep breath, steady but trembling. When he first moved in, I respected him. I even made sure he had space to pray. But soon he started lecturing me, calling me a sinner, saying I was fooling God. I tried to ignore it until he started gossiping to neighbors. Her eyes glistened. He said I was a man trying to trick people. He told my customers not to come to my store. I looked back at Douglas. Reverend, did you say those things? He raised his chin. The world deserves truth. No, Reverend, I said slowly. What the world deserves is decency. I could feel the air tighten in the room. I've faced murderers, thieves, and liars. But there's a special kind of chill that comes from watching someone use religion as a sword. Mr. Douglas, I said, your right to speech is protected, but your right to be cruel is not a virtue. It's a choice, one that defines who you really are. He started to speak again. I raised a hand. Stop. For a man of God, you seem to have forgotten what forgiveness looks like. He muttered under his breath. I don't care if it's vindictive. That's when I knew this case wasn't about housing. It was about pride. I turned to Christina. Miss White, your cross-claim says he owes rent for 2 months and caused property damage. She nodded. Yes, but I don't even want the money anymore. I just want peace. I looked at her, this woman who had endured judgment her entire life, and I realized she wasn't asking for justice. She was asking for closure. To Douglas, I said, you claimed damages because you felt unwelcome, but you created that hostility yourself. You turned someone's identity into your battleground. Then, more softly, the law protects your right to believe whatever you want. But the law also protects her right to live as she is. I took a breath. The court finds no monetary damages on either side. Both claims are dismissed, Douglas smirked. So I win? I leaned forward. No, you don't win anything when you lose your humanity. I turned to Christina. Ms. White, the court can't punish word, but it can affirm your dignity. You owe him nothing. You are free to move forward. I struck the gavel. But for once, the sound didn't feel like closure. It felt like exhaustion. After they left, I stayed in my courtroom for a long time. The cross still hung on the wall behind me. And I remember thinking how ironic it was. How that same symbol that was supposed to stand for love and sacrifice could be used by some as a weapon. I've seen many forms of prejudice. Racism, sexism, arrogance, greed, but the kind that hides behind faith, that's the one that cuts deepest. Douglas walked in here calling himself a reverend. But faith without kindness is hypocrisy, and religion without humility is just noise. If you were Christina, could you forgive him? Could you forgive a man who used the language of God to attack your existence? And if you were Douglas, would you realize that righteousness isn't about being right? It's about being kind? You can quote every verse in the Bible, but if you forget compassion, you've already lost the lesson. That day, the law didn't award money, but it restored something far greater, the dignity of a woman who refused to let hate define her. Justice didn't roar. It whispered. And sometimes that's the sound the world needs most. Some cases begin with betrayal. Some begin with greed. But this one began with love. That morning, as the bailiff called the case, 2 people walked into my courtroom. Not enemies, not strangers, but 2 people who used to say, I love you. Now they wouldn't even look at each other. Susan Creech versus Thomas Daniels, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for $5,000, the value of a car and stereo system purchased during their relationship. A woman stood, her face calm but fragile. Across from her, a man with folded arms and a look that said, I don't owe her anything. And I thought, here comes another case where love has turned into an invoice. Susan Creech, 41 years old, a quiet, dignified woman who had spent 7 years of her life living with Thomas Daniels, 7 years believing that stability and affection would last forever. Thomas Daniels, 43, a truck driver, steady, practical, a man who said little and meant less. They weren't married, but they built a life together. shared a home, shared bills, shared dreams, until one day those dreams hit a red light. I looked at Susan. "Ms. Creech, tell me what brings you here." She took a breath. "I used $4,000 from my father's inheritance to buy Thomas a Camaro. I also paid for a stereo and an alarm system, $1,100 more. Then, a month later, he left me. He took the car, the stereo, everything." I turned to Thomas. "Mr. Daniels, what's your response?" He shrugged. "It was a gift, Your Honor. She gave me that car because she loved me. You can't take back a gift just because the love's gone." I leaned back, half smiling. "Mr. Daniels, love may blind people, but the law doesn't." Susan and Thomas met when she was recently divorced, lonely, cautious, and looking for someone safe. He was steady, reliable, the kind of man who said what he'd do and did what he said. For a while, it worked. She supported him when he lost work. He fixed her car, mowed the lawn, and made her believe that this time, this love was real. So when his old car broke down, she didn't hesitate. She used her inheritance, her father's last gift, to buy him a new one. She thought she was building a future. He thought he was being rewarded. Both were wrong. It happened suddenly. A fight about her teenage son. A boy who lived with them, who Thomas said was lazy and disrespectful. He gave her an ultimatum. "It's either him or me." She chose her son. He walked out. She told me quietly. He said I had to pick. I picked my child. But it still broke my heart. I nodded. Sometimes love demands impossible choices. But no decent man should make you choose between him and your child. Thomas shifted, defensive. Her kid was out of control. "I didn't sign up to raise another man's son." I looked at him. "No, you didn't, but you did sign up to be a man of decency. And part of that is understanding that family isn't just yours, it's hers." "Mr. Daniels," I asked, "did you agree to pay her back for the car?" He frowned. "She never asked me to. It was her idea." "Did you put the car in your name?" "Yes." "So, you're telling me she paid for it, but you kept it?" He nodded. "She wanted me to have it." I smiled tightly. "She wanted you to have her, Mr. Daniels. The car was just collateral." He opened his mouth to argue, but I continued. "And when the relationship ended, so did the condition under which the gift was given. That's the thing about conditional gifts. They're not really gifts. They're contracts disguised as affection." I turned to Susan. "When you bought that car, did you believe you and Mr. Daniels would spend your lives together?" She nodded. "Yes, I thought we'd grow old together. And if you'd known he would leave a month later, would you have spent that money?" She shook her head. "Never. That's the key," I said. "In law, an engagement ring given in contemplation of marriage returns to the giver if the marriage doesn't happen. Likewise, a gift given in contemplation of a shared life returns when that life ends." Thomas groaned. "So now love's a contract?" I looked at him calmly. "No, Mr. Daniels, but responsibility is." I took a breath. "The court rules in favor of the plaintiff, Ms. Creech, in the amount of $5,000. Thomas frowned. "You can't sue over a breakup," I nodded. "You're right. You can't sue for heartbreak. But you can sue for what heartbreak cost." He looked stunned. She smiled. Not in triumph, but in peace. I added quietly, "And, Mr. Daniels, next time you give someone an ultimatum, make sure you're ready to lose." After they left, I sat alone in my courtroom. The file lay open. Creech versus Daniels, $5,000. But the real value wasn't in the car, it was in the lesson. Too many people treat love like an investment. They pour everything in, expecting it to double. But love isn't a bank, and when it collapses, you can't just call the FDIC. Susan wasn't trying to punish him. She was trying to reclaim herself, and in that sense, she won something much bigger than money. If you were Susan, would you have chosen love over your child? Would you have risked your inheritance for someone who promised you forever, but gave you a month? And if you were Thomas, would you still call it a gift, or finally admit it was a price you never intended to pay? The law can return the car, but only wisdom can return peace. That day, justice wasn't about punishment. It was about clarity, a reminder that even when love ends, honor shouldn't. Because in the courtroom of the heart, we all stand guilty of giving too much to those who give too little in return. Not every case that lands in my courtroom is about crime. Some are about heartbreak, the kind that hides behind polite smiles and financial receipts. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, I could feel it before anyone spoke. There was tension in the air. Not anger, not hatred, but something quieter and sadder. Disappointment. Michael Blick versus Jennifer Blick, the bailiff announced. Plaintiff is suing for $2,900, money loaned during their personal relationship. A man in his late 40s took the stand, nervous but proud. Across from him sat a woman in her 30s, calm, tired, her hands folded in her lap. They didn't look at each other. They didn't need to. Their silence already told the story. Michael Blick, a kind man, soft-spoken, a little too trusting. He'd spent years alone, working as a mechanic. Then one day he met Jennifer. Jennifer Blick. Beautiful, confident, and married. She lived in quiet unhappiness, the kind that makes people reach for attention instead of therapy. They became close, friends at first. But like so many stories that start with sympathy, it soon became something more dangerous. Emotional dependence. Michael called it love. Jennifer called it comfort. And comfort, unlike love, comes with an expiration date. It started small. A bill here, a car payment there. Jennifer's husband was out of work. She said she was struggling. Michael stepped in. He wanted to help. He wanted to be her hero. She told me her lights were about to be shut off, he told me in court. So I paid the bill. Then she needed help with groceries. Then her rent was behind, so I deposited $2,900 directly into her account. I looked at him. Was this account shared with her husband? He nodded. Yes, but she said he never touched it. Across the room, Jennifer laughed bitterly. Of course he did. It was our joint account. That money went to keep our family afloat. He knew that. I turned to her. So you admit he gave you the money? Yes, but it wasn't a loan. It was a gift. He was in love with me and I didn't ask him to be. I could feel the temperature drop. That kind of truth always hurts, not because it's cruel, but because it's real. I looked at Michael. Did she ever say she would pay you back? He fumbled. Not in writing, but she promised. She said when her husband got back on his feet, she'd return it. Jennifer crossed her arms. I said thank you. That's not a contract. I raised an eyebrow. No, Ms. Blick, but it's also not gratitude when it's built on deception. She frowned. I didn't deceive him. He knew I was married. Exactly, I said. And he knew. But he didn't want to believe it mattered. Michael's eyes filled with something between anger and shame. He said quietly, She told me she loved me. Jennifer shook her head. I told him I cared about him. There's a difference. Yes, I said softly. There's a difference, and that difference is about $2,900. Every case involving money between lovers, or almost lovers, comes down to one word: intent. Was it a gift or a loan? Love or leverage? I asked Michael, did you ever write a note, a text, or anything confirming repayment? He shook his head. I didn't think I needed to. I trusted her. And that, I said, is why this is called small claims court, not small love court. The audience chuckled. But the truth wasn't funny, because I've seen it too many times. People confusing affection with obligation, turning love into a contract no one signed. I turned to Jennifer. Did you take the money knowing how he felt about you? Her eyes narrowed. I didn't take advantage of him. He offered. He wanted to help. I didn't force him to fall in love with me. I leaned forward. No, you didn't. But you didn't stop him either. She stayed silent. Let me ask you this, I continued. If a man you weren't interested in offered you thousands of dollars, would you still have accepted it? She hesitated. Her silence was louder than any confession. I said quietly, That's not generosity, Ms. Blick. That's manipulation with manners. Michael looked down. realizing too late that what he thought was love had been charity in disguise. He said softly, "I didn't mind helping her. I just thought she'd be honest." Jennifer replied coldly, "I was. I never said it was a loan. That's the problem with half-truths. They're the most believable kind of lie." I sighed. "Mr. Blick, you gave money because you hoped it would make her love you. She took it because she knew it wouldn't." He winced, and she, perhaps for the first time, looked guilty. I straightened the papers before me. In cases like this, the law can only do so much. This wasn't a business deal. It was a heartbreak wrapped in a bank statement. Legally, there was no contract, no written agreement, no repayment plan. So I said what I've said too many times before. The court finds in favor of the defendant. Claim dismissed. Michael's face fell. Jennifer let out a breath she'd been holding for years. But before they left, I added, "Mr. Blick, this isn't a loss. It's tuition. You paid $2,900 for a lesson in human nature. And if you're wise, you'll never have to pay that price again." After they walked out, the courtroom stayed quiet. I sat for a moment, staring at the empty chairs where they had stood, a man still in love, and a woman too tired to care. I've seen thousands of cases about money, but very few about love that didn't cost more. Michael will go home, and for a while he'll call it injustice, but one day he'll understand. He wasn't suing for money. He was suing for validation, and that's something no judge can award. If you were Michael, would you have helped her anyway, knowing she would never love you back? And if you were Jennifer, would you have had the courage to refuse the money, knowing it came with invisible strings? Generosity without honesty is manipulation, and love without boundaries is self-destruction. That day, I didn't restore a loan. I restored perspective. Because in this courtroom, justice doesn't care about who fell in love. It cares about who fell for a lie. There are cases that come into my courtroom wrapped in paper, contracts, receipts, legal briefs, and then there are cases wrapped in emotion, the kind where the paper is love and the ink is regret. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, I knew which kind it was. Lawrence Saunders versus Kim Thompson, he said. Plaintiff is suing for the return of property and funds misused during incarceration. A man in his mid-40s stood tall but bitter, his eyes sharp with the kind of focus only prison can teach you. Across from him sat a woman, younger, tense, her jaw tight. Her eyes carried both defiance and guilt. They'd once loved each other. Now they were here to settle the cost of that love, in dollars, in dignity, and in disappointment. Lawrence Saunders, 44. A man who had once been free, then locked away for 2 years. Not a bad man, just a man who made bad choices, and trusted the wrong person while trying to rebuild his life. Kim Thompson, 36. A woman who had stood by him, at least in the beginning. She was given power of attorney to manage his affairs while he served his sentence. That meant she controlled his money, his Jeep, and, as he would soon learn, his peace of mind. At first, it was supposed to be simple. She would keep things safe until he came home. But sometimes the distance between keeping safe and keeping for yourself is just one lie long. I looked at Lawrence. "Mr. Saunders, tell me what happened." He straightened his shoulders. "I went to prison, Your Honor, 2 years. Before I left, I gave Kim power of attorney. She was supposed to pay my bills, keep my Jeep in good condition, and hold on to my money. When I got out, my money was gone, my Jeep was wrecked, and my gun was gone too." I turned to Kim. "Ms. Thompson, your response?" She crossed her arms. "That's not true. I took care of everything. The car was fine when he left. He's just mad because I moved on." I tilted my head. "So you're saying he's suing you because you broke his heart, not his bank account?" She didn't answer, and silence in my courtroom often tells the truth louder than words. I opened the file. "Let's start with the gun," I said. "A .357 revolver. He claims it was seized by police after your new boyfriend got into a fight. Is that correct?" Kim frowned. "It wasn't my fault. He borrowed it without asking. I raised an eyebrow. Borrowed a firearm? Without asking? From a woman who was supposed to be holding it for someone in prison. She looked away. I pressed on. Do you understand what that means, Ms. Thompson? You allowed an unauthorized person access to a weapon that didn't belong to you. She muttered. I didn't think it was a big deal. I nodded slowly. That's your problem. You never think. I turned to Lawrence. What was the gun worth? About $200. Consider it the price of learning who not to trust, I said. But that's not all you lost, is it? He shook his head. No, Your Honor. I lost my car, too. The Jeep Cherokee. His pride and joy. Bought with his own money, maintained by his own hands. It was supposed to be parked, safe, waiting for him when he got out. Instead, when he returned, it was nearly destroyed. The tires bald, the transmission ruined, and the odometer screaming a story of abuse. I left it with 70,000 miles, he said. When I got out, it had 115,000. She said she only used it to get groceries. I looked at Kim. Did you drive the Jeep? She shrugged. Only when I needed to. How often was that? Just on weekends, I leaned forward. Weekends for 2 years? The audience laughed. She turned red. He told me I could. She insisted. Lawrence spoke up, his voice trembling. I told her she could start it once in a while, not drive it across the state. I stared at her. You used his Jeep like a rental car without paying the bill. That's not love. That's theft dressed up as convenience. Let's talk about the funds, I said. He claims you withdrew money from his 401k while he was incarcerated. She nodded. I did, but I used it to make his car payments. How much did you take? About $3,000. And how much were the car payments? She paused. Maybe $1,000, so where's the rest? She shifted in her seat. It went toward bills. I had to keep the lights on. Your lights, I clarified. Not his. She didn't deny it. I turned back to Lawrence. Mr. Saunders, what was it like when you came home? He hesitated, then said quietly, It was like walking into someone else's life. The Jeep was ruined, my gun was gone, and the money I'd worked years for had vanished. I asked her what happened, and she laughed. She said, You weren't here to use it anyway. I looked at Kim. Did you say that? She shrugged. I might have. He was being dramatic. I leaned back, staring at her for a moment. Then I said, You know what's funny, Miss Thompson? People like you never think you're the villain until someone holds up a mirror. I took a long breath. Here's what's going to happen, I said. Mr. Saunders, you're being awarded $200 for the gun. He looked surprised. Just $200? Yes, I said. Because the rest, the Jeep, the money, the heartbreak, you gave those things to her willingly. You trusted her with your life. And while she broke that trust, you can't sue for naivety. You can only recover what can be measured, and that's the gun. I turned to Kim. You, Ms. Thompson, need to understand something. Love doesn't excuse lies, and trust is not a license to take. I struck the gavel. Judgment for the plaintiff. $200. After they left, I sat in the silence of my courtroom. I've seen people destroy each other over far less than $5,000. But this one stayed with me. Not for the money, but for what it revealed. Lawrence trusted her with everything because he wanted to believe she was better than he was. Kim betrayed him because she wanted to believe she was owed something for waiting. They both used love as a shield for selfishness. And when love becomes a transaction, someone always ends up bankrupt, not in money, but in spirit. If you were Lawrence, would you trust someone with your life, even after they lied to you once? And if you were Kim, would you still call yourself loyal after cashing in on someone's absence? Trust isn't a gift. It's a responsibility, and betrayal doesn't need a gun to be deadly. That day, justice was measured not in money, but in understanding that love without respect is just another kind of theft. Because in my courtroom, you can't hide behind romance, only behind the truth. Most accidents happen in seconds, but sometimes the fallout lasts far longer, because fear doesn't disappear when the brakes stop squealing. That morning, The case on my docket read simple enough. Peter Farkas versus Dwayne Bull. Damages resulting from an automobile collision. I expected dents, insurance arguments, maybe a traffic ticket's worth of drama. But what walked into my courtroom wasn't just two men arguing about cars. It was a lesson about accountability and how people use fear as a costume for cowardice. Peter Farkas, 35 years old, an actor, part-time bartender, and full-time optimist. His car, a silver Honda Civic, was more than transportation. It was his livelihood. His lifeline, Dwayne Bull, 27, a hairstylist. Confident, loud, flamboyant, the kind of man who could charm a crowd and talk his way into and out of anything. They met the way most strangers meet in Los Angeles, in traffic. And from that moment on, their lives collided harder than their bumpers ever did. It happened on Sunset Boulevard. A clear day, mid-afternoon. Farkas was stopped at a red light. Behind him, Dwayne Bull, distracted, frustrated, and, by his own admission, late for work and low on patience. Peter said, "I felt the hit before I heard it. My whole car jolted forward." He stepped out to inspect the damage. The bumper was crushed, the taillight shattered. Dwayne jumped out, flustered, waving his hands. "Oh my God, are you okay?" "Please, don't call the cops." "I don't have insurance," Peter sighed. "Then just pay for the damage," and Dwayne agreed. He even wrote a note on the spot, signing his name and promising to pay $1,800 for repairs. It should have been the end. But with fear, it never is. When Peter called him a week later, the tone had changed. Dwayne dodged his calls. Then, finally, a text came. "You backed into me. I shouldn't have to pay anything, so now..." Here they were. One man with a crumpled bumper and a signed promise, and another man with a guilty conscience and a mountain of excuses. "Mr. Farkas," I said, "tell me what happened after the accident." He stood straight, calm but frustrated. I tried to handle it privately. I gave him the estimate. $1,800. He said he'd send the money. Then he ghosted me. I turned to Dwayne. "Mr. Bull, is that true?" He smiled, too confident. "He's exaggerating." He backed into me. "He was rolling backward on a hill when I tapped him." I frowned. "Rolling backward on Sunset Boulevard? In Park?" He hesitated. "I mean, maybe not that much of a hill. Do you have insurance?" "No. Do you have a driver's license?" He looked at the ceiling. "Not technically valid right now." I raised an eyebrow. "So, no license, no insurance, and no credibility." Peter handed me the note. His handwriting neat, Dwayne's signature right beneath it. It read, "I, Dwayne Bull, accept a responsibility for the accident and agree to pay $1,800 to repair damages to Peter's vehicle." I looked at Dwayne. "Is this your signature?" He squirmed. "Yes, but I only signed because I was nervous." He pressured me. "Nervous?" I asked. "Were you also nervous when you drove without insurance? Or when you lied about who caused the accident?" He tried to laugh. "Your Honor, I didn't mean it that way." I leaned forward. "Mr. Bull, your mouth is writing checks your character can't cash. I've seen this pattern 1,000 times. People think fear is an excuse, but fear isn't an alibi. It's a mirror. It shows who you really are when the mask comes off." "Mr. Bull," I said, "you didn't sign this because you were afraid of him. You signed it because you were afraid of responsibility." He said softly, "I didn't want the cops involved. I was already on probation." "Ah," I said, "so it wasn't fear of injustice, it was fear of consequences." He nodded. "That's the thing about consequences, Mr. Bull," I continued. "They catch up eventually, even when you're wearing your best smile." Peter said, "I didn't want to ruin his life. I just wanted him to do the right thing." I looked at him. "And he didn't, did he?" He shook his head. "No, ma'am." Dwayne's bravado melted. His voice dropped. "I didn't mean to hurt him. I just didn't have the money. I panicked." I sighed. "Mr. Bull, panic doesn't pay bills. You made a mistake. Then you made it worse by lying about it. That's not fear. That's cowardice." I picked up the judgment sheet. "Here's what's going to happen. You signed a document accepting full responsibility. You admitted fault. You have no insurance. You have no license. That means you have no defense. I looked him straight in the eye. Judgment for the plaintiff at $1,800. He looked down. Peter smiled faintly, not with triumph, but with relief. Before I struck the gavel, I added, Mr. Bull, being scared doesn't make you bad, but lying about it does. Learn the difference. After they left, I sat in the quiet of the courtroom. I thought about how fear drives people, not away from danger, but toward dishonor. Dwayne wasn't evil. He was just a man who couldn't admit he was wrong. And Peter, he was the kind of man who thought honesty would protect him. The truth is, in life, it often doesn't. But it does protect your soul, and that's worth more than any car repair. Fear makes people lie. Responsibility makes them grow. That day, justice wasn't about money. It was about making one man stop running, and another realize he'd been right to stand his ground. Sometimes the smallest cases carried the biggest truths. A bicycle, a friend, a favor gone wrong. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, I expected something simple, maybe a misunderstanding. But as the two men walked in, I could see it. The strain of friendship turned sour, and the weight of guilt resting heavier than the missing bicycle ever could. Kirk Ryder versus Klaus Pullman, the bailiff announced. Plaintiff is suing for the value of a stolen bicycle. The plaintiff looked calm, almost sad. The defendant? Nervous, fidgeting, avoiding eye contact, already rehearsing excuses in his head. I've seen that look before. The look of someone who lost something that wasn't theirs, and the respect that came with it. Kirk Ryder, 38, a marketing executive, soft-spoken but sharp. He believed in loyalty, structure, and keeping promises. He'd lost a lot in his life, but he still believed in people. Klaus Pullman, 36, a free spirit, a talker, the kind of friend who means well but leaves chaos in his wake. He always had an explanation, never an apology. They'd been friends for years, until one day a simple favor turned into a test neither of them passed. I looked at Kirk. Mr. Ryder, tell me what happened. He adjusted his glasses. I loaned Klaus my bike, a Univega hybrid, so he could commute to work. I wasn't using it much, and I trusted him. How long did he have it? About 6 months. Did you ever ask for it back? He nodded. A few times. He always said he'd bring it over. Then, one day, he told me it had been stolen from his garage. I turned to Klaus. Mr. Pullman, is that true? He nodded quickly. Yes, Your Honor, I feel bad about it. But it wasn't my fault. It was stolen along with 2 other bikes in the garage. Whose garage? My roommate's. I smiled faintly. So not even your garage, meaning the bike was sitting in a place that wasn't secure, a place the owner didn't even know it was in. He hesitated. I guess you could say that. I leaned forward. I'm saying exactly that. Klaus began his defense. It's not like I didn't care, Judge. I just didn't think I should have to pay for something I didn't steal. If I'd known it would get taken, I never would have kept it there. I asked. Was it locked? He shook his head. No, but it was inside the garage. I thought that was enough. I nodded slowly. You thought it was enough. That's the difference between people who take responsibility and people who make excuses. The courtroom went still, because everyone knew exactly which side he was on. Kirk pulled out a photograph. A bright blue hybrid bike, a little worn, but well cared for. It wasn't just a bike, he said softly. It belonged to a close friend of mine who passed away. He gave it to me before he died. I kept it for years. I only lent it to Klaus because I trusted him. His voice cracked on the last word. I turned back to Klaus. Did you know that? He swallowed. No, I didn't. I stared at him for a long moment. Would it have changed how careful you were? He hesitated again, and that hesitation said everything. I've presided over thousands of cases, and I can tell within minutes when something is about carelessness, and when it's about character. Klaus, I said, when someone entrusts you with something, especially something with meaning, you don't treat it like an object. You treat it like a promise. He started to speak. I didn't mean... I stopped him. I know you didn't mean to lose it. But you did, and meaning doesn't erase responsibility. I explained it simply. When you borrow something, you become responsible for it. It doesn't matter if you intended to lose it or not. If it's in your care, it's in your hands, legally and morally. He sighed. I don't have a lot of money. The bike wasn't even new. I nodded. Then it should be easy to pay him back, because what you owe isn't about value. It's about integrity. I looked at Kirk. What was the value of the bike? About $150, Your Honor, I nodded. Judgment for the plaintiff, $150. Then I turned to Klaus. Mr. Pullman, $150 won't buy you back your friend's respect, but it might remind you that promises aren't free. He looked down. For once, he didn't argue. Kirk gave a quiet nod, not in satisfaction, but closure, because sometimes closure doesn't come from justice. It comes from finally letting go of disappointment. After they left, I sat for a while, thinking about how fragile trust really is. It's strange. People protect their property better than they protect each other's faith in them. Cleus didn't mean harm, but neglect isn't innocent. It's the silent twin of betrayal, and Kirk. He didn't sue for money. He sued for acknowledgement, for someone to finally say, I'm sorry. But some people can't even pay that debt. If you were Kirk, would you lend something precious to a friend again? Would you forgive carelessness that broke more than property? And if you were Klaus, would you see this as punishment or a lesson? Responsibility doesn't start with guilt. It starts with respect. That day, I didn't just rule on a lost bicycle. I ruled on something far rarer, a reminder that friendship is a contract too, and breaking it leaves scars money can't cover. Some cases are about broken contracts, some are about broken cars, and some, the hardest ones, are about broken people. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, I noticed the woman walking in slowly, clutching papers with trembling hands. Her eyes darted nervously around the courtroom. Behind her came a man, tall, angry, and unrepentant. You could feel the fear following her like a shadow. Tamara McBride versus Bernard Golden, the bailiff announced. Plaintiff is suing for a $640 phone bill. A phone bill. That's what the papers said. But what stood behind those numbers wasn't money. It was power, control, and a woman finally brave enough to stand up to both. Tamara McBride, 38. Disabled, living on SSI, surviving on a small government check, and a lot of patience. She had been in an on-and-off relationship with Bernard for 3 years. She described him as charming, passionate, and terrifying when angry. Bernard Golden, 42. Unemployed but proud, living off his girlfriend's kindness. At least, that's how it started. Then kindness turned into survival. They met at church. She thought he was safe. He thought she was easy to control, and for a while they both got what they wanted, until the phone bill arrived. I looked at Tamara. Miss McBride, tell me what this case is about. She spoke softly, barely above a whisper. I had a phone account in my name. He made a lot of long-distance calls, to Virginia, to friends, to people I didn't know. The bill came to $640. I told him I couldn't pay it. He said he would, but he never did. I turned to Bernard. Mr. Golden, what's your response? He leaned back, smirking. I don't owe her anything. I supported her for years. I bought food. I helped with rent. That phone was for both of us. I raised an eyebrow. So, you're saying she owes you for groceries, but you don't owe her for a phone you used? He shrugged. That's different. No, I said flatly. It's not. I scanned the phone records. There were dozens of calls. Long ones late at night, all to the same number. I asked, who were you calling in Virginia? Bernard avoided eye contact. Friends. Girlfriends? He hesitated. They were friends who happened to be women. Tamara looked down, shaking her head. He'd talk to them for hours, sometimes right in front of me. If I said anything, he'd start yelling. I looked back at Bernard. Did you ever threaten her? He snorted. She's dramatic. I never laid a hand on her. She whispered. He didn't have to. His words were enough. Tamara handed me a stack of letters. Not legal documents, but prayers, written by Bernard. In shaky handwriting, he had written, "Lord, deliver me from this evil woman. May her heart turn to dust. May she feel the pain she's caused me." I looked up at him. "You wrote this?" He shrugged. I was angry. I tapped the page. "Anger is human, but this isn't a prayer. It's a curse with punctuation." He glared at me. "I don't care what you think. I just wanted her gone." I stared back. "Well, congratulations. You got your wish. Now you're about to get a bill, too." Tamara's voice broke as she said, "He told me if I called the police again, he'd kill me." The courtroom went still. You could hear her breathing, short and sharp. Bernard jumped in. "She's lying." I never said that. I looked at him coldly. "Sir, I've seen fear before. It doesn't lie. It shakes, it stumbles, but it doesn't lie." I turned to Tamara. "Did you ever try to cut him off the phone account?" She nodded. "I tried, but he always found a way to call again. He said if I disconnected it, he'd come to my house." Her eyes filled with tears. I just wanted peace. I looked at Bernard. "Mr. Golden, do you understand what this case is really about?" He shrugged again. "It's about a phone bill." "No," I said, my voice rising slightly. "It's about respect. You used this woman's kindness like a bank account. You made her pay for your calls, your ego, and your cruelty. Now it's time you pay her back." He tried to interrupt. "I didn't mean to hurt her. I cut him off. You didn't have to mean it. You just had to do it." I took a breath. "Here's my judgment. Mr. Golden, you will pay Ms. McBride $640, the full amount of the phone bill." He started to protest. "This is ridiculous." I raised a hand. "What's ridiculous is a grown man praying for vengeance on the woman who kept his lights on." He went silent. I turned to Tamara. "You don't owe him forgiveness. You only owe yourself peace." Then I struck the gavel. Judgment for the plaintiff. After they left, the room stayed heavy. I've seen hundreds of cases like this, not about money, but control. It always starts small, a phone bill, a car payment, a favor. Then it grows into a chain. And by the time they realize it, they've forgotten what freedom feels like. Tamara came to court to reclaim a few $100s. But what she really reclaimed was her voice. And sometimes, in a courtroom full of noise, that's the loudest kind of justice there is. If you were Tamara, would you have had the strength to stand up and face him? Would you have risked his anger for your peace? And if you were Bernard, would you finally see that cruelty doesn't make you powerful? It makes you pitiful? Love shouldn't feel like fear, and fear shouldn't cost $640. That day, justice wasn't measured in dollars. It was measured in courage. Because sometimes the bravest thing a person can do is walk into a courtroom and say, "You don't get to scare me anymore." I've seen a lot in my courtroom: greed, betrayal, lies. But what walked in that morning wasn't about any of those things. It was about innocence, and what happens when the world takes it away too soon. Two parents entered my courtroom, strangers to each other, but bound by something they couldn't undo: a pregnancy between their teenage children. "Mr. Heron versus Ms. Brown," the bailiff announced. "Plaintiff is suing for $2,000 in medical expenses following his daughter's miscarriage." The air was heavy. The man stood rigid, his jaw tight with controlled fury. Across from him, a woman sat calm but cold, her eyes saying everything her lawyer didn't. This wasn't about money. It was about guilt, blame, and the desperate need to find meaning in heartbreak. David Heron, 52. A proud father, hardworking, stern, the kind of man who believes in right and wrong, and nothing in between. His daughter, Denise, 16, bright, soft-spoken, and too young to be sitting in a courtroom that wasn't for her mistakes alone. Helen Brown, 48. Single mother, strong, protective. She'd raised her son, Dantrell, 16, with grit and suspicion of authority. To her, this case wasn't about justice. It was about survival. Two teenagers. Two parents. One loss that neither family would ever truly recover from. "Mr. Heron," I began, "tell me why you're suing Miss Brown." He cleared his throat, voice trembling with restrained anger. My daughter was pregnant by her son, Dantrell. She was 16. She miscarried. I paid the hospital bill, over $2,000. I believe his family should pay half. They're equally responsible. I turned to Ms. Brown. Ms. Brown, is that true? She nodded slightly. There was a pregnancy, but there's no proof my son was the father. There's no child, no DNA test. And I think her miscarriage happened because her father stressed her out, not because of my son. The words hit the room like a slap. Mr. Heron slammed his hand against the table. That's a lie. Quiet, I snapped. Sit down. I turned back to Ms. Brown. You're saying the girl's emotional distress caused the miscarriage? Yes, ma'am. He called her names, shamed her, and threw her out. The courtroom was still. I looked at Mr. Heron, a proud man cracking under the weight of his own grief. Did you yell at your daughter? I asked. He hesitated. I told her she was too young, that she'd thrown away her future. I nodded slowly. And then she lost the baby? He closed his eyes. Yes. That was the first moment he looked human. Not angry, not righteous, just a father in pain. Then I turned to Ms. Brown. Did your son admit to being the father? She sighed. He said it might be his, but they're kids. They don't even understand what being a father means. Mr. Heron leaned forward, voice rising. He knew what he was doing. They had sex in her room while I was at work. My daughter didn't even know what love meant. Ms. Brown shot back. And you think yelling at her helped? My son didn't make her lose that baby. You did. The courtroom erupted. I hit the gavel hard. Enough, both of you. They froze. I took a breath and said quietly, You're both wrong, and that's why we're here. I looked at Mr. Heron first. Sir, legally speaking, there's no child, no DNA, no paternity. The court cannot compel this woman to pay for something that cannot be proven. He looked shocked. So I just eat the cost? Yes, I said gently. Because what you're really trying to make her pay for isn't the bill. It's the pain. Then I turned to Ms. Brown. And you, stop pretending your son is innocent. If he was old enough to sleep with a girl, he's old enough to understand that actions have consequences. She looked at the floor. I continued. This isn't about who's guilty. It's about two children who didn't understand the cost of what they were doing. And now, two parents trying to clean up after it with pride instead of compassion. I turned to the boy, Dantrell, who had been sitting silently in the back. He avoided my eyes. Stand up, I said. He hesitated, then rose. You think you're a man? He shook his head. No, ma'am, you're right. Because men take responsibility, even when the law says they don't have to. He swallowed hard. If you believe that child was yours, I said, then you find a way to make things right. You can't pay for a baby that never came into this world, but you can honor the pain of the one who almost did. I looked between the parents. Both looked exhausted, beaten not by the system, but by emotion. Here's my ruling, I said. There will be no monetary judgment. Legally, Ms. Brown is not responsible. But this is not a legal issue. It's a moral one. I turned to Mr. Heron. Sir, yelling won't bring your grandchild back, and no judgment can erase the shame you feel. But healing doesn't start with lawsuits. It starts with forgiveness. He looked down, silent tears forming. I turned to Ms. Brown. Your son is lucky. He's been given a second chance. Don't let him waste it pretending this never happened. I hit the gavel softly. Case dismissed. After they left, the silence in the courtroom lingered longer than usual. Even the audience didn't move. I sat there, thinking about how fragile life can be, and how easily adults forget that children make mistakes because they're still learning what love, responsibility, and loss mean. Denise lost a baby. Dantrell lost his innocence, and their parents lost the chance to teach them gently. If you were Mr. Heron, would you forgive the boy who changed your daughter's life? Would you learn to guide her with love instead of anger? And if you were Ms. Brown, would you make your son face what he did? Or would you keep protecting him from growing up? Children make mistakes, but it's adults who decide whether those mistakes become lessons or lifelong scars. That day, the law couldn't give justice. But maybe, just maybe, it gave them something better. The truth. There are cases that come into my courtroom wrapped in paperwork. Then there are cases wrapped in tears, regret, and the sound of a family falling apart. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, I knew before anyone spoke. This wasn't going to be about money. It was going to be about heartbreak. Daryl Thompson and his mother versus Derek Thompson, the bailiff announced. Plaintiffs are suing for $5,000, the cost of bail money paid for the defendant's release from jail. A mother. 2 sons, but you could already tell, only one of them still believed in family. Derek Thompson, 32, a son who had been in and out of trouble more times than he could count, always promising to do better, never following through, charming, selfish, and dangerously comfortable with being rescued. Daryl Thompson, 34, the older brother, quiet, responsible, the kind of man who keeps the family afloat while his sibling sinks it. Mrs. Thompson, 60, the mother, soft-spoken, faithful, a woman who loved her sons too much to see the difference between forgiveness and enabling. And there they were, a triangle of love, lies, and bail bonds. I looked at Mrs. Thompson. "Tell me why you're here." "Ma'am," her voice shook. "My son Derek was arrested for domestic violence. His bail was $5,000. I didn't have the money, so I used my house as collateral. I told him, when you get your tax refund, pay me back so I can remove the lien. He promised. He didn't." I turned to Derek. "Is that true?" He shrugged. "Yeah, but I needed that money. My van broke down. I had to fix it to get to work." I raised an eyebrow. "Let me get this straight. Your mother put her home on the line for you, and when you finally had the means to pay her back, you spent the money on your car?" He nodded. "Yeah, I was going to pay her later." I turned to Daryl. "You're part of this suit too, correct?" He nodded. "Yes, Your Honor. I helped with the bail too. I co-signed because my mother was terrified of losing the house. We believed him when he said he'd pay us back." Derek rolled his eyes. "I told you I'd handle it." Daryl snapped. "You've been saying that for years." Derek, "You handle it by letting everyone else clean up your mess." The tension was thick, the kind of silence that comes when love starts curdling into anger. I turned to Mrs. Thompson. "Ma'am, how many times have you bailed your son out?" Her hands trembled. 3. "And has he ever paid you back?" "No, Your Honor," I sighed. "Then why did you do it again?" She smiled weakly. "Because he's my son." There it was, the saddest answer I hear too often in my courtroom. Because love, when it forgets boundaries, becomes a trap. I said softly, "Love without accountability isn't love. It's permission." Derek leaned forward, defensive. "You don't know what it's like. When you've got no one, your family's supposed to be there. That's what family means." I met his stare. "No, Mr. Thompson, family means you show up when they need you, not only when you need them." He shot back. "My mom wanted to help. I didn't force her." I nodded. "You didn't have to force her. You just knew she'd say yes, and you've been using that yes your whole life." He looked away. The truth has a way of shutting people up. I turned to Mrs. Thompson. "You love your son, don't you?" Tears welled up. "With all my heart. And you want him to change?" "Yes." "Then stop saving him." She blinked. Confused, I said, "If you keep catching him every time he falls, he'll never learn what the ground feels like." Daryl nodded slowly beside her, his voice breaking. "I've been saying that for years, Mom," Derek muttered. "You're both against me now?" I looked at him sharply. "No, they're for you. Just not for your lies." I picked up the file. "Here's my ruling. Derek Thompson, you owe your mother and brother $5,000, the full amount of the bail money. You promised to repay them when you got your refund. You didn't. You broke that promise." He opened his mouth to argue, but I continued. "And let me be clear. This isn't about the money. It's about respect. You used your mother's love as collateral. And that, Mr. Thompson, is theft. Not of dollars, but of dignity." I turned to Mrs. Thompson. "Ma'am, I know you love your son, but love must evolve. From now on, if he lands in jail again, leave him there." I struck the gavel. Judgment for the plaintiffs. $5,000. After they left, I sat in the quiet courtroom, thinking about the kind of pain that hides behind the word family. Mothers like Mrs. Thompson live on the edge of heartbreak every day, trying to save a child who doesn't want to be saved. And sons like Derek, they live on borrowed forgiveness, but forgiveness, like money, runs out. Daryl walked out with his mother's arm in his. Derek stormed out alone, and for the first time, I think Mrs. Thompson realized sometimes losing a child's trust is the only way to make them grow up. If you were Mrs. Thompson, could you still love a child who keeps breaking your heart? Would you still open the door knowing every thank you ends with another betrayal? And if you were Derek, would you ever look in the mirror and admit that being saved doesn't make you safe? Love doesn't mean endless forgiveness. It means drawing the line, so the people you love don't destroy you while you're trying to save them. That day, the law restored money, but the lesson restored something deeper: self-respect. Because in the end, justice doesn't just belong to the victims. Sometimes it belongs to those brave enough to stop being enablers. Every so often, a case walks into my courtroom that reminds me of something simple: that good people often suffer the most, not because of evil, but because they believed the wrong person deserved a second chance. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, I saw it immediately: the face of a man who gave too much, and another who took too easily. "Carlos Regis versus Christopher Foster," the bailiff announced. "Plaintiff is suing for $1,791.60, money loaned to prevent foreclosure." Two men walked in. The first, quiet, polite, humble, the kind of man you'd trust instantly. The second, defensive, fidgety, eyes darting, the kind of man who'd mistake compassion for weakness. This wasn't about money. It was about betrayal with a smile. Carlos Regis, 41, a massage therapist. He believed in kindness, in karma, in doing good because it's the right thing, not because it's required. Christopher Foster, 39, a father of two, recently unemployed, living in the same neighborhood as Carlos. He was struggling to make ends meet, or at least, that's what he said. They weren't best friends, but they were close enough for Carlos to think he'd do the same for me. But friendship, as I've learned, isn't tested when times are good. It's tested when money changes hands. I looked at Carlos. "Tell me what happened, Mr. Regis," he spoke calmly. Chris came to me in tears. He said the bank was about to foreclose on his house. He needed money immediately. He had kids, and I couldn't stand the thought of them being out on the street. So I took money out of my savings and paid $1,791.60 directly to his mortgage company. I asked, "Did he promise to pay you back?" "Yes, within 2 weeks. He said he was waiting for his paycheck." "And how long ago was that?" Carlos sighed. "Over a year." I turned to Foster. "Mr. Foster, did he loan you that money?" He nodded. "Yes, but things got tough. I meant to pay him back." I raised an eyebrow. "You meant to? What happened?" He shrugged. Bills piled up. My kids needed school supplies. Then the car broke down. I didn't have the money. So you had money for repairs and school, but not for the man who saved your house. He frowned. "That's not fair. I was just trying to take care of my family." I leaned forward, and he was trying to take care of yours too, with his money. He didn't respond. Carlos looked at me. I didn't ask for interest. I didn't even ask for a deadline. All I wanted was honesty. That's when I saw it. That familiar heartbreak of a kind man realizing decency isn't contagious. I turned to Foster. "Mr. Foster, you knew he was helping you out of compassion, didn't you?" He nodded reluctantly. "Yes. And you still didn't pay him back?" He shrugged again. "I planned to, but then I figured, he's doing okay. He didn't need it right away." I slammed my pen down. "Wrong. He needed his dignity back. He needed to know his kindness wasn't wasted." Foster tried again. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Carlos turned toward him, his voice rising for the first time. Not a big deal? I paid your mortgage. I saved your home. You said your kids wouldn't have a place to sleep. Foster shot back, and they didn't. That's thanks to you. Why are you acting like I robbed you? I raised my hand. Because you did, just without a weapon. The courtroom went silent. Because that's what betrayal by a friend is. A robbery of trust. I opened the file. Let's be clear. You borrowed money. There's proof of payment directly to your mortgage company. That's not a gift. That's a loan. When you promise to repay and don't, it becomes a debt. And when you justify that debt with excuses, it becomes an insult. Foster looked defeated, but I wasn't done. Mr. Regis didn't just save your home. He saved your pride, and this is how you repay him? By pretending generosity cancels obligation? He muttered, I was going to pay him someday. I smiled coldly. Someday isn't a date, Mr. Foster. It's an excuse. I took a breath. Judgment for the plaintiff, 1791.60. Foster shook his head. That's all. You don't even care that I was struggling? I looked at him sharply. I care that you're a grown man who hid behind your struggle instead of rising above it. I turned to Carlos. You did the right thing. But next time, make sure your kindness has boundaries, because people who can't manage their own lives will gladly manage your generosity for you. Then I struck the gavel. Case closed. After they left, I stayed for a moment in the quiet courtroom, because sometimes what's left unsaid in these cases weighs more than the verdict itself. Carlos walked out quietly, head high. Not proud, just resolved. He wasn't celebrating money won. He was mourning a friendship lost. Foster left in silence, muttering about bad luck, never realizing that bad luck was just another word for bad character. And I sat there thinking, in life, there are two kinds of people, those who pay their debts and those who make excuses for them. Only one of them sleeps well at night. If you were Carlos, would you help again, knowing the person might betray you? Or would you turn away next time, afraid to care? And if you were Foster, would you call it hard times? Or would you admit it was just laziness dressed up as struggle? Money tests people, but character decides who passes. That day, justice didn't just repay a loan. It restored the value of decency. Because the moment you betray someone's kindness, you don't lose their money. You lose the right to ever call yourself their friend. Justice isn't about glamour. It's not about the industry, or the headlines, or the paycheck. It's about something simpler. A promise kept. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, I could feel the tension ripple across the courtroom. The plaintiff walked in confident, elegant, composed. The defendant followed, smirking, self-assured, flanked by lawyers. Kylie Ireland versus Sin City Entertainment, the bailiff read. Plaintiff is suing for $5,000 for breach of contract. I glanced at the file. An adult film actress suing a studio for unpaid work. The kind of case most judges would smirk at. But I've never cared about appearances. Because in my courtroom, respect isn't rated by the kind of work you do. It's measured by whether you keep your word. Kylie Ireland, 29. Smart, confident, articulate. A woman who made her living in the adult film industry. Not ashamed, not boastful, just professional. Mickey Blank, 42, executive producer at Sin City Entertainment. Polished, evasive, and convinced he could talk his way through anything. They'd signed a 6-month contract. 6 films, 6 paychecks, and the promise of fair treatment. But promises mean nothing if the other side decides your profession makes you disposable. I looked at Kylie. Tell me why you're here. She met my eyes directly. Calm, clear, and fearless. I signed a contract with Sin City. 6 films in 6 months. They used my name in promotions, interviews, and advertising. But they never hired me for a single shoot. They didn't pay me, and they refused to release me from the contract. I turned to Mickey. Mr. Blank, your response. He leaned back, smooth as oil. Your Honor, there was a miscommunication. We changed the company's direction. We had other priorities. It wasn't personal. I stared at him. It wasn't personal? You tied this woman's name to your company, limited her ability to work elsewhere, used her for publicity, and you think that's not personal? He smiled awkwardly. Well, it's business. I tapped my pen. And business has rules, one of which is called a contract. I could feel the audience leaning forward. Kylie spoke again, voice steady but firm. I kept my end of the deal. I showed up. I promoted their brand. I even turned down other offers because I believed they'd honor the contract. And when I asked why I wasn't being booked, they said, "You're not our type anymore." I turned sharply to Mickey. "Did you say that?" He hesitated. I may have said something like that, yes. I nodded slowly. And what exactly does "not our type" mean? He shifted uncomfortably. We wanted to focus on new talent. I smiled, not kindly. Translation: you used her name to sell your brand, then threw her away when she stopped being useful. He looked down. Kylie spoke softly now, and in her voice there was no bitterness, just exhaustion. People think because of what I do, I don't deserve respect. But I work hard. I show up on time, I do my job, and I expect to be treated like a professional, not a punchline. The courtroom went silent. I let her words hang there. Then I said, "Miss Ireland, what you do for a living isn't on trial here. What's on trial is whether this company believes that contracts only matter for people they approve of. And in my courtroom, that's not how it works." Mickey tried to recover. "We didn't mean any harm. The contract was standard. We just didn't get around to using her in production." I frowned. "So you didn't honor the contract, but you continued using her name in promotional material?" He nodded. "Yes, but we didn't make any money off her name." I tilted my head. "Then why use it at all?" He hesitated. "Public interest." I leaned back. "That's not public interest, that's exploitation, with a marketing budget." I looked at Kylie. "You ever think about quitting?" She smiled faintly. "Every day. But I won't let men like him decide my worth." That answer, simple, strong, full of quiet fire, was one of those rare moments that remind me why I love this job. Because the courtroom isn't just about justice. Sometimes it's about reclaiming dignity. I took a deep breath. "Here's my judgment." I turned to Mickey. "Your company breached the contract. You bound this woman legally, used her name commercially, and failed to deliver your end of the bargain. The contract says 6 films. You delivered 0. You owe her not just the money, but the respect you withheld." I struck the gavel. "Judgment for the plaintiff. $5,000. Then I paused and added, "And, Mr. Blank, next time you sit across a woman like Miss Ireland, remember, you're not just talking to an actress. You're talking to a professional who deserves the same respect you give your male peers." He looked embarrassed for the first time that day. After they left, I sat for a moment, thinking about how often power hides behind professionalism, how often women in every field are told they're not the right type, when what people really mean is, you're too strong to manipulate. Kylie didn't just win her case, she reclaimed her narrative, and that's worth more than $5,000. If you were Kylie, would you still believe in fairness after an industry and a man treated you like property? And if you were Mickey, would you see that breaking a promise doesn't just cost money? It costs your integrity? Respect isn't given because of who you are. It's earned by how you treat others. That day, the law didn't just settle a contract. It restored a truth, that every job, every promise, every person deserves respect. Because dignity isn't rated by industry. It's measured by honesty. Some cases are about money. Some are about pride. But this one was about the price of forgiveness. I remember that morning well. The courtroom was unusually quiet. 2 people stood before me, husband and wife, but there was no warmth between them, only silence. He looked relaxed, almost smug. She looked tired, not from the day, but from years of disappointment. "Robbie Richardson versus Leonard Richardson," I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing her husband for the return of $5,000 bail money. A wife suing her husband. A woman demanding her money back. But what she truly wanted was her self-respect. Robbie Richardson, 40 years old, a nurse. Calm, kind, someone who believed love could fix everything. She had married Leonard after years of loneliness, hoping this time it would be different. Leonard Richardson, her husband. Charismatic, good-looking, and dangerous. His record spoke before he did. Assault, drug possession, repeated violence. They had been married only a few months when the police came. A neighbor heard the screams. Leonard had struck her. Again. He was arrested. She bailed him out, $5,000, because that's what love does, right? It forgives. It gives one more chance, until it can't anymore. When they walked in that day, I could feel the tension between them. Years of love, fear, and exhaustion pressed into that small space. "Mrs. Richardson," I began, "why are you suing your husband?" She looked at him, then at me, because he promised to pay me back the bail money. He told me he'd return it when he got his tax refund. But he never did. Leonard smiled faintly as if amused. "I never said that," he replied. "She paid it because she wanted me home. I didn't ask for it." I leaned forward. "You didn't ask to be released from jail?" He hesitated. "I mean, I wanted out, but... So, you knew she paid the bail?" "Yes." "Then why didn't you refuse to leave?" He had no answer. When I asked about his background, Leonard shifted uncomfortably. "Mr. Richardson, how many times have you been arrested?" "A few." "How many is a few?" He sighed. 1989 for marijuana. 1992, some trouble. 1993, again. And this time, in 97, so 4 times. Something like that. "And you expect this woman to believe you when you say you never promised to repay her?" He looked down. "Sir," I said, "you've had 4 chances at freedom. She gave you the 5th, and you still don't know what to do with it." Robbie spoke quietly, but every word carried years of weight. "I still owe the bail bondsman," she said. "I make small payments every month. I thought when he got his refund he'd give it back." "Why did you bail him out?" I asked. She paused. "Because I thought if I didn't, he'd think I'd given up on him. I wanted to believe he could change." I nodded slowly. "And did he?" Her silence was the answer. Leonard tried again. "I didn't tell her to pay. She did that on her own." "You didn't stop her either," I said. "You let her spend $5,000 to get you out of jail, and now you claim it's her problem?" He shrugged. "She wanted me home." "No," I said sharply. "She wanted a husband. You gave her a criminal." The words hung in the air. He shifted his feet but said nothing. "Sir, forgiveness isn't free. When someone bails you out, they are buying your chance to do better. You wasted it." "Mrs. Richardson," I said softly, "you can't love someone into being good. You can only love yourself enough to stop being hurt." She nodded, wiping a tear. "I know that now." "Then today," I said, "we make that lesson official." I struck the gavel once. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $5,000. Then I looked directly at Leonard. "Sir, you will repay her. Every dollar. And when you do, I hope you understand you're not just repaying money. You're repaying trust you never deserved." He didn't look up. I turned to Robbie. "Mrs. Richardson, your kindness was never your weakness. It was his test, and he failed it." After they left, I sat alone for a moment. The file still open, the echo of the gavel still in my ears. So many women like Robbie come through my courtroom. Strong, forgiving, and always hoping that this time, love will win over history. But history doesn't change with hope. It changes with courage. Forgiveness is beautiful, but blind forgiveness keeps the cycle alive. If you were Robbie, would you have paid his bail? Would you have believed him again? And if you were Leonard, would you have had the decency to repay the one person who still saw good in you? The law doesn't punish kindness. It protects it from those who mistake it for weakness. That day, I didn't just return $5,000. I gave a woman back the power she forgot she had, and in that small victory, Justice felt a little less cold. Some cases begin with betrayal. Others begin with a lie. But this one began with a dance. I still remember the sound. Laughter, music, the shuffle of shoes across a gym floor. It was supposed to be a happy night. But in a single second, that joy turned into rage. When the music stopped, a gold chain snapped. And so did something inside a young man's heart. Latasha Norris versus Kenneth Lambert. I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for $300. The value of a gold chain broken in anger. The courtroom was silent. Two teenagers, barely adults, stood before me. But the story they brought with them was older than time. The story of love, pride, and what happens when emotion wins over reason. Latasha Norris, 19 years old. Soft-spoken, calm, the kind of girl who carried dignity like a secret. She had come with her mother, who sat quietly behind her, arms crossed. Kenneth Lambert, 21. Tall, young, wearing bravado like armor. He looked at the floor more than he looked at her. They had once been in love, or something close to it. But when love ended, anger took its place. And that's what brought them here. They met at a summer block party. Kenneth had just started working as a mechanic. Latasha worked part-time at a beauty salon. They dated for almost a year. Long enough to build habits, short enough to believe nothing could go wrong. Then came the night of the party. Latasha was dancing with friends when Kenneth walked in. He saw her laughing, saw another man beside her, and something in him snapped. He crossed the room, shouting her name. The music stopped. Everyone turned. She tried to calm him. He grabbed at the gold chain around her neck, a small, delicate piece with her mother's initials on it, and tore it off. The chain broke. So did her respect for him. "Miss Norris," I began, "tell me what happened that night." She spoke slowly, carefully. "We were at a party. I was dancing. He came in angry, jealous, I guess. He pulled at my chain. It snapped. My mother gave it to me. He never apologized. He said I deserved it." I turned to Kenneth. "Is that true?" He hesitated. I was mad. She was dancing with somebody else. I lost control. But that chain, I bought it for her. Latasha interrupted, her voice firm now. "No, you didn't. My mother gave it to me when I turned 16. I looked at him. So you broke it, and it wasn't even yours." He shrugged, half smiling. "I didn't mean to. I just reacted. I tapped my pen once. I just reacted. That's what people say when they don't want to take responsibility for their choices." I asked her mother to step forward. Her name was Gloria Norris. Strong, composed, the kind of woman who had seen too much to be easily impressed. "Mrs. Norris," I said, "tell me about the chain." "It was mine," she said firmly. "I gave it to Latasha on her 16th birthday. When I heard what he did, I called him. He told me, I just lost it. And I told him, well, I could lose it too, at your front door." A few chuckles rippled through the courtroom, but her eyes never softened. "Judge, that boy didn't just break a chain. He broke trust. And I taught my daughter not to let that go unpaid." I smiled. "Well said, Mrs. Norris. Seems like your daughter learned her lessons well." "Kenneth," I said, "you said you didn't mean to break the chain. But what did you mean to do when you grabbed it?" He looked confused. "I don't know. I was mad. She was dancing with another guy. After everything we've been through." "Everything you've been through?" I repeated. "You're 21. You've been through 2 birthdays and 1 relationship. That's not tragedy. That's youth." The courtroom chuckled softly. "Kenneth," I continued, "anger doesn't make you a man. Control does. You think breaking her jewelry makes you strong. It makes you small." He stood silent for a long moment. Then finally he spoke. "I don't have the money right now. I got a baby. I just bought a Camaro. I'm trying to handle things." I stopped writing and looked up. "You just said you spend $340 a month on your car and $273 on your child. Congratulations. You just told me your priorities. And your child isn't first." He froze. The room went silent again. I leaned in. "When you become a father, you don't just provide for your child. You teach them what kind of person to be. And right now, You're teaching them that temper is stronger than truth. He said nothing. He didn't need to. I closed my notebook and looked at both of them. Mr. Lambert, you owe Ms. Norris $300, the value of the chain you broke. You will pay for it because when you break something, you buy it. That's not punishment. That's accountability. Then I turned to Latasha. Miss Norris, you did the right thing coming here. You didn't let anger define you. You let justice speak for you. I struck the gavel. Case closed. After the courtroom cleared, I sat for a moment watching the empty chairs. They were so young. Too young to understand that love without respect always ends in pain. I thought about Latasha's mother. Strong, proud, unwilling to let her daughter inherit her silence. And I thought about Kenneth, a boy trying to be a man by using anger as proof of love. Some people learn from mistakes. Others keep repeating them until the world teaches them the hard way. If you were Latasha, would you forgive him? Would you believe the words I didn't mean to? And if you were Kenneth, would you look back on that night and realize that pride cost you something far greater than $300? It cost you a chance to grow up. Anger doesn't make you strong. Apology does. Responsibility does. Love is not proved by possession. It's proved by restraint. That day, a broken chain taught a young man that truth, like gold, is fragile, but worth more than his ego. Some disputes are about property. Some are about promises. But this one was about pride. A man opened his home to a friend. A friend turned that kindness into conflict. And when the rent stopped coming, the excuses started arriving. I still remember the sigh that escaped her lips when she entered the courtroom. Her name was Joy Goldstein, and she looked like someone who'd rehearsed her pain until it sounded like truth. Across from her sat John Tyler, arms crossed, jaw set, the look of a man tired of being taken advantage of. John Tyler versus Joy Goldstein, I announced. Plaintiff is suing for unpaid rent and property damage. What came next was not just about money. It was about what happens when kindness meets entitlement. John Tyler, 45 years old. An office worker, quiet, steady, someone who kept his receipts, his promises, and his patience. He had a spare room in his apartment. He rented it to Joy Goldstein, a younger woman he'd met through a mutual friend. Joy Goldstein, 32. Freelance writer, emotional, intelligent, but chaotic. She called herself an artist of freedom. But freedom, as I've learned, often means someone else's responsibility when bills come due. For the first few months, everything was fine. Then, as with many cases like this, the story turned from gratitude to grievance. It started with late payments. Then unpaid payments. Then accusations. John said Joy stopped paying rent for 3 months. $800 total. Joy said John had created a hostile living environment, and that she refused to fund her own misery. I looked at her file. No police reports. No written complaints. Only emotional statements. Pages of them. Ms. Goldstein, I said, you can't get paid for being unhappy. You move out. You don't file a lawsuit, she smirked. Your Honor, it wasn't just unhappiness. It was emotional distress. And did he tie you to the radiator and force you to stay? She blinked. No. Then what you call distress, the law calls a bad roommate situation. The courtroom laughed softly. John explained, she stopped paying. I let it slide for 1 month, then 2. By the 3rd, I said, Joy, you have to leave. She refused. Said I owed her money for emotional damages. I told her the only thing I owed her was the chance to pack her bags. Joy shook her head. He promised to pay me for some editing work I did. He never did. I turned to John. Did she ever do editing work for you? Yes, back in '96, I paid her in cash. She signed a note saying we were square. Do you have that note? He slid a paper across the desk. Joy's handwriting, clear and dated. All debts settled as of August 1997. Joy G. I looked up at her. Was this your signature? Yes, but no, but you signed it. You said all debts settled. That means all. Her confidence began to falter. Your Honor, that was before he started insulting me, telling me to get out, calling me names. Did you record any of this? No. Any witnesses? No. Then what you have, I said, is not a case. It's a diary entry. She crossed her arms. I just think people should be held accountable for how they treat others. I smiled slightly. They should, but accountability starts with paying your rent. She glared, eyes moist but defiant. You don't understand what it's like being alone, trying to survive. I leaned forward. I understand perfectly. I just don't confuse survival with self-pity. Sometimes the truth doesn't need evidence. It reveals itself in tone, in timing, in the quiet arrogance of the guilty. John sat still, saying nothing more than he needed to. Joy kept talking, each word digging her deeper. At one point she said, Your Honor, I stayed because I didn't have anywhere else to go. He knew that. And I said, Miss Goldstein, when someone opens their home to you, you don't repay them with excuses. You repay them with gratitude or rent. She looked down. For the first time, she had no comeback. She tried one last move. Your Honor, I'm countersuing for $5,000. Emotional pain and suffering. Based on what? I asked. For everything I had to endure living there. I couldn't help but sigh. Adults don't get compensated for being uncomfortable. If that were the law, half the world would be millionaires. The courtroom laughed again. But I didn't. I'd seen too many people hide behind feelings to avoid facing the simple word that fixes everything. Responsibility. Here's what's going to happen, I said. Mr. Tyler, you win your claim for $800, unpaid rent. Ms. Goldstein, your counterclaim is dismissed. She looked stunned. That's it? That's it. But what about how he treated me? Ma'am, I said softly, you can't rewrite history to erase your obligations. If you wanted to leave, you could have. If you wanted peace, you had to earn it. Then I struck the gavel. Case closed. When the courtroom emptied, I sat for a while. The sound of her voice still lingered, a mix of anger, sadness, and fear. People like Joy aren't bad. They're just lost, caught between wanting freedom and avoiding the price that comes with it. And people like John, the quiet, patient ones, they remind me that kindness needs boundaries. Otherwise, it becomes an invitation for chaos. If you were John, would you have given her another chance? Would you have let the rent slide one more month? And if you were Joy, would you have stayed in a place that made you miserable? Or would you have chosen the harder road, responsibility? Life often gives us two choices, to face our problems or to explain them away. The law doesn't reward excuses. It rewards effort. That day, I didn't just order $800 to be repaid. I reminded two people, and maybe everyone watching, that peace isn't something you demand. It's something you create by doing what's right. Some cases are about money. Some are about broken promises. But every now and then, a case walks into my courtroom carrying something far heavier. Revenge disguised as justice. That morning, I remember the tension before a single word was spoken. A young woman sat at the plaintiff's table, her face hard but trembling. Across from her sat a man, older, calm, his hands folded in front of him. Their eyes met once, and it was enough to tell me that this was not just about property or money. It was about a wound that neither one had managed to let heal. Rebecca Duran versus Jesus O'Quinn, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing the defendant for property damages and emotional distress. She lifted her chin as if trying to look brave. He looked down as if already tired of fighting. Rebecca Duran, 27 years old. A teacher's aide, confident, outspoken, but fragile beneath the surface. She once shared her home and her life with a man named Jesus O'Quinn. Jesus O'Quinn, 39. Quiet, steady, a man of routine. He worked odd jobs, paid his bills, and tried, it seemed, to live without drama. For a while, they were close. Not lovers, not strangers, but two people who filled each other's empty spaces, until that space became a battlefield. When he moved out, she said he left more than an empty room. He left behind anger and the need to make him pay for it. Ms. Duran, I began, please tell me why you're suing Mr. O'Quinn. Her voice was sharp. He broke my window, stole things from my house, and he tried to attack me. The courtroom stiffened. Those were serious accusations. I turned to O'Quinn. He didn't flinch. That's not true, he said quietly. She's saying that because I sued her first. She lost. Now she's trying to destroy me. Her eyes flashed. He's lying. I raised my hand. Quiet. You'll both have your turn. But when people throw words like attack and assault, they'd better come with proof. I flipped through the file. Police reports, statements, and, something that caught my attention, a prior case between them. Ms. Duran, I said, you sued him before? Yes, he still owes me money. That's not true, O'Quinn cut in. I won that case, Judge. She's making things up again. I checked the record. He was right. She had filed a claim before and lost. Now, less than 2 months later, she was suing again, with even stronger accusations. Ms. Duran, I asked, did you file a police report for this alleged assault? Yes, I did. Was he arrested? No. Was the case pursued by the district attorney? No, but that doesn't mean he's innocent. I looked at her for a long moment. No, it doesn't. But it also doesn't mean you're telling the truth. O'Quinn finally spoke again. Your Honor, that night she's talking about, I was at church. Rebecca laughed bitterly. At church? Convenient, he didn't raise his voice. I was with my pastor and a police officer who volunteers there. They can both confirm it. I turned to him. You have witnesses? Yes, ma'am. Both of them gave statements. I read the letters. One from Reverend Carter, one from Officer Lee, each confirming O'Quinn's alibi. I looked back at Rebecca. Do you have anyone who saw him near your home that night? She hesitated. No, but I heard him outside. I know his voice. Ms. Duran, I said, memory is fragile. Anger can change what we think we hear. In rare cases, I make a phone call from the bench. This was one of them. I picked up the phone and asked the clerk to dial the number for Reverend Carter. When he answered, I put it on speaker. Reverend Carter, this is Judge Shaindlin. Do you recall Mr. O'Quinn being at your church the night of March 12th? Yes, ma'am, he said. He was introduced to the congregation that night by Officer Lee. He stayed for the full service. Thank you, Reverend. The courtroom was silent. Rebecca's face went pale. O'Quinn just closed his eyes and exhaled. I hung up the phone. Well, I said softly, it seems we found where the truth was hiding. Rebecca tried to recover. Your Honor, he's manipulating them. He's fooled everyone. No, Ms. Duran, I said firmly. He didn't fool anyone. You did, including yourself. You let anger tell you a story, and you believed it. She looked at me with tears of frustration. I just wanted to be heard. You were heard, I said gently. You just weren't believed, and there's a difference. I took a deep breath. Here's the ruling. Your claim is dismissed, Ms. Duran. Mr. O'Quinn has provided credible evidence, and you have not. She started to speak, but I raised my hand. No more. This case is over. Then I turned to O'Quinn. Mr. O'Quinn, you won your peace today. Don't waste it by turning this into another war. Pick up your belongings. Walk away and leave this pain behind. He nodded quietly. Yes, Your Honor. After they left, I sat for a while in the empty courtroom. The light coming through the window had softened. The tension had dissolved, but something still lingered. The echo of two people who once cared, now bound together only by bitterness. I've seen this story too many times. People think justice will erase pain, but justice doesn't heal. It only clarifies, and sometimes that clarity hurts more than the lie. If you were Rebecca, would you have filed the report, knowing it might destroy someone's life? If you were O'Quinn, would you have found forgiveness, or would you have carried the wound of being falsely accused? It's easy to call yourself a victim. It's harder to admit when pain turns you into something else. Truth doesn't need to shout. It just needs to survive the noise. That day, truth survived. But it left behind two people who learned that sometimes being right isn't enough to make you whole. Some cases are about strangers. Some are about neighbors. But the hardest ones are when family stands across the aisle from family. That morning, two people walked into my courtroom. A woman, graceful but weary, and a young man, proud, defensive, refusing to look her in the eye. Adria Villardo versus Frank Villardo, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for $2,200. Money paid to bail the defendant out of jail. He looked annoyed, almost bored. She looked heartbroken, and in that moment, I knew this wasn't just about money. It was about respect, gratitude, and the painful debt called freedom. Adria Villardo, 48 years old. A hairstylist, independent, caring, and by all accounts a woman who tried to hold her family together. She had married Frank's father 10 years earlier, and though she wasn't his biological mother, she'd spent years trying to earn his trust and his love. Frank Villardo, 27. A computer designer, creative, intelligent, but with a streak of arrogance that often made trouble. He saw Adria as an intruder in his family, a woman who took over his father's house. But family ties are strange things, because when Frank was arrested, it wasn't his father who answered the call. It was Adria. Frank had been arrested for shoplifting and driving with a suspended license. A stupid mistake, but one that could cost him his job and reputation. In that cold-holding cell, he called the one person he thought would help, not because he loved her, but because he knew she would. "I need your help," he said quietly. "I'm in jail." Adria didn't hesitate. She borrowed money from a friend, drove to the courthouse, and paid $2,200 to the bail bondsman. That night, he walked out free. He said thank you, and then he disappeared. When they entered my courtroom, you could almost see the distance between them, not measured in feet, but in years of unspoken resentment. "Mrs. Villardo," I began. "Tell me why you're suing Mr. Villardo." She kept her voice steady. "He's my husband's son. He was in jail. I paid $2,200 to get him out. He promised to pay me back when he got his paycheck. It's been a year." I turned to him. "Mr. Villardo, is that true?" He leaned back, arms crossed. "I didn't ask her to pay. She did it on her own. If she wanted to help, that's on her." I tilted my head slightly. "So you didn't want to get out of jail?" He paused. "I mean, I did, but I would have gotten out anyway. My stepmother rushed into it. Did you tell her not to?" "No." "Did you tell her you'd pay her back?" I said maybe, but I didn't mean I owed her. And that was it. The sentence that told me everything I needed to know. "Mr. Villardo," I said calmly, "do you understand how bail works?" He shrugged. "I guess so. She pays, I get out." "Right, she pays. You get out. You enjoy freedom while she carries the debt. That doesn't sound right, does it?" He smirked. "She didn't have to. Neither did your mother when she fed you as a child, but I assume you still ate the food." He stopped smiling. "Sir, the law doesn't punish kindness. It enforces fairness. And fairness says you repay the person who paid for your freedom." I asked Adria a question. "Why did you help him?" She looked at him with sad eyes. "Because he's family. Because his father loves him. And because no one else answered the phone." Her voice broke slightly. "I didn't do it for gratitude. I did it so he wouldn't rot in a cell." He looked away. I caught a glimpse of something on his face. Not guilt exactly, but discomfort. A flicker of shame fighting with pride. "Did you ever thank her?" I asked. He muttered, "Yeah." "Did you mean it?" He didn't answer. "Mr. Villardo," I said, "you said if she hadn't paid, someone else would have." "Who exactly?" He hesitated. "My mom, or my girlfriend." "Did either of them show up that day?" "No." "So, in reality, she was the only person willing to help you." He nodded, reluctantly. "And you think that makes her foolish?" He tried to answer, but I didn't let him. "You're wrong. It makes her loyal. Something you clearly don't understand." I picked up the papers and looked directly at him. "Here's what's going to happen, Mr. Villardo. You will repay Mrs. Villardo the full $2,200. Not because she forced you. Not because you like her, but because you owe it, morally and legally. He shifted, visibly frustrated. I continued, "You can stand there and pretend pride, but the truth is simple. Freedom isn't free. Someone paid for yours, and today, that bill comes due." I struck the gavel. Judgment for the plaintiff. After they left, I sat for a moment watching the door close behind them. I've seen families fight over inheritance, over lies, over love. But nothing stings like fighting over gratitude. Because gratitude, once it's gone, takes love with it. Adria walked away from that courtroom with $2,200. But what she really won was peace. She no longer owed him anything. Not money, not patience, not another ounce of belief. If you were Adria, would you have answered that phone call? Would you have paid the bail for someone who treated you like a stranger in your own family? And if you were Frank, would you have had the decency to say thank you? Or would pride have cost you your honor? Family isn't about blood. It's about character. That day, I didn't just enforce a debt. I restored a little bit of balance to a woman who had spent too long giving and never being repaid. And maybe, just maybe, I reminded a young man that gratitude is the cheapest debt to pay, and the most expensive one to forget. Some accidents happen in seconds, but the lessons they leave behind can last a lifetime. That morning, the courtroom was quiet. Two people stood before me, both claiming to be the victim of the same mistake. Lori Rotar versus Paul Settle, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for damages caused by a traffic collision. A young woman, barely 19, stood straight and calm. Across from her, a man twice her age shifted nervously, his face carrying the kind of pride that only appears when someone refuses to admit fault. What they brought into my courtroom wasn't just a case about a cracked windshield. It was a collision between youth and ego, responsibility and excuse. Lori Rotar, 19 years old, a college freshman working part-time at a cafe, saving money to buy her first car, a small blue sedan she loved like freedom itself. Paul Settle, 46, a warehouse supervisor, father of two, divorced. He'd spent his life giving orders, but that morning he'd have to learn how to listen. They didn't know each other. They met by accident, literally, on a quiet street that became a courtroom lesson in common sense. It happened on a Thursday evening. Lori was driving home from class. The sky was clear, the light fading. That fragile hour between day and night when mistakes hide in shadows. Paul was crossing the street. Not at the crosswalk, but in the middle of the block. He saw her car, but thought he could make it. He couldn't. Lori hit the brakes. He hit her hood. Her windshield cracked like a spiderweb. The police came. No one was seriously injured. But the crack in that glass would soon become a crack between two versions of the truth. "Miss Rotar," I began, "tell me what happened." She took a breath. I was driving home, maybe 25 miles an hour. He ran across the street out of nowhere. I hit the brakes, but he hit my windshield. It scared me half to death. I turned to Paul. "Mr. Settle." He adjusted his jacket, clearing his throat. She was going too fast. I was halfway across when she came flying down the street. If she'd been paying attention, she could have stopped sooner. I raised an eyebrow. "Were you in a crosswalk?" He hesitated. "No." "So you were jaywalking?" "I guess so." "And yet you blame her?" He smirked slightly. "I'm just saying, she could have been more careful." That's when I knew. This wasn't about an accident anymore. It was about accountability. "Mr. Settle," I said, "you're 46 years old. You've been walking for 45 of them. You know where crosswalks are, don't you?" "Yes, ma'am." "And you know you're supposed to use them?" "Yes. So why didn't you?" He shrugged. "I was in a hurry. I dropped my wallet across the street. So your wallet was worth risking your life. And hers." He didn't answer. The silence said enough. I turned to Lori. "Ms. Rotar, how fast were you going?" "About 25, maybe 30. "And the speed limit?" 25. So maybe you were a little over." She nodded. "Yes, I probably could have slowed down sooner." I appreciated her honesty. In that small confession, I saw more maturity than in all of Paul's excuses combined. I leaned back and looked at both of them. "Here's the truth," I said. "When you're behind the wheel, you're almost totally responsible for anything you hit, even stupidity." Lori blinked. Paul frowned. "But," I continued, "the law doesn't reward carelessness either. You, Mr. Settle, had no right to cross the street where you did. And you, Ms. Rotar, had a duty to drive as if someone might make a bad decision, because people often do." I saw both of them nod, each realizing that responsibility isn't something you share by choice. It's something reality assigns you. "Here's my judgment," I said. "The total damage to the windshield is $500. Each of you is 50% responsible. You will each bear half the cost, $250 each." Paul opened his mouth to argue. "Your Honor, that's not fair." "Stop," I interrupted. "You want fairness? Fairness would be you paying for her entire windshield. This is mercy." He closed his mouth. Lori gave a small, grateful smile. After they left, I sat for a while, thinking about how often people confuse being right with being careful. Lori had youth on her, sighed. But youth isn't an excuse to be reckless. Paul had age on his. But age isn't an excuse to stop using wisdom. Between the two of them stood the truth. That common sense is the first law every citizen should obey. If you were Lori, would you have seen him in time? Would you have slowed down or trusted the green light more than your instincts? And if you were Paul, would you have crossed that street knowing the odds were against you? Every day, we cross intersections between what's right and what's convenient. Sometimes we get lucky, sometimes we don't. The law can fix glass, but it can't fix pride. That day, two people learned that wisdom isn't about who was right. It's about who could have been smarter. And as the courtroom emptied, I found myself whispering the same thing I say too often. Common sense. It's free. So why do so many people refuse to use it? Some cases start with betrayal. Some begin with lies. But this one began with trust and ended with a scar on a child's arm. That morning, I remember the courtroom being unusually tense. A mother sat on one side, her hands wrapped tightly around a folder of medical papers. Beside her, a boy no older than 9, sitting quietly, his small arm covered by a sleeve that reached too far. Across from them sat an older man, polite, quiet, but carrying the weary arrogance of someone who believed accidents just happen. Teresa Benson versus Edward Borkes, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for $158 for medical bills after her son was bitten by the defendant's dog. Sometimes a case is about money, but sometimes it's about the lesson that money can never pay for. Teresa Benson, 32, a mother of 2, recently divorced, raising her kids mostly on her own. She worked nights as a hospital clerk, and on weekends her children would visit their father, Aaron, her son, 9 years old. Quiet, polite, the kind of child who still believes adults will always protect him. Edward Borkes, 69, a retired handyman, and the father of Teresa's ex-husband's new girlfriend. He lived just a few blocks away. He owned a house, a yard, and a dog named Rex. When Teresa's ex-husband took Aaron over to visit, she assumed he'd be safe, because that's what adults do, right? They keep children safe, until one day, one didn't. It was a Sunday afternoon. Aaron went to visit his dad. While there, he was sent to return a tool to Mr. Borkes's house. The boy stepped through the open gate, called out a greeting, and then it happened. A blur of brown fur. A bark, a scream. Rex lunged and bit Aaron on the arm. The skin broke. The boy cried and ran. His shirt was torn, his arm bleeding. Edward came out, panicked. He washed the wound, poured peroxide, and told him, "It's just a scratch. Don't tell your mother." But mothers always know. When Teresa saw the bite mark that night, her face turned pale. She took him straight to the hospital. The bill came to $149. The fear, much more. When she told me what happened, her voice trembled. "He's only 9. He trusted that man, and instead of calling me, he told my son to hide it. I looked at Edward. "Mr. Borges, is that true?" He sighed. I told him not to worry. "The dog's vaccinated. It wasn't serious. Did you tell the mother?" "No, I didn't think it was necessary." "Necessary?" I repeated. "A child was bleeding on your porch and you decided you'd be his doctor, his lawyer, and his parent, all at once." He said quietly, "It wasn't that bad." I turned to Aaron. He was nervous but brave. "Aaron, what happened when the dog bit you?" His small voice filled the courtroom. I tried to pet him. He jumped and bit me. It hurt. I cried. "And what did Mr. Borges say?" "He said not to tell Mom. He said it would make her mad." That silence that followed was heavier than any gavel I could strike. I looked at Edward again. "Mr. Borges, you're a grown man. You've lived long enough to know better. You don't decide for another parent what's serious and what's not. You had a duty to tell her immediately." He shook his head. "It was an accident. Of course it was. But responsibility doesn't end where accidents begin." He tried to argue, "She's on welfare. The state pays for her bills anyway." I felt the room freeze. That sentence carried all the arrogance that often walks hand in hand with indifference. "Mr. Borges," I said firmly, "it doesn't matter if she's rich or poor. What matters is, your dog bit her child. And that makes you responsible." Sometimes children say things that adults should have said first. Before leaving the stand, Aaron looked up and said softly, "I still like dogs, but I don't want to go to his house anymore." His mother squeezed his shoulder. Edward lowered his eyes, and for the first time, I saw a hint of guilt replace the pride on his face. "Mr. Borges," I said, "this isn't about punishing you. It's about reminding you what trust means. That child trusted you to keep him safe. You failed that trust." He nodded slightly. "I didn't mean for him to get hurt." "I know," I said softly. "But accidents don't erase responsibility. They define it. The total claim is $158, I said. "That includes medical expenses, supplies, and compensation for fear and trauma." He nodded slowly. "I'll pay. And next time," I added, "you don't treat a child's pain with peroxide. You treat it with honesty." I struck the gavel. Judgment for the plaintiff. After they left, I sat in silence for a while. The courtroom was empty, but the image of that boy stayed with me, his small hands clutching his mother's sleeve, trusting the world to be kind again. I thought about how often adults forget that every careless act teaches a child something permanent. Some lessons are gentle, others leave scars. Children remember who protected them, and who didn't. That day, justice didn't heal the wound, but it told the boy he mattered. And sometimes, that's enough. If you were Teresa, would you forgive the man who told your son to hide his pain? If you were Edward, would you still think it wasn't that bad, after seeing that fear in a mother's eyes? We live in a world where people say accidents happen, but responsibility, real responsibility, means owning the pain you cause, even when you didn't mean to. You can't measure fear in dollars, but you can honor it with justice. That day, justice didn't roar. It whispered, quietly but firmly, that being human means being accountable. There are cases that come with noise, arguments, accusations, excuses, and there are others that come with silence, the kind that follows a storm. That morning, when I opened the file, I already sensed what kind of case this was going to be. Leilani Combs versus Natalia Kachura, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for physical assault and emotional trauma. The plaintiff, a young woman, sat nervously, her son beside her, barely 3 years old, clutching a small stuffed bear. Across from her sat the defendant, a woman in her mid-20s with eyes cold, guarded, but trembling beneath the surface. I looked at both of them and thought, this wasn't just another argument between women. This was a collision between pain, anger, and fear. Leilani Combs, 21 years old, a college student, part-time worker, and single mother. Her son, Jacob, was everything she had left after a failed relationship. Natalia Kachura, 25, a friend she met through mutual acquaintances, They weren't close, but they shared long talks, cigarettes, and the kind of fragile connection that loneliness often mistakes for friendship. It began with kindness. Leilani would stop by Natalia's apartment to use her phone, sometimes bringing Jacob along. But friendship turned sour, and one afternoon, anger replaced empathy. "Ms. Combs," I said, "tell me what happened." Her voice shook as she began. I went to her apartment to use the phone. We were fine at first. Then she started yelling, saying I was gossiping about her. Before I knew it, she pulled my hair, put me in a headlock, and started hitting me. I could see her hands trembling as she spoke. My son was there, Your Honor. He was screaming, trying to pull her off me. I turned to the little boy sitting in the front row. He was hugging his toy tighter now. I didn't need to ask him anything. His silence said it all. I turned to Natalia. "Ms. Kachura, did this happen?" Her jaw tightened. "There was a fight, yes. But she started it. Did you hit her?" She hesitated. "I defended myself." The courtroom grew quiet. You could feel the tension pressing on everyone's chest. "Ms. Kachura," I said slowly, "this isn't a playground argument. This was a violent attack in front of a child. Do you understand that?" She said nothing. I continued. "You put your hands on another person, in front of her 3-year-old son, and you call that defense?" Her eyes flickered, not with guilt, but with something else. The fear of realizing she had no control left to claim. Leilani wiped her eyes and said softly, "My son keeps asking, 'Mommy, is that lady coming back?' He wakes up at night crying. He says he saw her hurt me." Her voice broke. "I don't know how to make him feel safe again." I nodded slowly. Children remember what adults try to forget. They don't forget violence. They absorb it. I turned to Natalia. "Do you have anything to say?" She stared down at the table. "I'd like to speak to an attorney." And just like that, the wall came up, and the silence filled the room again. When someone invokes their right to counsel, I stop pressing. But that silence often says more than any confession. I looked at her, a young woman so consumed by pride she couldn't even apologize. Then I looked at Leilani, a mother trying to hold herself together in front of her son. In that moment, I realized this case wasn't about punishment. It was about breaking the chain of violence before it reached that little boy. I took a deep breath. This case will be postponed. Ms. Kachura, you may consult your attorney, but I want you both to listen carefully. They both looked up. Justice doesn't heal bruises. It only tells the truth about how they got there. If you want peace, you'll have to find it outside this courtroom, in the choices you make after today. After they left, I stayed at my bench for a while. Sometimes silence lingers longer than arguments. I thought about Jacob, that small child who had seen too much. He didn't understand what assault meant. He just knew his mother was hurt and the world wasn't as safe as he thought. I thought about Natalia too, and how anger, once unleashed, rarely stops where it's meant to. People think violence ends when the hitting stops. It doesn't. It echoes, in the silence of those who witnessed it. If you were Leilani, would you ever trust again? Would you let your child see the world as kind when you've seen how cruel it can be? And if you were Natalia, could you look at that child's face and still call what you did self-defense? Anger doesn't make you strong. It makes you small. Apology makes you human. That day, I didn't hand out a punishment. I handed out a pause. A moment for two women to hear themselves in the silence they'd created. And maybe, just maybe, someone in that room understood that sometimes the loudest lesson is the one that isn't shouted. Violence never starts with fists. It starts with words, with resentment, with a silence that turns sharp. But when it ends, it leaves behind something harder than bruises, the fear of it happening again. That's the real damage. And no court in the world can undo it. When anger raises its voice, wisdom leaves the room. That day, justice wasn't about guilt or innocence. It was about breaking the echo of a cycle that had already reached the next generation. There are cases that come with noise, arguments, accusations, excuses, and there are others that come with silence, the kind that follows a storm. That morning, when I opened the file, I already sensed what kind of case this was going to be. Leilani Combs versus Natalia Kachura, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for physical assault and emotional trauma. The plaintiff, a young woman, sat nervously, her son beside her, barely 3 years old. Clutching a small stuffed bear, across from her sat the defendant, a woman in her mid-20s with eyes cold, guarded, but trembling beneath the surface. I looked at both of them and thought, this wasn't just another argument between women. This was a collision between pain, anger, and fear. Leilani Combs, 21 years old, a college student, part-time worker, and single mother. Her son, Jacob, was everything she had left after a failed relationship. Natalia Kachura, 25, a friend she met through mutual acquaintances. They weren't close, but they shared long talks, cigarettes, and the kind of fragile connection that loneliness often mistakes for friendship. It began with kindness. Leilani would stop by Natalia's apartment to use her phone, sometimes bringing Jacob along. But friendship turned sour, and one afternoon, anger replaced empathy. "Ms. Combs," I said, "tell me what happened." Her voice shook as she began. I went to her apartment to use the phone. We were fine at first. Then she started yelling, saying I was gossiping about her. Before I knew it, she pulled my hair, put me in a headlock, and started hitting me. I could see her hands trembling as she spoke. My son was there, Your Honor. He was screaming, trying to pull her off me. I turned to the little boy sitting in the front row. He was hugging his toy tighter now. I didn't need to ask him anything. His silence said it all. I turned to Natalia. "Miss Kachura, did this happen?" Her jaw tightened. "There was a fight, yes. But she started it. Did you hit her?" She hesitated. I defended myself. The courtroom grew quiet. You could feel the tension pressing on everyone's chest. "Miss Kachura," I said slowly, "this isn't a playground argument. This was a violent attack in front of a child. Do you understand that?" She said nothing. I continued. "You put your hands on another person, in front of her 3-year-old son, and you call that defense?" Her eyes flickered, not with guilt, but with something else. The fear of realizing she had no control left to claim. Leilani wiped her eyes and said softly, "My son keeps asking, 'Mommy, is that lady coming back?' He wakes up at night crying. He says he saw her hurt me." Her voice broke. "I don't know how to make him feel safe again." I nodded slowly. Children remember what adults try to forget. They don't forget violence. They absorb it. I turned to Natalia. "Do you have anything to say?" She stared down at the table. "I'd like to speak to an attorney." And just like that, the wall came up and the silence filled the room again. When someone invokes their right to counsel, I stop pressing. But that silence often says more than any confession. Looked at her, a young woman so consumed by pride she couldn't even apologize. Then I looked at Leilani, a mother trying to hold herself together in front of her son. In that moment, I realized this case wasn't about punishment. It was about breaking the chain of violence before it reached that little boy. I took a deep breath. "This case will be postponed. Ms. Kachura, you may consult your attorney. But I want you both to listen carefully." They both looked up. Justice doesn't heal bruises. It only tells the truth about how they got there. If you want peace, you'll have to find it outside this courtroom, in the choices you make after today. After they left, I stayed at my bench for a while. Sometimes silence lingers longer than arguments. I thought about Jacob, that small child who had seen too much. He didn't understand what assault meant. He just knew his mother was hurt and the world wasn't as safe as he thought. I thought about Natalia, too, and how anger, once unleashed, rarely stops where it's meant to. People think violence ends when the hitting stops. It doesn't. It echoes in the silence of those who witnessed it. If you were Leilani, would you ever trust again? Would you let your child see the world as kind when you've seen how cruel it can be? And if you were Natalia, could you look at that child's face and still call what you did self-defense? Anger doesn't make you strong. It makes you small. Apology makes you human. That day, I didn't hand out a punishment. I handed out a pause, a moment for two women to hear themselves in the silence they'd created. And maybe, just maybe, someone in that room understood that sometimes the loudest lesson is the one that isn't shouted. Violence never starts with fists. It starts with words, with resentment, with a silence that turns sharp, but when it ends, it leaves behind something harder than bruises, the fear of it happening again. That's the real damage, and no court in the world can undo it. When anger raises its voice, wisdom leaves the room. That day, justice wasn't about guilt or innocence. It was about breaking the echo of a cycle that had already reached the next generation. Some cases begin with betrayal. Some begin with lies. But this one began with friendship. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, two young people walked into my courtroom. They looked too familiar to be strangers, but too bitter to still be friends. Melanie Baker versus David Penny, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for $600. Money loaned to help the defendant avoid eviction. She stood straight, her jaw tight. The kind of strength that comes from disappointment, not confidence. He slouched, smirking slightly, the kind of smirk I've seen from people who think charm can rewrite truth. This wasn't about $600. It was about respect and how easily people mistake kindness for weakness. Melanie Baker, 23, an insurance clerk, hardworking, independent, the kind of woman who believed in helping people because she wanted to be helped once, too. David Penny, 25, a bartender, charming, quick-witted, and allergic to responsibility. He had an easy laugh and a short memory, especially when money was involved. They'd been friends for a couple of years. Not lovers, but close. Close enough that she'd answer his call at midnight. Close enough to believe him when he said, "I'll pay you back. I promise." But promises, as I've learned, are cheap when spoken by people who've never paid a debt in their lives. It was a Tuesday night when he called her. She was home eating takeout, half watching TV, when the phone rang. "Mel, it's me. Listen, I need a favor. Just for a few days. I'm behind on rent. My landlord's threatening to evict me. I swear I'll pay you back next paycheck." She hesitated. Not because she didn't trust him, but because she'd heard that same tone before. The voice of someone who knew exactly which strings to pull. But in the end, she said yes. Because that's what good people do. They help. She took $600 from her savings, handed it to him the next morning, and said, "Don't make me regret this." He smiled, hugged her, and said, "You won't. I'm good for it." He wasn't. Weeks passed. No repayment. No calls returned. Then one night Melanie saw David at the bar where he worked, laughing, buying drinks for others. She confronted him. He shrugged. "I'll get you your money." "Chill out." A week later, she learned he had started dating her best friend. When she asked again about the money, he snapped, "You're just mad because I didn't choose you." That was the moment friendship ended, and the lawsuit began. "Ms. Baker," I began, "tell me why you're suing Mr. Penny." She held her ground. "I lent him $600 so he wouldn't be evicted. He promised to pay me back. It's been 6 months." I turned to David. "Mr. Penny, is that true?" He leaned back, smirking. "She's exaggerating. She said she wanted to help. It wasn't a loan. It was a gift." "A gift?" I repeated. "Yes, we were close. She told me not to worry about it." Melanie's voice rose. "That's not true. He said he'd pay me back. He even wrote it down." She handed me a slip of paper, a note dated and signed. I read it aloud. "Thanks, Mel. I'll pay you back as soon as I can. Dave." I looked at him. "So you did write this?" He shrugged. "Yeah, but I didn't mean legally. It was just a note." "Mr. Penny," I said, "words don't stop being real just because you wish they didn't count. That's not how responsibility works." He laughed nervously. "She's just mad I dated her friend. That's what this is about." I leaned forward. "No, this is about you taking money you didn't earn and pretending it came without strings." He rolled his eyes. "Whatever. That word. Whatever. I've heard it 1,000 times. It's the anthem of people who think maturity is optional. I tapped my pen. You're 25 years old, Mr. Penny. It's time you learned something. When someone saves you from the street, you don't pay them with insults. Ms. Baker, I asked, why did you lend him the money? She hesitated. Because he was my friend. Because he said he'd learned from his mistakes. Because I thought he needed help, not pity. Her voice softened. I didn't expect to lose both my money and my friend. I nodded slowly. That's the problem with lending to friends. You risk more than cash. You risk the friendship. I turned to David. Anything you want to say before I rule? He shook his head, muttering, She's overreacting. I stared at him. No, Mr. Penny, she's growing up. I straightened the papers in front of me. Judgment for the plaintiff, $600. He blinked. That's it? That's it. You owe her $600 plus court costs. And you might owe her an apology, but that's one debt I doubt you'll ever pay. He scoffed. Melanie smiled weakly, not because she'd won, but because she could finally close that chapter. After they left, I sat for a moment, thinking about how often I see this same story. Good people lending money out of love or loyalty, and learning too late that not everyone measures friendship the same way. Money doesn't change people. It just reveals them. David wasn't a villain. He was ordinary, the kind of man who thought kindness was a free pass. But every debt, no matter how small, writes your name in someone else's trust. And when you refuse to pay, you don't just lose the money. You lose your place in their heart. If you were Melanie, would you have lent the money? Would you still believe in friendship after being betrayed by it? And if you were David, would you rather keep the $600 or your dignity? Friendship isn't about owing nothing. It's about owing honesty. That day, I didn't just settle a small claims case. I settled a debt between two people, one who gave too much, and one who never learned what giving means. And when the courtroom emptied, I found myself thinking the same thought I've had for years. The law can make you pay, but only character can make you grateful. Some cases start with anger, some with misunderstanding, but this one began with fear. That morning, when the bailiff called the case, I watched a woman walk into my courtroom with quiet strength. She was composed, but her voice still trembled when she said her name. Across from her sat a man, older, heavier, arms crossed like he was still defending something that didn't need defending anymore. Colleen Bentley versus Daniel O'Brien, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for damage to her car caused by the defendant's outburst. The file said it simply, assault on vehicle. But behind those words was a story of fear, anger, and the dangerous illusion that violence can ever make things right. Colleen Bentley, 41 years old, dog walker, kind-hearted, meticulous, the kind of woman who double-checks everything, locks every door, and never drives above the speed limit. Daniel O'Brien, 46, engineer, husband, father of two. A man who loved his kids so much he forgot that love doesn't excuse losing control. They were neighbors, not friends, not enemies, until one afternoon turned their quiet street into a battlefield of emotions. It happened on a weekday afternoon. Colleen was driving her small sedan up the shared driveway to deliver a dog back home. The O'Brien kids were outside playing near the yard. Colleen slowed her car. She always did. She waved, smiled, but before she could even park, she heard shouting. Daniel's wife ran out yelling, "You almost hit my kids." Colleen froze. "I wasn't close," she said. "I was driving 5 miles an hour, but the shouting didn't stop." She parked, got out, and before she could speak, Daniel himself came running. Face red, fists clenched. He slammed his hand onto the hood of her car. Twice. The second hit left a dent. "You could have killed them," he shouted. "I was careful," she cried back, but anger doesn't listen. It only echoes itself. When I read the police report, I already knew how this story would go. "Ms. Bentley," I asked, "what damage was done?" She showed me the photos. A handprint-shaped dent on the front hood. Estimated repair, $500. Did you say anything to provoke him? No, Your Honor, I was terrified. He was screaming, red in the face. I thought he might hit me next. I turned to Daniel. Mr. O'Brien, is that true? He hesitated. I hit the car, yes, but I was scared. My kids were playing right there. She came too fast. How fast? Maybe 20, 25 miles an hour. Colleen gasped. That's not true. There's a stop sign at the corner. I slowed down. I looked at Daniel. 25 miles an hour isn't speeding in most places. It's slower than my patient's right now. He tried to smile. It didn't work. Mr. O'Brien, I said firmly, I understand fear. Fear makes people do strange things. But fear is not a license to destroy property. He started to protest. I was protecting my kids. I cut him off. You protect your kids by teaching them safety, not by breaking things when you panic. He lowered his eyes. And for the first time, I saw not anger, but shame. I asked him, Did your wife ever tell you to calm down? He nodded. She tried. I didn't listen. Why not? He sighed. I thought I was right. There it was. The real truth. Not fear, not protection. Pride. Fear often comes with love. Pride comes with ego. And when they meet, they make people justify anything, even violence. I turned to Colleen. You didn't fight back? No, Your Honor. I got back in my car and called the police. That answer, quiet as it was, carried more strength than Daniel's fists ever could. She continued. I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. I walk his dog sometimes. I thought he knew me. Her voice cracked. He scared me, and he didn't even apologize. Daniel looked down again. You could feel his regret crawling up through the silence. I looked at both of them, and for a moment, I imagined what his children must have seen. Their father shouting, hitting, teaching them that anger is louder than patience. Then I said quietly, Mr. O'Brien, your fear might have been genuine, but your reaction was not justified. Your children were never in danger from Ms. Bentley, but they were in danger of learning from you. He swallowed hard. Judgment for the plaintiff. $500. Then I added, and Mr. O'Brien, pay her the money. But, more importantly, apologize. Not because I said so, but because your kids need to see what accountability looks like. He turned to Colleen and whispered, I'm sorry. She nodded once, and for the first time, the courtroom felt lighter. After they left, I sat for a while, thinking about how easily fear turns into fury. Fear is supposed to protect us, but when it goes unchecked, it becomes the very danger it meant to prevent. Daniel wasn't a bad man. He was just a man who'd let his emotions drive faster than his judgment. And Colleen, she reminded me that courage doesn't always shout. Sometimes it simply stands still and refuses to break. If you were Daniel, would you have done the same? Would you have let fear take the wheel? And if you were Colleen, would you have found forgiveness for the man who turned his panic into pain? Anger feels righteous until you see what it breaks. That day, I didn't just see a dent in a car. I saw a dent in a man's pride, and maybe, just maybe, the start of his redemption. Sometimes justice isn't about punishment. It's about reflection, and the quiet hope that people will do better once they've seen themselves clearly. Some cases are about betrayal. Some are about money. But this one started with grass. It sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? 2 grown men, neighbors, standing in front of me arguing about blades of grass. But it wasn't really about grass. It was about respect, pride, and how quickly small annoyances can grow into something poisonous. David Scully versus Timothy Metcalf, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for assault following a dispute between neighbors. Both men stood tall, arms crossed, jaws tight, as if we were about to start round 2 of whatever battle had begun on their lawns. I looked at them and thought, here we go again. Another case where ego mows faster than reason. David Scully, 45 years old. Truck driver, hard-working, direct. The kind of man who says what he means and expects others to do the same. He lived alone in a small suburban house, took pride in his yard, and spent weekends cutting grass and washing his truck. Timothy Metcalf, 43. City employee, married, father of 2. He prided himself on order, his driveway clean, his bushes trimmed, his world neat. Until one day, someone's grass clippings blew into that world and neatness turned into chaos. It started like this. David mowed his lawn on a windy afternoon. Some grass blew onto Timothy's driveway. That's it. That's all it took. Timothy came storming out. "Hey, you're blowing grass all over my property." David turned off the mower. "Relax, Tim. It's just a few clippings. I'll clean it up later." But pride doesn't wait for later. Timothy's wife came out, grabbed a broom and started sweeping angrily while muttering under her breath. David chuckled, and that right there was the spark. "What's funny?" Timothy snapped. "Nothing," David said. "She just looks like she's mad at the grass." And just like that, reason left and temper took over. Timothy marched across the yard. David told him to back off. Voices rose, words sharpened, and in an instant, fists replaced words. David said, "He hit me in the head with his phone. I stumbled back. My ear was bleeding," Timothy said. "He mocked my wife. He cursed at her. I lost my temper. I didn't hit him with the phone. I just pushed him. When I read the police report, it confirmed what usually follows pride. 2 statements, 1 truth somewhere in between, and a neighborhood too small for both. Mr. Scully," I said, "why did you laugh?" He shrugged. "It was just stupid. It's grass." She was sweeping like it was gold dust. I turned to Timothy. "And you thought that was worth hitting someone over?" He clenched his jaw. "He disrespected my wife. I was defending her. By hitting your neighbor with a phone." He hesitated. "I didn't mean to hit him that hard." I sighed. "Mr. Metcalf, you're not supposed to hit anyone at all." He looked down. For a second, his pride wilted like the grass he'd been mad about. David's neighbor, an elderly man, had seen part of the fight. He testified that Timothy had indeed swung his phone like a weapon. David stumbled back and shouted, "What's wrong with you?" Timothy's wife said through tears, "He mocked me. He laughed at me in front of everyone." I nodded. "Yes, and you both could have just walked inside. But you didn't, because anger loves an audience." I leaned forward. "Mr. Metcalf, do you like your home?" "Yes." "You take pride in it?" "Yes." "Then why ruin it with a reputation for being the neighbor who can't control himself?" He stayed silent. I turned to David. "And you? Was that laugh worth it?" He paused. "No, Your Honor." "So here we are," I said. 2 grown men, 2 bruised egos, and 1 very unnecessary police report, because neither of you could walk away from some grass. I looked between them. "Mr. Metcalf, you hit him. You admit it. You say it wasn't hard, but the law doesn't measure pain by how soft the blow was. It measures it by the choice you made to throw it." He nodded, finally. "I'm sorry," I turned to David. "Good, because you're paying for it. Judgment for the plaintiff, $500. Then I added, "And gentlemen, let this be the last time you fight about something that can be swept away with a broom." After they left, I sat in the quiet courtroom, thinking about how many broken friendships, broken families, broken lives, all started with something this small. A laugh, a word, a misunderstanding. Pride is like dry grass. It doesn't take much to set it on fire. David got his $500 that day. Timothy got his lesson. And somewhere between their driveways the wind kept blowing, as if reminding them how foolish it all was. If you were David, would you have laughed? Would you have swallowed your pride and apologized instead? And if you were Timothy, would you have taken a deep breath? Or would you have swung that phone again? The measure of a man isn't how fast he reacts, but how well he restrains himself. That day, justice wasn't about who was right or wrong. It was about reminding both men that control is stronger than confrontation. Grass grows back. Pride doesn't, and if we let our tempers guide us, we'll end up mowing down everything that matters. Some cases are about money. Some are about pride. But this one was about a promise. When I walked into the courtroom that morning, I could feel the tension before anyone spoke. Two people once in love now stood on opposite sides of the law. The distance between them measured not by the width of the room, but by the silence of everything they used to say. Lavelle Brewer, Jr. versus Felicia Wilson. I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for the return of an engagement ring, valued at $2,599. A hush fell over the room. It wasn't just a legal case. It was heartbreak under oath. Lavelle Brewer, Jr., 31. A software engineer, meticulous, ambitious, and maybe a little too sure that logic could fix everything, even love. Felicia Wilson, 27. A nurse, warm, passionate, and tired of giving more than she got. They met at a church picnic, fell fast, and within 6 months, he proposed with a diamond ring that glittered like the promises they both wanted to believe. But love, as I've learned, shines brightest right before it breaks. At first, they were inseparable. He adored her strength. She admired his stability. They talked about buying a home, raising kids, building a life. But soon, cracks began to show. Lavelle was controlling, always questioning where she went, who she talked to, why she worked late. Felicia said, "He didn't like that I was independent. He wanted to be my everything." Lavelle said, "I just wanted commitment." She wanted freedom. The arguments grew louder, the distance longer, until one day Felicia walked out, and the ring stayed on her hand. "Mr. Brewer," I began, "tell me why you're here." He straightened his tie. "She broke off the engagement, Your Honor. That ring was given on the condition of marriage. She didn't marry me, so I want it back." I turned to Felicia. "Ms. Wilson?" She sighed. "I gave everything to him. My time, my heart, my peace. That ring was a gift. He doesn't get to take that back." I raised an eyebrow. "So you ended the relationship?" "Yes. Why?" Her eyes welled up. "He was controlling. He'd call me 20 times a day. If I didn't answer, he'd show up at my job." Lavelle jumped in. "She's exaggerating." "I cared about her safety." I lifted a hand. "Stop, this isn't therapy." "It's court." Lavelle handed me a small folder. Inside were letters, love notes, text printouts, and a receipt for the ring. "Proof," he said. She accepted it as an engagement ring. I looked at Felicia. She nodded. "Yes, I accepted it, but I didn't promise forever." "Actually," Lavelle said quietly, "you did." He handed me a card, written in her handwriting. "To the man I'll marry. My heart, my future, my forever." The courtroom fell silent. Felicia closed her eyes. I looked at her gently. "Ms. Wilson, that's a beautiful note. But promises like that don't survive courtrooms. They survive commitment. And you ended that," she shook her head. "You don't understand. He scared me. He tracked my calls. He showed up unannounced. I had to end it." Her voice cracked. "I went to the hospital because of stress. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. He didn't help. He made it worse." For a brief moment, the anger in Lavelle's face melted into guilt. "Ms. Wilson," I said softly, "I'm sorry for what you've been through. But this case isn't about feelings. It's about ownership. You ended the engagement, and under the law, the ring returns to the giver." She whispered, "So even after everything, I still have to give it back?" "Yes," I said gently, "because the ring isn't a reward for love. It's a contract for marriage. And when that contract ends, so does the right to keep it." Her tears fell quietly. He looked at her, and for a moment both of them seemed to forget the courtroom. They were just two people watching the ghost of what could have been. I took a breath. Judgment for the plaintiff. Mr. Brewer will receive $2,599, the value of the engagement ring. I paused, then added softly, "But Mr. Brewer, take this advice. You can get your ring back, but if you don't learn from this, you'll lose something far more valuable next time. Yourself." He nodded. Felicia wiped her tears, and in that fragile silence, justice and heartbreak stood side by side, two things that never truly balance, but must coexist nonetheless. After they left, I sat alone, staring at the empty seats. It's never easy, watching two people who once said forever stand in front of me like strangers. The law is clear. An engagement ring is a conditional gift, given in contemplation of marriage. If that marriage doesn't happen, it must be returned. But clarity doesn't make it easier. Because behind every diamond is a story that once sparkled just as brightly, until someone forgot to take care of it. If you were Lavelle, would you fight for the ring or for closure? And if you were Felicia, would you return it easily, or hold on to it as the last piece of what was once love? The law can return a ring, but it can't return what was lost between two people. That day, I didn't just settle a lawsuit. I closed a chapter, for two people still standing in the ruins of what they once built together. And as I left the bench, I thought to myself, the heart may break in private, but in my courtroom, it still has to tell the truth. Some cases are about betrayal. Some are about greed. But this one was about a board game, a toy, a piece of cardboard and plastic worth $375. And yet, by the time this case reached my courtroom, that toy had destroyed a friendship that neither side could ever play back again. Marcy James versus Ben Morgan, I read aloud. Plaintiff is suing for the return of a collectible board game and damages for emotional distress. The plaintiff, young, focused, with the intense calm of someone trying hard not to explode. The defendant, casual, dismissive, smirking as if this was beneath him. But the thing about small cases is this. They often reveal truths far bigger than the claim. Marcy James, 24 years old, a vintage toy collector, not rich but passionate about preserving memories. Every game she owned told a story, and one of her favorites was a 1971 Brady Bunch board game, a rare piece from her late mother's collection. Ben Morgan, 24, a film student, creative, charming, and careless. He was the kind of man who could talk his way out of trouble but not think his way out of responsibility. They were friends, not close enough to fall in love, but close enough to trust each other with the things that mattered. Or so she thought. It started at a party. Ben hosted a film night at his apartment, and Marcy brought her prized Brady Bunch board game for fun. Just something light, nostalgic. The night was loud, messy, and like most things involving too much wine and too little caution, it ended in chaos. When Marcy left, she forgot the game. When she came back to get it, Ben said, "Relax, I've got it. It's safe here. Safe." That word would soon feel like a joke. A few days later, Marcy called to pick it up. Ben said he couldn't find it. A week later, he told her he still had it, but refused to return it. "You broke my camcorder," he said. "I'm keeping your game until you pay for the damage." She was stunned. "What are you talking about?" He said, "You got drunk at the party. You fell with my camera. It's ruined." She denied it immediately. "That's not true. I never touched your camera." But Ben was firm. "You broke it. You owe me $400. Your game covers it." When the case came to me, the tension between them was thicker than the air. "Ms. James," I said, "why are you suing?" She answered simply, "He took my board game and refuses to give it back. It's worth $375. He claims I owe him for a broken camera that I never touched." I turned to Ben. "Mr. Morgan?" He smiled. "She did break it. I saw it on tape." I leaned back. "On tape? You have video evidence?" He hesitated. "Well, not exactly. The footage is gone. The tape broke when the camera fell." "Then how do you know she did it?" "She was the only one near it." Marcy interjected, "There were 20 people in that room." He shrugged. "And you were the drunkest." I looked at him unimpressed. "So, Mr. Morgan, your claim is that she broke your camera, but you have no proof, no witnesses, and no tape?" He nodded. "Yes, ma'am." I turned to Marcy. "Did you damage his property?" "No, Your Honor," I nodded. "Good, then this is simple." Ben smirked. "You're just going to take her word over mine?" I smiled faintly. "Absolutely, because her story is consistent, and yours sounds like it was written by someone who thinks common sense is optional." He rolled his eyes. "Whatever. That word again. the anthem of irresponsibility. "Mr. Morgan," I said, "you don't get to keep someone's property just because you think they owe you something. This isn't the Wild West. We have laws." He tried to argue. "But it's not fair." I leaned forward. "Fair? Fair would have been you returning her game the moment she asked. What you did wasn't fairness, it was punishment. And you don't get to punish people just because you feel wronged." He sat back, sulking. I turned to Marcy. "What's so special about this game?" Her eyes softened. "It belonged to my mom. She died when I was 16. We used to play it together every Friday night." The room went still. Ben's smirk faded. She continued, "It's not about money. It's about the only thing I have left from her that still feels alive." For the first time, Ben looked ashamed. I took a deep breath. "Here's my judgment. Mr. Morgan, you will return the Brady Bunch board game to Ms. James immediately. If it's damaged or missing, you will pay her the appraised value, $375. He opened his mouth. I stopped him. "And before you say anything, remember this. Being right is not the same as being righteous. You owe her respect, not revenge." Marcy nodded quietly, and for the first time that day, her expression softened. Justice doesn't always heal, but it helps you breathe again. After they left, I sat for a moment, staring at the photo of the board game in the file. A silly little thing, colorful, old, almost childish, and yet that game had done something extraordinary. It revealed who was mature and who was just pretending to be. People often say, "It's just stuff," but it's never just stuff. It's what those things represent: trust, care, memory. If you were Marcy, would you forgive a friend who turned your loss into leverage? And if you were Ben, would you realize that sometimes the most expensive thing you can lose isn't money? It's the way people see you? Possession may be 9/10 of the law, but decency is the other 10th that keeps us human. That day, I didn't just return a game. I returned dignity to a young woman who refused to let someone else cheapen her memories.